Welcome, everyone.
After this.
Delighted to welcome you early in the morning here for the 10th ANN-SONIC-NICO workshop on network theory. My name is Noshir Contractor, and I'm part of the organizing committee, and I'm just delighted that after a hiatus of almost exactly 3 years from when we originally thought we were going to be scheduling this workshop in 2020, here we have a chance to all meet in person and be able to resume this particular series. As I said, this is the 10th workshop in this particular series. The first one was held in 2006. And two of the individuals who were very involved in helping get that started are here with us today, two Professor Emeriti, Janet Folk and Peter Manji, who helped co-found the original ANN-SONIC conferences in Los Angeles. So let's give them a We're delighted that they're able to join us here again today. So ANN-SONIC-NICO, some of the folks asked me yesterday about the alphabet soup associated with that. ANN stands for the Annenberg Networks Network, and this is a group that Manuel Castells, Janet Folk, and Peter Manji helped create at the Annenberg School for Communication at USC. SONIC is the science of networks and communities that I founded when I was still at Illinois Urbana-Champaign and then brought with me to Northwestern. And then NICO is, of course, the Northwestern Institute of Complexity, which was co-founded by none other than one of our deans who's going to welcome us, Julio Otino. And so when the conferences over the years has talked, each one has been on a separate topic. The first one was on interdisciplinary approaches to social network theory, followed in 2010 by network multidimensionality in a digital age, and future ones were on network science meets web science, network science meets team science, network social movements, network meets the government sector and NGOs, peer production networks, wisdom in networks, brain science and social networks, which was held here in 2019. And now, of course, here we are today to talk about human AI social networks. It's a very timely topic, obviously. It was timely when we originally wanted to do it in 2020, but I think it still remains timely today as we move into this area. And so I'm not going to spend any more time talking about introductions right now. It is my distinct pleasure to invite two out of the three deans who are helping us welcome you all to Northwestern for this event. First, I want to introduce Dean Francesca Cornelli, who is the dean here at Kellogg School of Management and is awash with success, as Northwestern's Kellogg was recently named as the #2 business school in the world, and she might tell you a little bit more about that. And so, without further ado, Francesca.
Thank you, Noshir, and welcome everybody. I am particularly delighted because when I arrived, I was attracted to come here because I thought Kellogg was such an interdisciplinary place and didn't do only traditional topics. And so I was delighted when I learned about NICO and looking forward to it. But of course, I had joined in fall 2019, and so clearly I had to wait for my 4th year to finally come out and welcome you all. But I really am energized by I looked at the agenda and what's happening, and I really love the idea of exploring also the human factor and how to interrelates to AI, data science, machine learning. I do believe also business school, without taking away from the other schools, obviously, but business schools are really at the intersection, and they can be really the gateway between the university and the business. And as business face these things and they try to learn more, through the business school is the faculty at the business school, but it's also how the faculty in the business school, through things like NICO, have connection to scientists throughout the university, can reach out and interaction. Because we really have to revise our organization. And I know the faculty at Kellogg and you has been researching all of these things, and have been trying to move the agenda. And we have had a tradition actually in our executive education, really training executives in how they really gap the bridge between the data scientist, for example, and the regular business function. And the fact that very often the failures cannot come exclusively from it's not the business that fails or the science that fails, is the inability to connect them in a meaningful way. And that's also why Julio and I, who is my fellow spirit, so I think we kind of exemplified, and Nico, I worked so well with Julio. We really created the MBAI, which is an MBA with a focus on AI, jointly offered by the McCormick School of Engineering and the Kellogg School of Management. And the idea is exactly how to teach people how to bridge that gap, how to interact. We really need, and it's I am a professor of finance. I still do old style finance, although my field is being transformed. So I am an eager learner about all these things, and I'm trying to, and I'm a biggest cheerleader of what we can do. And I feel that the way to go ahead is definitely interdisciplinary. So I'm so delighted to see something like this that really exemplifies what we want to do. I'm delighted you're here, and I look forward to see this progressing and thriving, and to see the effect even in what we teach and the research we produce, and how we get out there. Thank you so much for coming.
Some of our co-organizers who've been involved in creating this workshop today. In the audience with us today is, of course, my colleague here, Brian Lutzi from Kellogg, Paul Leonardi, Lindsay Young, Marlon Twyman, and Peyton. All these folks you'll get a chance to thank personally over the course of the next day and a half. And now, Brian, if you could take the stand to introduce our next
Absolutely.
speaker.
Good morning, everybody. So great to see you. This has been a long time coming. And anybody who's put one of these things together know that there's so much you got to do in the background to make all of this happen. And to finally see it for real is very, very satisfying. It's going to be my job to interview Julio Otino. I don't know how many of you know him, but he's a very, very special person. And there's so many things you could say about him. He's a fantastical researcher. He's published in all the best places, very, very big ideas. And you can look all of that up, and all of that's really done in his area of study, which is chemistry. But there's another side to Julio, and that is that I would say Julio is probably one of the most impressive visionaries I have ever met in my entire life, and I really mean that very deeply. When I first got started in this business, like 25 years ago, I always thought that visionaries were people who could see the future. And Julio really taught me something different, which was, that's probably impossible, seeing the future. I don't know anybody who could do that. It's a misnomer. But Julio kind of sees the here and now better than everybody else. And I really come to see that as vision. And I don't know how he does it. I'd love to find out. Maybe you could tell us today. We'd all benefit from it. But, what are some instantiations of that? The man has been the most incredible institution builder here at the university. He built the Siegel Center of Design, which was really early to the table on design thinking. Now, everybody does design thinking. He built the Center on Sustainability, a Center on Entrepreneurship, and a center that I've been involved with, and Nasha's been involved with, NICO, was one of his brainchilds, almost 20 years ago. Before network science hit really big, before people were thinking about computational work in social science, Julio was there. He really did see the vision. And as Francesca just mentioned, the two of them partnered together to create the first MBAI program, really trying to integrate MBA teaching, the traditional MBA teaching, with the introduction of AI, which is going to affect the DNA of every business on the planet, even us. So Julio's got so much to bring to us, and we're very, very grateful for him being able to spend some of his time here. And I just want to mention one other thing to show you like the other side of Julio. Julio has another vision, which is you don't want to be left brain thinking or right brain thinking. You want to be whole brain thinking. So whole brain thinking is bigger brain thinking. And one of the ways you're all going to be able to see this, and I'm not going to give it away totally, but his whole brain thinking is really expressed deeply in this book, which is about art and science and the artistic side of science and how artistic expression really does amplify our scientific work and really show the merits of it to other people. It's inescapable to separate the two. And this book is really about understanding that integration. And aside from being a lot of deep thinking, it is full with some of the most unforgettable graphical expressions of whole brain thinking. And all of you will get a chance to see some of this a little bit later. But I leave it as something to look forward to from Julio after he gives his remarks. And with that, I'd like to thank Julio. Thank you so much. Thank you, Julio.
Wow, there is no way back to go down after this. But I want to thank Noshir and Brian for having organized this. I know that there are other people, and Francesca for being such a great partner. I will say only probably one thing that for which everything here is a proof of the idea that I will mention. Okay, so when many years ago we were looking for a big idea that will cross-link all sectors of the university, and the idea of complex system thinking emerged. And my partner in that, by the way, was the faculty at Kellogg, Daniel Diermeyer, who became provost in Chicago, and now he's the chancellor in Vanderbilt. And we look around on who could be sort of the founding partners of this, and there was Brian. And there was another fellow, Uri Wilensky, who was doing agent-based modeling. And shortly thereafter, we were looking for other people, and we attracted Noshir here. So network is something that, in my view, should be taught to everybody. I would say that it would be much easier for people even in advanced courses in high school to understand network theory than calculus. I don't think you can understand the world now without having some appreciation of networks. But the point that I want to make is, for this audience I don't have to explain this, the function of a leader is to provide conditions for successful leadership. And after Brian and Noshir started being like the founding partners of NICO, what you have here is a manifestation of what can happen when you have a good idea and provide the conditions for successful emergence. Lots of good people were attracted to the field. Some of them are here. And I would say that what is being covered here, this is one of my dreams that remains unrealized. Okay, in engineering, you have a problem with accreditation. It's hard to remove things to replace with other ones. But I would say some of the concepts that are the lingua franca here, networks, should be absorbed by every student in engineering for sure, and in science, because it's a way to understand how the world works. Yeah, we teach calculus, and calculus is fantastic, for the idea that if you understand building blocks, you can understand things moving upwards. Okay, it worked for a long, long while in physics, the reductionist approach. Okay, but there are limits to this, so you have to complement that to this picture with ideas emerging from complex system thinking, and network is at the top of the list. So I'm delighted that this has happened, and it's my pleasure to add my welcome along with Francesca. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Thank you, Julio. Thank you, Francesca. Thank you, Brian, for that introduction. Where is Lindsay? I don't know whether I acknowledged you as one of our organizers. I did. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Very good. Okay, so now I'm going to hand things over to the chair of our first session, Ignacio, to usher us into beyond the ceremonies, into the actual nitty-gritty of the ideas. So, Ignacio, take it over.
Perfect. Hi, good morning. My name is Ignacio Cruz. I'm here at Northwestern University, and I have the great pleasure of introducing you to our first session. Our first session, I think, is very interesting and has a lot of intriguing ideas around AI adoption at work, human and digital work configurations, as well as kind of the implications of social networks on AI and online labor markets. So our first speaker, without further ado, is Mary Beth Watson-Mannheim. Mary Beth is a professor and head of managerial studies at the University of Illinois, Chicago, as well as professor of information studies and communication. The title of her talk today is Adoption of AI in Context, Human Digital Configuration Work and Its Implications. So a big round of applause for Mary Beth.
Thank you, Ignacio. Happy to be here. As Ignacio said, I have kind of had a long interest in technology and kind of at the intersection of work and organization and management, and have been very interested in communication through that. You can almost, that intersection is really what's driven me for my career. So today I want to talk about the idea of AI in context. And I do want to acknowledge, and I'll talk, this is my thinking about this, but really informed a lot by work that I've done with Stefan Klein, and Sophie Meyer and Franz Strick, who are all, Stefan at the University of Munster, and Sophie at the Ken Institute, and Franz Strick in Amsterdam. And students in my PhD seminar in the last semester, we talked a lot about this work. I chose this picture of the human and the robot in this case, but the human working with the AI. And I want to talk about, let's see, how does this work? I'm particularly interested in today professional work that we're seeing more and more discussion of how many jobs are going to be lost as AI comes in and takes over tasks that professionals are doing. And this is just a graph that's pretty hard to read, but this is from the Financial Times in March, this past March 27th. Surrender your desk job to the AI productivity miracle, says Goldman Sachs. And if you look at the jobs in here, you have office administrative support, but you have legal, you have architecture and engineering. You have a number of professional jobs that they say are exposed to industry employment, reducing their jobs and lowering the need for employment in these areas. And the gist of this article also was that developed nations are more at risk than developing because these higher skilled jobs are in those areas. So I'd like to talk about what I contend may be some implications of AI adoption in professional work. And particularly, I'm not sure that we are understanding completely what work is and how it is actually taking place in the context that it happens. And by context, I mean the entire job, including the history, the length of time, the relationships, the physical location that takes place in the material objects, as well as the this group, the extra constellation that the individual is embedded in. All of these aspects, I contend, really have not been taken into account, and the understanding of what the job is actually, is entailed in that job is often not even understood by the individual who's performing that job. If they told you what they were doing, they probably would not tell you the entire scope of activities that go into their job. I also think that perhaps we are privileging technology in this process. We are trying to match, we are taking the immediate process that's leading to an outcome and matching it to technology. We're trying to enhance the current process as we understand it. And we're looking for, usually the goal is more efficient, more consistent outcomes. I would like to talk about the fact that that job will be reconfigured as AI is dropped in, or AI as task or delegated, and that it will lead to emergent and consequential changes that will ripple through the organization and lead to organizational change. So what I'd like to do is talk to you a little bit about the kind of underpinning in terms of what do I mean by configuration work, and what do I mean by how does that translate to organizational transformation. And I want to show two examples, one in the banking industry, financial services industry, and in robotic surgery. So first, we borrowed this idea, or tried to build on Lucy Suchman's configuration work idea, by saying that configuration work is using the technology and figuring out in the context and making sense of that technology as we perform the work. So configuring it is the human working with the technology, and this requires human innovation and cognitive labor, and it's often hidden work. It's work that's done, it's experimentation, it happens over time, and it's fundamentally embodied. It's as I'm working with that technology. And people make sense of the technology in context and shape their identity in this case. I mean, especially with AI, I think, as you all are aware, I mean, when we had many information systems were could be set aside and were very predictable. AI is a part of and learns and changes and is changed as you are using it, as the individual is using it in context. So we contend that configuration and reconfiguration happens over time and in specific settings, and that's what leads to organizational change. And to make that a little more, this is from some work that we did on that's published in the Journal of Strategic Information Systems, and this idea of the three orders of change is based on, or is adapted from Bartanuk and Noak in 1987. But their idea is that the individual, and we translated this to technology, the individual, as they begin to use a new technology, has a specific way of thinking about their job. And that is, as they integrate the technology into the work they're doing, they are thinking about, how do I do it better? How do I do what I currently understand my job to be? How do I do it better? And here, that's a first order change where my thinking about the job is current, the convergent change. As I begin to work with this, there's a transformation where the work will change. So if I am bringing in, and I'll talk about loan officers whose job, the decision was automated, that meant that the way that they did their job changed. They were working with the technology, and I'll talk a little bit about changes that people made that were intended and unintended. But at this point, you're thinking more about the work is being transformed, and you're figuring out what new configurations do I engage in order to perform my job. And actually, how do I think about work now? What is my work? My work has changed. And how do I think about that? As I begin to think about how that changing nature of work, how my work is changing, that leads to changes that ripple throughout the organization, I contend. And those changes may shift to actually the deep structure of that organization and the it ripples through the constellation of actors that I'm embedded in, and ripples through the core understanding of what the organization is. And we can see this in hospitals with robotic surgery. So I'll talk a little bit about that later, but this is the core thinking of configuration work, and as that experimentation happens, and it's not, the trajectory of it is not deterministic. This happens over time and evolves. So I'd like to talk first about some work that's underway in looking at a digital transformation in Germany. This is one of Germany's largest banking groups. And it has about $1 trillion in assets. It made a strategic decision to undergo digital transformation because of this competition from online banks. So customers wanted to be able to go online and have their loan. And some of their other competitors were moving into this space. So they wanted to move into this space to have greater flexibility, but also faster and more profitable decisions. So this is kind of an unusual course that that a number of organizations are looking at as they strategically begin to think about how to go into make a digital transformation. And so we're focusing on, and I'm working with my co-authors here who are in Amsterdam, who have had I'll draw from some of their earlier work. They have been able to get good access to this firm and see kind of what's happening over time here. But this particular focus that I want to talk about today is on loan officers whose jobs were being augmented by algorithmic technologies. So what they did in this bank was to introduce a product called Clever Loan. And Clever Loan would be able to, within seconds, generate a loan approval or decision, a loan decision, approval or rejection. It generated rejection guidelines, and some of this is European guidelines required AI to be somewhat transparent. But so it generated some guidelines. It didn't generate all the information. So before Clever Loan, it was taking quite some time. There were multiple meetings with the client. It was taking sometimes weeks to get a decision, at least days to get a decision. The decisions weren't always profitable necessarily. The loan officer was advising the clients, but the loan officer was completely responsible. They worked with the client, they tried to understand what the client needed, and they provided the loan, or they made the decision. After Clever Loan was introduced, the system decided whether to approve the loan, provided the consultant with a decision, but the bank differentiated this service by keeping the loan officer in the loop. So they wanted the loan officer to deliver the decision. They didn't, because otherwise how do they differentiate themselves from an online bank? So they wanted the loan officer to be involved. However, the loan officer really had no autonomy, but they delivered the decision to the. So just to give you a little bit of how the job changed. Before AI, the loan officer, as I said, advised the customer, made the decision, had multiple in-person meetings normally, maybe on the telephone, but usually in-person meetings and a number of forms to be filled out. They gathered loan information, they negotiated the term, they signed the contract. So they built a relationship with this customer. They usually understood this customer. They talked a lot about the customer, would come in, and these were kind of mid-sized loans. These were not big commercial loans. These were mid-sized loans. And so customers would come in with their hopes and dreams for what they were making changes in their life about. And so they wanted a new house. They had a new child, a new baby. They needed to enlarge their house, or other small business loans. They also had a lot of interactions with colleagues because there were gray areas. How do I understand what it is that I do? How should I make the decision? Can you give me advice? They got reassurance from their decisions, but they also acted as mentors to their colleagues. So there was this relationship that they had across the organization and met new colleagues. After AI, there was one in-person meeting at the end of the process to communicate the decision. No negotiation, the contract was signed. No need for interactions with the client, with other people across the organization.
Rarely they complained. We did a lot. This is from in-depth number of interviews over time. They were concerned they didn't meet new people. Their job was really in terms of the relationships and the connections, as well as their status and understanding of who they were was changed. Now, there were positive consequences of this change. The bank felt like they got immediate decisions that enhanced their competitiveness. They increased their profitability. Customers' loan rejections, the loan officer did not have to think about how I reject this. I can blame it on the system. So the loan officer actually felt like it was something of a positive in that respect. So there was less attention and planning for the loan officer around that decision. However, they perceived they were losing competence. They felt like their status in the community was diminished. Prior to that, they had a lot of, they felt like they had a high-level job, a professional job that their colleagues in the community, as well as these customers, had respect for, and that was gone. Overall, they felt that they were loss of critical thinking. They were not learning. They began to see misuse of the system, incorrect data getting put in to try to kind of game the system to change the loan decision if possible. So, and the bank began to see a lot of turnover. So that the loan officers began to leave and look for different jobs. The system also was excluding certain customers. It couldn't interpret new trends, so freelancers have become much more prominent in the workforce. And the guidelines in AI, the algorithm looked for the amount of time you'd been in your job, and anybody who's applied for a loan knows that if you're my spouse's independent worker, and that always creates a lot of different issues. However, the system didn't distinguish very well between, just immediately gave the rejection, whereas the loan officer in the past had worked more to understand what the situation was. So this was also immigration in Germany was creating, it was really hard for the system to tell who was a new immigrant and who had just moved in for a job, and a new, say, an IT job that had come in from another European country. So the system was, and these things will be probably worked out over time, but they were systematically, a human would have seen these trends. They're also, moral burden. They felt like they often saw that an individual really couldn't afford the loan and shouldn't have this loan, even though they meet the criteria. And so they would figure out a way to reject that loan and not put that burden on the customer. They could not do that anymore, so they felt like that was an increased moral burden. So these are some of this is still in progress, and this is looking at the adoption of a system over about a 4-year time frame. I'd like to talk next about, and you can see how the loan officer's job, although the job that they were doing involved that loan decision, and the technology was matched to making that loan decision, there was a lot of work surrounding that decision and expertise that those loan officers had that was not taken into account at all in this system. And it initially enhanced things. Looks like long-term there may be some larger problems. The next area I'd like to talk about and applying kind of this same framing is looking at robotic surgery. And so I got curious a couple of years ago about understanding what was happening with robotic surgery. And a number of people started looking at this, and I got curious about it, and so I went, this is based on about a literature, looking at the literature going back to 1990. Going back really to the early 2000s, with some understanding of the idea of robotic surgery actually emerged in the early 90s, particularly around being able to treat, when the technology got to the point where we might be able to treat wounded in the first Gulf War. And so the idea that if you look at this picture, this is a promotional picture from 2000. And here you have, it's hard to see, but here you have a surgeon sitting here looking at a screen and guiding a robot at a distance, and this is at a distant location in this promotional material. And the robot arms are here, and there's someone at a distance who is near the patient, but the robot is, the idea was that the robot arms would complete the surgery. And the surgeon herself, themselves, would be at a distance controlling this. So this was there was in the literature, I was curious about, or just looking to see how this was conceived early. There was really no discussion in this early literature about the implications for other members of the surgical team, the nurses, scrub technicians. No thinking about that. The assumption seemed to be that a surgeon could learn to handle a robot because they understood how to perform surgery, and they would then learn to not easily, but there was no discussion of training and no discussion of changes to other aspects of the surgical process. And just to give you a little bit of the initial surgery seems to be framed as a first order change. It is intended to produce changes that enhance the benefits of conventional surgery. The laparoscopy, which was developed in the 80s and 90s, minimally invasive surgery, was a major innovation and had brought about a lot of enhancements for patients, but it had real disadvantages for the surgeon. It was physically difficult for the surgeon to perform this, and often because of fatigue, and also because of they needed the smaller hands, but tremors, they needed dexterity. So surgical robots were really envisioned to extend the capabilities of human surgeons, and that's from 2004 in the Annals of Surgery. So what immediately happened, and I call this a first order change because it was obvious that the operating room layout had to change. And that the idea of distant surgery didn't ever seem to really happen. That was early in the literature, but what happened, what became more, one of the benefits were seen was with laparoscopic surgery in the same location. So the first thing that had to happen was the operating room had to change to bring in that robot. So you previously had, and still for traditional surgery, have a surgical team that's surrounding the body working together. With robotic surgery, that team is now dispersed through the operating room. You have, here is the lead surgeon looking at the computer. Here is a screen that the rest of the surgical team sees, and they're spread out through the operating room, and there's this large robot, like piece of equipment around the person. So the surgeon, the procedure is watching on the computer screen and monitoring information on the computer screen. The surgical assistant, the scrub technician are at the operating table. Okay, so the surgeon's work, I'm calling this a second order. My Apple Watch is trying to record me for some reason.
Technological change.
Right. It's telling me what I just said. Siri is. I'm not sure why. So the work that the surgeon was actually doing now is changed fundamentally. Because the surgeon attention is on the console screen. So the surgeon no longer is the task. Formally, the surgeon gained information from the body, from touching the body, from seeing the body, from being right there. And this became a more. It's shifted from this taken for granted process of using my hands and my physical senses and my brain, obviously, to understand. What actions to take to integrating the information from the computer into this process. And this work by Dean, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with, is very good about in talking about the real distinct changes. And when Bean talks about that, you're not just tying a knot anymore. You're thinking about how to tell the robot how to tie a knot. So, and you're using a joystick, and you're physically doing a lot of different things in order to do this work. The communication changed dramatically in the operating room. Multiple studies show more communication because you had these screens all over the place, and they're having to tell each other what this makes sense of this information in the operating room. So I'll kind of go quickly because I think I'm running out of time. Okay, the nurses, this was not discussed at all until about, I've forgotten exactly when, but 7 or 8 years ago. There was really no discussion of the change in the nurse's job that I could find in the literature. But clearly, the entire surgical team changed. The nurse had to know how to put together this equipment. The nurses also are now the closest people to the body in the operating room. The surgeon is at a distant location. So the nurse has more, and often a resident is there, but there is more in case something changes, that they have to be prepared to act quickly. They have to interpret information, react to information. Also, their job changed because, and this happened not only with the surgeon, but with laparoscope, as it became more useful, there was additional responsibility that nurses had to take on. The surgical residents, the residency changed. They previously had learned by observing the surgeon. They now were much more likely to work with simulation and watching videos, and not able to, not having the same type of training. And in fact, this has really led to a new professional identity. And it was not anticipated that I could find anywhere that there would be two different professions. I mean, now they are really, you cannot do both. It's understood that you are a robotic surgeon, or you have the training for robotic surgery, and you have the training, or you go through a different residency, somewhat different for traditional surgery. There was definitely unintended institutional transformation because you cannot afford to have, Northwestern can, and UIC can, and Rush can have a robotic surgery, and you can have multiple operating rooms that are built in multiple ways. Mid-level hospitals cannot afford to have both, and so what JAMA is looking at says, this came out, this was in 2019 in JAMA, and it continues to be a concern that hospitals are investing, mid-level hospitals are investing in robotic surgery rooms, setting it up, hiring the right people, and then beginning to have to use that to make money. So is it always being used? In fact, I think it's this article that said, the only thing that's consistent, or another one, the only consistent outcome is that it always costs more. A lot of this is not necessarily bringing better patient quality. In certain areas it is, but in certain areas it's bringing the same patient quality at more cost, which is unintentional. So I just like to end by saying that this is not deterministic. This happened over time as people tried to understand how to do this work and integrate this work and perform their job in the way that they had been trained to do. But what I think I'd like to say is that this is not going to reduce, anytime we drop AI in, it won't reinforce and enhance existing work practices, I don't believe. It will change those work practices. And how that change occurs requires innovation and experimentation and more thought, I think, on our part as we think about how we design work systems, but also how we step back and design, and this is another, but I think what I'd like to end with is this as we add the technology to solve a known problem, we're going to reconfigure that problem and reconfigure its context. And that's going to lead to consequential changes for the individual and the organization. And I think that this privileging the technology like this without understanding how the work is embedded in those relationships may lead to unintended consequences that can be very consequential. And I wonder, I think that it's very useful perhaps that we look beyond adopting that technology to how it's designed, and that we partner that with thinking about more than efficiency, but thinking about humanistic goals in terms of the individual who's working in this. I think there are larger societal goals that are also getting lost in this focus on efficiency. So I think there's a lot of work to be done. Efficiency is still going to be very important, and consistent. AI obviously can make consistent decisions and good decisions, but I think there's a lot more to think about more broadly as we move so quickly into this dropping AI into the organization. So maybe I'll do this.
We have time, about 20 minutes for questions and answers. So I can help field those questions.
Okay. Yes.
This is part of I think a bigger problem in our society, is focus on efficiency,
Yeah.
and not looking very often at the bigger picture. And I call it the rest of the picture is resilience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we saw it with, just-in-time manufacturing was another example. What
Yeah.
happened in hospital where they cut staffing because it was more efficient. And I think the pandemic has kind of unraveled that what we did to ourselves as a society with obsession on efficiency and ignoring the bigger picture.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's not a new, but you're right, it's not a new issue, it's just a new technology.
It's another facet.
And it's another facet, and it's the way we're deframing things. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I really agree with the framework, and I also think that unintended consequences will be huge. And I just wonder, is this specific to AI, or is this a case where both the bank and the hospital needs to add the computer science personnel or computer science expertise? And if you think of any case when an organization needs to add an N+1 expertise, creates more social complexity and kind of inter-field tensions and gaps in networks, or is it something qualitatively different from that?
Personally, I think the interdisciplinary aspect and bringing the user in and really, and I think, we saw this, I'm an old-time information systems person, and we saw this with how you design systems long ago, that people could not tell you what they did. They always told you the outcome and how they got to that outcome. And so even they are not appreciative of the scope of what it takes. But I think we've learned a lot in 20 years, I hope. But we continue to, I think that there are a lot of reasons that are societal that we continue to think of efficiency as the primary goal. So I'm wondering if we can't try to enhance maybe our thinking about what efficiency is, and also think about relational and other aspects of a job in terms of its design, really push people. Because the literature is very clear that these, for example, that relational aspects of jobs have huge implications for how people act in an organization, how pro-social they are, how much they're going to support other people, what it means for their social relationships. So I'm not sure how to get that message in, but education is part of it, I think.
Yep.
It's really interesting, but it's an enduring problem, right? Nancy's human factors. This is a long-standing that systems are designed without thinking about what are the effects on human and the broader workflow that's going to take place. DoD spends a lot of money trying to fix systems that weren't designed really thinking about how humans are going to use them. And I think what's interesting about what you're talking about is that AI has far more potential.
The boundary. So we buy a piece of equipment. It sort of has a clear boundary for what it's going to do, and we can train people to kind of fix or do workarounds for poor system design. But AI is so open that I think it's a much fuzzier boundary that has much more potential to have substantially bigger unintended consequences.
Yeah, that's true.
And while some of them are likely to be positive, my bet is mostly they'll be negative.
But we could perhaps not always think about substituting I have a PhD student, and I know there are people in here who is trying to think about how can they collaborate how can we, because some of the outcomes for the bank were good, and you cannot, the numbers are too big for a lot of these loan officers to really understand, but the human side of it was just completely ignored, and that's a long-standing problem, but AI has a more potential to work in partnership, I think.
But you've got this particular AI from this vendor that's being sold to a lot of companies, so it's a one-off. Now you got this other AI from a different company that's agnostic about this one and this other. So what you have is this sort of accidental interjection of these new pieces of systems that will have unintended consequences.
And I think this is really interesting because it's so interesting that you picked the loan officer, because it's the industry I've been working on for many years now. Yeah, and we have a diversity panel tomorrow where I'm going to bring some of this stuff up. But what's really interesting is I think the loan officer, you didn't mention this, but there's also a lot of bias there.
With the loan officer?
In any type of loan decision, you look at the person and they used to make a decision, do I give this loan to this person or not? Well, a human making this decision means that human's biased. And today, the inequality in lending is higher than in 1969. One black person getting a loan means 5 white people got a loan. And loan officers are humans, right? They're biased. The other hand is, though, the machine is biased too.
Yes, exactly.
Because you train the machine with biased data, because the AI is trained on historical loan data, which is mostly white people or prime customers, right? So you exclude part of the population because the machine wasn't trained on those people, right? The machine is trained on prime customers, not on subprime customers. Subprime and prime is our terms determining the FICO band, right? And so I think there's so much potential in AI providing help in making unbiased decisions by using more information, but you need to somehow regulate it and make sure that it's trained correctly and uses all and unbiased information. And then it could be super cool, because then you can really augment the human, make sure that all information is used, no biases are introduced, and you can be faster, of course, and all those efficiency gains. And so I'm really interested in the regulation ideas that they're going to come up with, because we have tried to regulate the financial industry with the CFPB, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, and so on, and it hasn't worked well. So it's so interesting to see how our society will be shaped around those topics, right, with AI. I love it.
Hi. Yes.
I have more of a literature question, because this is not my area of specialty being communication, but as someone who's looked at a lot the automation crisis of the 1960s, how much of what happened with industrial automation informs current research? Especially as someone from the Midwest and from the Rust Belt.
I think there's a framing of it.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, like, how much of that currently helps to inform the literature and think about these things, because I feel like we've seen them all before, but in different ways.
Yes,
right. So
the thing is, the technology is different, and I think there's an opportunity to it's so open. There's an opportunity to have it be more beneficial. Work in more. Use what's good for the technology. What the technology can do really well, and the human can do really well, and somehow put those together. But that's not what vendors are doing, and I think a lot of it is informed by the thinking from the manufacturing area, where efficiency, and the tax code does it to us. The tax code says invest in machines, don't invest in people. So there are a lot of social issues that are driving this, that are not easily. But I don't think, but this has got the potential to have much bigger consequences.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to follow up on that, because, so there's always disruption by technology, steam engine, personal computer. And what concerns me a little bit is the use of the term AI is overused and non-specific, right? And so in fact, if you look at why all of ChatGPT got a big, it has to do with the fact on how it presented information through language, right? But in my own opinion, where it's highly constrained in what it can do. It's not like some general purpose intelligence. And we've been for actually up until about 4 years ago, this was all called machine learning.
Yes, and it
Right.
should be now.
And now it's called AI for no apparent reason except the media. So I think it would be interesting, and I don't know if our group can do that, is to try to be specific about the different technologies in this space and how they might, a big problem, quite honestly, is AI, or whatever you want to call it, it's filled with bias because it, like was said, that's the data, right? And we're going to train the AI, so we're always going to put that bias in unless there's regulation. But we know that regulation's not perfect. So I just think that part of this thinking about, is AI really that different than when the steam engine came in? Or is it just a different way it's going to disrupt the workforce? I don't know, but probably you know much more than me in terms of the literature.
Yeah, that's all. But I do think looking back at the design is critical, and I don't think the technology companies have any real reason to do that. They're working with. I mean, we're actually trying to look at the AI, the robotic surgery vendors to try to understand, how because they're being guided by the hospital with what and the hospital, and I think, people are thinking about the current situation and looking for a solution to that current situation by working with vendors and funding vendors, and vendors have incentive to solve that current situation also. But I think that whole system is not.
And I think it's clever loan. I have worked with companies like that, and they're obviously driven by who's buying their product, which is the bank. The bank loves all the stuff, even on the negative side that you showed, because it's more efficient. They don't actually care if loan officers leave. Just get
They're making
right.
I think it's creating a brittle organization as we go forward.
And I think if you
and I think it's got terrible social consequences.
Yeah, you're putting loan decisions, which is the basis of our society in many ways, into the hands of a vendor. Right? I mean, that's really dangerous.
We have time for one more question.
So I'm curious about what happened after you shared your results with Cleverloan, and specifically on the idea that sometimes the algorithm wasn't so effective and it would have been useful for a human to be in there. Did they at all think about maybe we should have people have the opportunity to override or defer and have like a little bit more interaction, or is that just outside the scope of the way they think about things?
At the moment, I don't know about that because I'm not sure about the answer to that question. I don't know. I think he's right. At the moment, they don't. They're more profitable. They're able to, compete in a way that they had to figure out how to compete. Is it sustainable? I can't imagine that it is. I think that the bank, but I think that it probably is going to lead to, some transformation of what the bank is all about and how does the bank deliver its products. And but I don't know that they have. I think he might be right that I don't know the specific answer to your question, but I'm not sure they care at the moment.
Interesting, yeah.
So
Can we give a round of applause for our next presenter is Hatim Rothman. Hatim is an assistant professor of management and organizations here at the Kellogg School of Management. And the title of his presentation is called Control in the Age of Algorithms, Exploring the Cold Start Problem and Reputational Interdependence on Online Labor Markets. So a round of applause for... I think he'll help you. Yeah.
Well, while it's getting started, thank you again to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Really looking forward to sharing some of this and getting your feedback. So the title of the talk was presented. Before I go into the specific one, I thought I'd situate my work. There are familiar faces, but also new ones that aren't as familiar with what I've been doing. So broadly speaking, I think of my work as trying to theorize how the nature of control is changing with algorithms, specifically from a workers' context in the online labor markets. And so this talk today is kind of building off of and extending some of my recent work, my own and with some amazing collaborators, some of who are here today, that's looking again at how the nature of control is changing with algorithms, how we should be conceptualizing it, both at kind of more the macro level and the dyadic level between organizations and workers who are using this market. And so today's talk is coming from a book that I have under contract with the University of California Press, where I'm going to present some of the arguments I make about workers' ability to kind of get started when they don't have networks in these online labor markets, and then what kind of happens with their networks outside of these online labor markets once they gain experience. And so just to contextualize this, I don't think this audience needs much motivation for this talk, but some areas that I wanted to highlight is that it's not necessarily a surprise that lots of organizations are using algorithms to influence how they hire workers. And so in this case, 99% of Fortune 500 companies report using algorithms with hiring. And of course, there are consequences to this, right? We've already talked about it, so I won't elaborate on this over here. But when you have biased data, it can lead to biased outcomes. The interesting thing to, connecting to networks here is that the women who are discriminated against, think about the inability for them to start certain networks, right? That they are excluded from when they're undergoing these biased outcomes. And a lot of times they don't necessarily have any insight that they were discriminated against. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, I put this in January, you see that it's not just on the hiring side where workers are impacted, but also on the firing side, algorithms are also being used. And this, as we talked about, this can be used in ways that help make the process less biased and more efficient, but there are also very legitimate concerns that we discussed where if it's not done in the proper way, it can lead to more biased outcomes. So what I'm going to focus on, the hiring and firing is kind of the bookends of the labor market process. I'm going to focus more on, as I mentioned, kind of in between, like what happens when organizations' algorithms are used at the beginning when workers join an online labor market, and then also as they gain experiences. And so the current theory that I'm going to build off of generally talks about how the use of algorithms is a double-edged sword for workers. It provides more visibility for people, but it also decreases the control. So I'm going to extend this work by, with some of the data I've collected qualitatively with participant observation, interviews, and discussion board data from one of the largest high-skilled online labor markets, which I'll introduce in a little bit, called Talent Finder. And so the main finding that I'll elaborate on later in the presentation is that for new workers, they encounter the cold start problem, which many of you are familiar with, but I'll elaborate on it. Essentially, when you join for the first time, the algorithm doesn't have information about you, your network, or necessarily your skills, and so it struggles to be able to match new workers without that type of information. So I'm going to show you some of the consequences that has for these new workers. And then there's this, I'm looking forward to hear your feedback. Once you establish yourself in these online labor markets, the visibility and permanence of your reputation begins to spread, not only within the online labor market, but also between labor markets. So what I'll show you with some of the data that's here is that once, if I get a rating on this market, all of a sudden when people are searching for me on LinkedIn or Google and so on and so forth, they can also now see my ratings and my reputation on these platforms. In some instances, this is good, right? If I want to be discovered more broadly. In other instances, it can be problematic if you don't necessarily like your rating or reputation that you form on that market. And so I'll come back to this at the end, is that some of the previous mechanisms of navigating, starting your networks and labor markets are less effective when algorithms increase both the visibility and permanence of a worker's reputation. Okay, so very briefly, we know from a lot of historical literature that in conventional labor markets, so maybe before pre-algorithms, that workers have a lot of agency in how they present themselves. It wasn't that long ago when I was on the job market, and some audiences I was an information scholar, others I was an organization scholar. Right, I had some agency in how I tailored my research and how I presented myself to different schools. Right, and even with some existing work that looks more closely at contract workers, that there's this ability for them to kind of stretch their experiences. Right, so you might not have the skill set to get a certain job, but in order to gain it, you need experience. If you don't have that experience, you're able to maybe stretch your credentials in ways that show you have this competence, so that you're able to secure a job. So one thing that I think is common about prior literature is that most workers' reputation is built within an organization or a community and is not as readily quantified and publicly accessible. I kind of joke, like you're not generally able to find out what my high school grades are, or what I was known for in high school, although that's changing for this generation. But you don't necessarily know, the kind of the things that I went through in ways that are very different in people's experiences today. So kind of what's new with algorithms? We were talking about it in our previous presentation too. So some scholars have begun to talk about how the way algorithms are instantiated in online labor markets in the way they're used right now is that compared to other forms of technology, they tend to be more opaque, especially for people who are subject to them, right? So I don't necessarily know why I show up in certain area of the search results when you're subject to those algorithms. They tend to be more instantaneous, interactive, and encompassing. There's overlap in some of these terms, but the idea here is that they operate at a much greater scale and speed than previous technologies. And then they enhance commensuration, right? You're generally reduced to certain ratings and quantified in ways that don't encapsulate the complexity of your reputation or who you are, but nonetheless, it's being reduced to certain outcomes that are being used by algorithms. So again, that was just a very brief overview of going back to this question, particularly as I mentioned from a worker's perspective, is how is the use of algorithms impacting their ability to form and navigate networks within and between labor markets. Okay, so this context that I'm going to have is high-skilled online labor market. So unlike Amazon Mechanical Turk, where it's more, a lot of people are familiar with rote tasks, this is more like Upwork, Fiverr, where you can hire software engineers, graphic designers, literally almost any expert. And you can see over here in the tagline, right? Real pros, real fast. The idea here is that hiring is generally a very costly, timely process. And with the use of their algorithms, they can kind of help organizations and clients find people much more quickly than searching their own network manually. So just if you were to search this platform, the interesting thing about it is that a lot of these are modeled after kind of Google and their search results, where you have the worker, their rating in about one and a half sentences about them. You can go on and click more about them, but you will see a list of workers all presented with the same amount of information there. So just put some context on this, right? I mean, a lot of these online labor markets are growing, especially in the pandemic when more people turn to remote work. So yeah, this is a completely remote setup where you can hire someone from anywhere around the world, but you work distributed. So you can see some of the numbers out there. It's a very large and growing area. As mentioned here, 30% of Fortune 100 companies have used Talent Finder to hire people for their projects and teams. So I mentioned this, I alluded to it earlier. I'm happy to go into more detail during the Q&A, but yeah, for many years, I kind of approached this ethnographically. I'll talk about it in the next slide a little bit too. I mean, by collecting such rich data, it did lead itself to also some natural language processing, which I'll mention over here. So as I mentioned, I primarily use a qualitative inductive analysis to analyze this data. Supplemented it with natural language processing, which again, I'm happy to talk about more, and just try to iterating between the data to identify insights that advance both theory and practice. Okay, so I want to spend the bulk of the time in the findings, so to get your thoughts and feedback here. So for those who are not familiar, the cold start problem refers to the fact that an algorithm is unable to recommend or match a new worker because the worker has no prior rating or information which the algorithm can use to base this recommendation. So if you are a new worker to sign up for Upwork or Fiverr, so on and so forth, you're likely to encounter experience that this person, who I'm calling Robert, mentioned in an interview when he joined the online labor market platform. And by he's a software engineer, so he says, first I had to create a reputation, and it's really hard because when you're on Talent Finder, nobody knows you, so they don't know what you do, who you are, what's your experience level, if you're a professional or whatever, you know? And again, given that this is a global labor market, it's hard, the algorithm doesn't necessarily trust what you input, right? So if you sign up and you're a world-class machine learning engineer, they don't put as much weight into what you self-report. They want to see actual kind of data that's commensurate where they can compare it and then recommend you from that information. And so one outcome of this is that workers report trying to set lower wages to be more competitive on the labor market, right? In hopes that they can get some data for the algorithm there. So I know this worker mentioned that I know I had to do some projects for a lot lower rates than what I was hoping to get, but you kind of have to do that to build visibility and get good reviews so that you can get more projects in the future. When I first started out, I was only charging around $10 an hour. Now I'm charging $35 an hour for my time. So this is actually, to me, this is less surprising too, right? A lot of times when you start out in a new field, there's some grad students here, like, you know, when I was starting a grad school, I would work for free for a new project, right? So it's not necessarily surprising. What is different though, is that because again of the visibility of these platforms, is that the wage that you set initially, it persists. So a different freelancer worker said that it took me about 3 years, at least 3 years, before I finally got to where I could actually charge what I should be charging. Although even now I should be charging a lot more. So the point here is that the first wage you set, the algorithm begins to pick up on what you did and starts to categorize and recommend and kind of peg you to that being your wage that you start with. And not only that, people on the platform, organizations and clients, they also see like, oh, you charged, you know, somebody just like $10 to do this project, you know, you should be offering me a similar wage as you offer someone else. And again, these are very high-skilled people who they mentioned that it can take them years to be able to recover from that initial wage that they set. Unsurprisingly, it puts a lot of pressure on your first job, right? As this freelancer very succinctly said, if you don't do it well, you're almost dead, right? Because if the algorithm picks up or other organizations or clients see that you have a lower rating, given the millions of other workers on the platform, it's very hard to recover from a difficult start, which again adds pressure even more so when you're beginning to start out. The other thing that I want to mention that begins to filter is that one outcome of the cold start problem, it can lead to client exploitation. So one worker talked about, this is a software engineer who had decades of experience before joining the platform, right? But he was at a point where he was laid off, and so he was looking for another opportunity. He said, you know, to try to overcome the cold start problem, you know, I applied for everything, hundreds and hundreds of jobs a month. But there were some cases where I got some projects that turned into some horrible jobs for me that ended up working. So he goes on to explain that essentially the client, because he knows that this is one of their first jobs, he begins to ask for more revisions without offering more pay. And he knows that the person who hired him, he knows that because the first rating and the first wages are so important, they're able to ask for more without the worker being able to push back and ask for compensation for their additional work. The other thing that I want to highlight is this kind of leads to suboptimal outcomes for multiple people, is that the inability to get started and really kind of form your network of skills and experience can lead to discouraging participation for very high-skilled people who can contribute, right? So this worker mentioned that I opened an account in 2013. At that time, I tried again and again, but I didn't get any job. I tried for 3 or 4 months because I thought I could get a job, but no one hired me because I didn't have any experience. So last year, so now 4 years later, one of my friends encouraged me and I tried again. So it's 4 years that clients and this worker are kind of not being able to match and take advantage of their skill set. So another thing that kind of came out through my analysis is this kind of market inefficiency. To some extent, I'll explain this in a second, it reveals the worker's creativity, but it does lead to inefficiency. So one worker, to try to overcome the cold start problem, he said, I decided to create a fake profile on the platform, and then I posted a job for programmers for other people to bid. So I got around 70, 80 proposals. So what I did is I went through all of them. I just read all of them in detail. Then I got an idea here of how people are bidding and what attracts the job posters, right, to get a sense. So it's smart for the worker, but the reason I'm saying it leads to inefficiency is that people spend time applying for a fake job, right? That takes time, that takes effort, that's uncompensated for them. And then for the worker themselves, right, like going through that, it's not necessarily the best use of time for them either in the long term. So just to summarize this one, and then I'll get to the last theme, is that in the beginning, platform algorithms struggle to match new workers to the platform who don't have any prior ratings or established networks that the algorithm can ascertain. So new workers, even though they have tons of experience, but they're new to the algorithm, they set lower wages to take any work and get the first job in rating. But the consequences for this is that low wages can persist. There's a chance for increased worker exploitation and market inefficiencies. And in the discussion, I'm going to get to this, but one potential kind of thought of how to address this is actually less visibility and less permanence. So I'm going to get to that in a second, but if you can allow a new worker to take some jobs that allow them to establish themselves before you start to post what wage that they kind of negotiated and what job they took, it might allow for a better middle ground there. Okay. So the next thing the last thing I want to talk about that came out of my analysis of this data is something that I'm calling reputational interdependence. And so the way that I'm defining this is that that the platforms or these online markets algorithms, they enhance both the visibility and permanence of a worker's reputation between labor markets, but in a way that's beyond a worker's control. So again, the data will illustrate this concept. So one worker talked about how once they began to establish themselves on Talent Finder, they began to find out that all their other online kind of presence, like LinkedIn, they begin to also see increased traffic. So many times what happens is when I'm talking to a client, I notice that my LinkedIn profile gets hits and I have a day job profile. So my day job profile as well as my personal webpage, I'll get hits, and so on and so forth. So it's not just managing your presence on Talent Finder, you have to manage your overall web presence, right? So they begin to become interconnected in ways that, in this case, is beneficial, right? You get more client output, you get people discovering you in ways that were previously difficult. But in other cases, as this worker mentioned, that I changed my visibility to Talent Finder users only, though the setting now has been changed to only people on the platform, my profile still appears in Google search. I want to remove my profile from Google search, and this person's asking on the discussion boards, how can I do that? Please help, right? As I mentioned, a lot of times when people start on online labor markets or on these platforms, they're just doing it out of curiosity. So they might not pay much attention to what they're putting on, but that has consequences as this information is shared between these different online markets. So in response to this worker's question, the platform responded saying, like, we don't have control of the results. You can check Google Help Center pages about removing information from their searches. If anyone's tried that, you'll be in for a rabbit hole, right? So the interesting thing over here, though, is that some workers reported that I was not active on the platform because they began to get work offline. But then I see that they're setting like Talent Finder was taking it on its own to set the profile to private. They said you'll still be able to find clients, but people outside of Talent Finder won't be able to find you. They won't be able to look for you. This is just to emphasize again that organizations, they do have a lot of power and say on whether or not people's information is shared more broadly, right? So I'll return to this theme in a slide or two here. So, experienced workers' ratings on a platform are accessible and increasingly connected on other platforms and organizations. One thing that I kind of highlight in the book is that a lot of people ask, why can't workers just leave, right? They don't need to ask the platform for any permission, but I kind of introduced this as a mechanism for why workers continue to stay active on platforms, even though they don't need to, right? So I had present more data in the book about people talking about they don't need to find more work on the platform, but because this information is interconnected and shared in ways that they can't control, right? That's the main thing. Like, they can't necessarily control how Talent Finder shares it with Google and then how Google shares it with LinkedIn, so on and so forth. They feel compelled to continue to stay active on the platform. That's beneficial potentially for the platform, but less so for workers in this instance. Okay, so just to kind of to sum up, and then we'll go to the Q&A, is that I think organizations' use on algorithms changes the nature of control and workers' experiences within and between labor market networks, because as I mentioned, workers have less control over how they present themselves, especially once the algorithm kind of takes hold and forms that narrative. So this is particularly highlighted in the cold start problem, right? The initial wage that you set, the initial experience, how you list yourself, has huge ramifications of how the algorithm interprets you and your subsequent success on the market. So again, I think this idea of reputational interdependence kind of focuses on how algorithms enhance both the visibility and permanence of workers' reputation, but again, workers have little to no control. And so some implications that I'll mention is that some of the mechanisms or practices that people use in the past are less effective, because I think that in some sense the use of algorithms kind of boxes you in, right? It's harder to restart or to remake yourself in ways, or even extend to something adjacent, if the algorithm pegs you as a qualitative researcher or a software engineer. If you want to try to make that jump, it'll be interesting. I don't know, I should talk to Brian more about this. Brian started out as an ethnographer, and imagine if an algorithm just pegged you into that, it might make it a little more difficult to make that transition, right? As it relates to the cold start problem, something maybe a little counterintuitive is that I think less visibility would help, right? So if instead of taking your first one or two wages that you set, which you kind of have to do to gain traction, if the platform or the organization allows you to, after maybe like 5 jobs, show your average across those jobs, or your most recent jobs wages, and not the initial ones that you use to kind of stand out. So one thing that I wanted to highlight, it came up a little bit in our discussion today, and I think it's a point that Brian and others make as well, is that there's nothing really inherently problematic about technology or algorithms or AI, right? To me, what I try to highlight in the book and some across my work is that our focus on how organizations, institutions, regulation are using them for control requires continued attention, right? Algorithms, AI, so on and so forth, they reflect organizational values. They reflect our priorities in what we do with them. Okay, so I will leave it there. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
So, put the last slide again.
Yeah. Yeah.
So of course it's not the algorithm, but there is a question. There is a problem with the platform, and if you think about the platform, is structured to favor the employers and to disfavor the employees.
That's right.
The employees have no control over transparencies. The employer has perfect control over transparency. For example, the platform shows my salary history as a worker. but I have no idea what the employer is offering
Right.
for this kind of jobs.
Yes.
So there is a structural problem here. It's not the algorithm.
Correct.
It's the way the platform deploys
Yes.
the algorithm.
But yes, exactly. This is to this point. And again, workers are very attuned to the fact that they favor the people. And one of the kind of difficulties on these settings too is that generally, if you're a client or you're a worker, like you generally, the way they're structured, you have no insight into how these things work. All you want to do is find somebody quick for your project, right? So you don't pay attention, and structurally, that's kind of set up that way, right? Like clients are not generally held accountable for their exploitation or for how they do. So yes, 100% agree that it's
Even
structurally-
Uber sounds better because both driver and drivees are rated.
That's right. That's right.
And here it's completely one-sided.
That's right. Yeah.
I have sort of a similar question. I really enjoyed your presentation on it. So you seem to conflate visibility and algorithm in your talk, right? In the sense that the algorithm makes something visible. But I think on this platform, if you're familiar with platforms like this and others, right? There's an algorithm that's an underlying rating mechanism. But then the developers of the platform choose which aspects of that algorithm they want to be visible, right? So it's not just that every piece of the algorithm becomes visible, and they're not all visible in the same ways. And there are other kinds of platforms different than this one that will make additional information beyond what the algorithm is that's rating or matching people visible.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if you just sort of disentangled those two things, right? You said, okay, there's algorithm here, and then there's parts of that, the algorithmic output that you could make visible.
Yeah.
How does that change the way that you think about it?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I mean, so you're right that, and it goes to the last point, is that like there definitely there's some elements that, and we see that over in some of the data too, right? They can decide not to make it visible. So yeah, I think it reinforces again like how important it is to understand like what our organization's priorities and values, and what they make visible or opaque does reflect what they value and who they're catering to. I don't know if you're looking for something more specific, but I will just say on the algorithm side is that because the infrastructure of these other search engines are using algorithms, once an organization does decide to make it visible, it kind of supercharges the whole system, right? Like the speed in which it spreads and becomes permanent is amplified with the use of algorithms. Yeah.
Well, I think the flip side of that is the kind of opacity that emerges based on what you make visible. So, I mean, it's interesting, this relational interdependence part that you talk about. So I could see somebody on the platform and then go look them up on LinkedIn and see a whole entire set of experiences that they've had that are not reflected on the platform.
Yes.
But the fact that the information on the platform gets propagated much farther than what you see on LinkedIn implicitly devalues a lot of that information that I might see on LinkedIn about somebody, right? And so it's the fact that you've made certain aspects of their behavior so visible that other aspects of their behavior become much more opaque.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing to add on to that is that, like, if that information becomes outdated, right? Like right now, we don't have systems in place for you to update that in way. You know, again, like go search to Google search, right? And like, good luck with that, right? So yeah, that's another thing where again, if everything's aligned, it works great, it works well. But when you have these things, and again, for people who have like, I mean, again, going back to earlier example, right? Like a lot of people in the labor market who take stops for childcare, disability, other things like that, right? When they come back on, they want to be able to update in ways that I think become more difficult. Yeah. Liz?
This is great, thank you. I'm really interested around your idea of visibility and how it's changed or not changed over time. We're working on some interesting work right now that's looking at informal networks outside of this. So how is it that people are exchanging information about pay rates, strategies for getting jobs, etc. And we're finding that the networks that people relied on pre-algorithm are pretty similar. So the men are hanging out at the golf club, sharing rates, but you know, they're sharing rates, and we're finding the women don't have the existing networks to even get that information to understand how to work the system. So my question was the quote of the person who said, I put 70, I asked for 70 jobs. My question is, where did that person, get that?
Yeah, so you are right. I mean, I don't have enough data to tease that out, but it is someone who is more experienced with the use. It was a male for that one
And
on this.
do you remember?
What was that?
What age?
Youngerish,
Yeah.
but international, like from I was Bangladesh or India, right? So, and there's this international component too, right? Like going back to the earlier point about structural components, whereas like people who work who are like immigrants, others, they feel like they have to do these types of tactics that in order to stand out from like their other counterparts. But you are right. I mean, so this actually comes up in interesting. I kind of bring this on the book for like retirees, like people who are older and who are retired. Like ones who are able to like hire consultants to help them like transition have easier ability to transition onto these platforms, whereas others, you know, they'll struggle. So, and it's a theme that I think that came up in Mary Beth's presentation as well. Like, yes, a lot of the stuff that happens offline is just becoming encoded online.
But it's encoded on, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's not new in some ways. It's
Right.
the same networks
Yeah.
sharing information they've
Yeah.
always shared.
Yeah, that's right.
Marlon had a question.
Thanks for sharing all this. I'm curious to build on your point about like the international community. What could you imagine could be some ways that people negotiate like cultural tensions with the like expected norms with like the platform and the algorithm? So I could imagine that in some ways people could be viewing this as, you know, a script of like how to like level up or like how to keep income during like transitional periods, but it's not obvious to me, like even in disciplines where you were using examples like software engineering or maybe like graphic design, how those industries, like their expectations around like freelance work or consulting may be influencing people's willingness to disclose or, you know, link different platforms. So I'm just curious, how do you view like that kind of like maybe like industry level like tension that could be existing based on the types of tasks available?
Yeah, I mean, I there's definitely a hierarchy on the website, right? Where it's like with more in-demand skills, are given preferential treatment in the search results and in the matching, and people become aware to this too. And in fact, now I mean, because they're so popular, it's they've changed the people's ability to join the platform as well. One of my colleagues, a professor at another school, he tried joining just for research purposes, and they rejected his application, right? Yeah, and one of the ways this plays out internationally, though, is interesting, is that workers actually try to team up together more. So if one person can't do it, like maybe if we start as a team, like we can be available around the clock, right? You start one profile, but 3 people actually manage it. Wow. So that they can be more responsive. It definitely plays out in interesting ways. I haven't written about it as much, but it's something that I did encounter in the data as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is out of scope, but I'm very curious. This is super interesting. How this affects the role of headhunting in the labor matching process.
A little louder.
Talk a little louder. How this affects like the headhunting, like traditional headhunting roles in the labor matching process. Like one of the questions I wanted to ask the previous presentation was how Cleverloan like affects the practice of top performers in the officers. Like did their default rates actually decrease because they were already so good? They didn't actually need algorithms to help them. And so similarly, like numbers of applications is never a problem for top organizations. Yeah. And so they often rely on headhunters to match like top performance and like students starting out from college, which is the culture problem, right? So like I was just interested on your thoughts, like full start reliance on like human in the loop scale across like competitiveness and like pay scale.
Did you want to answer on the loan officers?
I don't know.
Oh no, that was just like an exposition. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that. So the interesting thing is that. For headhunters, I mean, at the top, you're right. To some extent, they're insulated from this. But for some people, like online labor markets, presents a way to kind of cut out the headhunter, right? And so you do see that something in the book. I talk about how some like organizations like Microsoft and others, like instead of having to rely on headhunters to bring people on board, they can go onto these platforms and get people on there. So In some ways, I think for top talent who didn't have access to those, because Headhunters is very relational, very like kind of network based, and for people who don't have access to those ones, it gives them a new opportunity. So in some ways, it does threaten Headhunters because it cuts them out in other ways, but they're not gone by any ways, right? Like the traditional players that rely on them still are very strong and get their.
They probably operate a different part of the skill spectrum, I would think.
That's right, and actually to your point, the platform I studied, they actually try to go back to manually vetting workers as a premium service, right? So given the fact that algorithms, they're subject to gaming and other things like that, for premium organizations, they're like, we will manually vet and like kind of give you our increased access to information to be able to match you. To some extent, it kind of matches what you're saying.
Not necessarily headhunters, not labor, it's like also referrals as well, like what situations is human element more important with it, like using, in terms of using these platforms.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you.
That's right.
That question made me think about inside of the organization, because these are organizations putting out proposals and looking for, instead of hiring people, they're outsourcing it, right?
Yeah.
So within the organization, so it's interesting, just the shifting that's going on, because within the organization, you've got somebody who's got to sort through all this, who's trying to figure out who to hire.
Yeah.
So then the platform turns around and provides that as a premium.
Yeah, and there's some interesting work too about like within organizations, like how do you bring on board somebody from that, like whose kind of contractor is out, like what type of information do you share with them? So yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you.
A quick follow up on Herbert's. How do you, or what have you seen with respect to like skill differentiation, where some skills are more rare than others? Are the workers or freelancers able to capitalize on that, or do they feel like relatively undervalued based on what the platform may or may not be visualizing or something, or the visibility of it?
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things that comes across in some of my work is that because and Moshe brought this up earlier, is because of there isn't any formal relationship between any of the players in here. When things are going well, people get a lot of inbound traffic, right? Workers who are high in demand, and they get like amazing amount of opportunities to work. But given the nature of the platform, right, like that could change any time without like forewarning or foresight. Because generally speaking, even now, like domestically, I guess the labor market's tighter. But this is a setting in which it's a global labor market, and generally speaking, there's way more workers than there are projects. And so even if you're on the top, there's always this like kind of nagging uncertainty, like someone could replace you, or the algorithm could update, and it promotes somebody who's like a cheaper version of me that's at scale.
Thank you again for your presentation. I'm curious about the differences between what you found here compared to the offline, or what we knew like before, and I think it's kind of very similar. So like at least it's still very hard without in the offline world just to be hired. Like if you don't have the credentials, the connections. So I'm curious, like what are you from, if you have thought like the particular differences between what the algorithms do compared to previous things like that.
Yeah, and I will say like so this is high skilled, right? Like high skilled work that people have experience, other things like that. Generally in high skilled labor markets, your institution, your advisors network, all those things, you can leverage those in ways that help you, right? That you can't necessarily do on this global labor market, where they to some extent right now, like the algorithm hasn't figured out how to quantify that in ways that are fair to people across areas. So you are right that the types of problems are similar. The extent to which they are exacerbated on these markets, I think, is different. So I think it's more of a question of degree and scale rather than type.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is kind of maybe going off of where Marlon was going with his first question about cultural differences, like in this kind of global market. I'm curious about, and this may have been outside of the scope of what you were looking for, but inequalities that emerge in these spaces, and types of job seekers who may be left behind, maybe based on cultural differences in terms of how they view this whole process of even finding jobs in the first place and what they're willing to do to game the algorithm and the system.
Yeah, I mean, and so in that quote earlier, right, like one person who started, I mean, that was actually a worker from Bangladesh who started in 2013. He's like, I couldn't get anything, so I waited 4 years, right? So yeah, I haven't been able to quantify it, but for sure, you do see these types of inequalities arise. Going back to some of our another colleague, Sadalina's work about English being the kind of the lingua franca, right? And on this platform, they do formalize that. They try to quantify your English language speaking skills. And somebody who's highly skilled but isn't able to communicate very well, those are types of people who struggle to get started and don't get as much recognition.
But is that an opportunity to team up certain people that have different skills that could contribute to a project? I mean, is there a business opportunity here for someone or some company to develop a way to make people, cold start people more visible, to link them up, to try to put together the most qualified group of people?
Maybe like Flash Team, right? So the short answer is yes, but going back to kind of Mary Beth's point, like it really depends on a lot of the complexities that are there, because so the platform itself is trying, like this is all these issues the platform cares a lot about as well, right? Like they are aware of it and they try lots of things to experiment in trying to address it. I mean, I don't know how successful they've been, but the short answer is that like the platform wants to be the one to figure it out because they're the ones who can gain from it most, and they can police and be very wary of anyone else who tries to come on top of it. And I'm also kind of going back to the question of inequality and other things like that. I'm wary of like kind of scam artists presenting themselves as like, I'll tell you how to jumpstart, like I'll tell you how to get into Stanford or Northwestern, right? Like just pay me money. So that you do see that dynamic also arising here as well.
I just went on Fiverr and I found you can post for a job for linking, profile creation, and optimization.
Ah, nice.
So there are all of these services that would help you optimize your profile.
You'll have to tell us by
20 seconds.
You'll have to tell us by the end of the day how effective it is.
So I'm stuck in the same job.
Yeah. Okay. What is one more question?
Is there any occurrence where these workers deploy their own algorithms, like you fight algorithms with algorithms themselves?
So the question was, in case you didn't hear it, do the workers themselves try to deploy their own algorithms? So I haven't seen that, but they do try to collect a lot of data, right? By starting your own fake client profile or observing who's getting the most jobs. So they try to do it, but going back to Moshe's earlier point, the platform is very, and to Paul's point also, like they don't release all the information. And I kind of mentioned this in my book too. Like they also changed the visibility of their source code, right? Like because workers began to be like, oh, I can't see it on the platform, but let me like check out the source code. And initially they were able to find out some things about like how the algorithm was working, but they ended up making that opaque as well. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks so much for your questions.
Thanks. Another round of applause for Mary Beth and I think we're at break for 15 minutes and then reconvene at 10:30.
All right, and third time is the charm. Welcome back, everyone. I am thrilled to introduce, coming to us from sunny Arizona, Nancy Cook, the professor of human systems engineering, where she develops methods for assessing individual and team cognition with applications all over the place, from knowledge engineering to healthcare, homeland security, remotely piloted aircraft, and emergency response systems. Let us welcome her.
Not really liking this weather because the sun gets to be too much after Okay, I want to just tell you a little bit about my philosophy of human AI teaming. It's been a fascinating morning already hearing about it. I direct the ASU Center for Human Artificial Intelligence and Robot Teaming, And our philosophy at the center is that we should, which is what I think too many people do in AI development, we should not develop artificial intelligence to replicate humans. For certain things we can do well, and certain things we don't do well, but instead we should develop artificial intelligence to complement humans and make us into superhumans, doing things that we couldn't do before. So that's our philosophy, and in that light, one of the examples here of what we do, a chart, putting this, making this kind of real, is the use of artificial intelligence to do something that humans can't do, and that is manage very complex missions where there's a lot of things going on. And so I did this work for the Air Force, more specifically for Space Force, and it was really strange. I got a call one day from the program manager at the Air Force, and they're like, "We need you to do something really risky and bold, but for cheap." I'm on it. So we are going to custom distributed human machine tuning for safe and effective space-based missions. I want to thank the people on the team who have done this in collaboration with Katie Coleman, who happens to be a doctor of PhD, but she's also a former astronaut. And so we got a lot of our information from her, but a lot of other people who are on this team to do this really risky, bold, cheap work. We already know that there's challenges talking about space operations that can include not only some of the commercial vehicles, but International Space Station, all of the centers on Earth, Mars and Mars rovers, and maybe a lunar colony eventually. This is a complex system with lots of humans, lots of machines that are operating at different levels of artificial intelligence or autonomy. It takes place in a distributed, massively distributed socio-temporal environment. And there's a lot of challenges with communication. One of the big challenges is the latency from Earth to Mars, depending on the positioning of the planets. It can take between 3 minutes to 22 minutes to communicate, to get a response. So you can imagine how frustrating that would be if you say hello and 20 minutes later you get hello. Tasks are complex, much procedural detail. There needs to be very close monitoring of operations and teams are increasingly heterogeneous. So our solution, and I'll just jump ahead, was to have AI stand in as a mission manager. So we are going to have take signals from this large system, signals that are communication signals, physiological signals, vehicle positioning signals, and send them through an algorithm that does machine that does layer dynamics, Jamie Gorman's method, dynamical systems modeling, and it's able to identify anomalies in the system, and eventually, I'm not too there yet, use machine learning to classify the anomalies as a particular type of anomaly, and then have AI monitoring this whole system for anomalous states and interjecting, maybe sending something to NASA Mission Control when there's an anomaly it recognizes as a type, and maybe suggests an intervention. To me, this is something that the human can't do, but perhaps AI can. So our objective with this work was to do a proof of concept, basically. We're going to start out by talking about some human-machine teaming issues in space that we identified through interviews with people who have been involved in space operations. And then we did implement those scenarios in a distributed human-machine teaming testbed and identify sensors to provide signals for the layer dynamics approach. And then so we started doing this, collecting demonstration data. In my lab, I've done lots of research with teams of like 3 or 4 people, sometimes agents along with the people. But in this case, we have 8 entities. It's not really as large as you would expect, but it's larger than we typically run. And rather than bringing people in 8 at a time, which many of you know is horrific, we are going to, I'm going to show you demonstration data that we collected on ourselves. And this had some nice features in that we could script it so that we knew exactly where the anomalies were and how they were going to play out. And then we could see if our technique can pick up those anomalies. And then we will do some analysis of the data. This is a real integrated approach to doing this proof of concept, in which we did the structured interviews. We used those to develop a scenario, and then we collected data on ourselves in that scenario and iterated. Okay, now the fun part was our structured interviews with people like astronauts and people who did space robotics. We talked to people who were at JPL who operated the rover. And we asked some questions that were related to 3 issues to try to get at the challenges in space: teamwork, human-machine teaming, and communication and coordination. We did 9 different interviews. And then we did a thematic analysis, iterative thematic analysis on those interviews. And basically this involves doing coding to generate identified themes, and then consolidating in the code book, and transcribing the coding, and doing iterative reliability. And we found these particular themes, along with human-machine teaming challenges. There were communication challenges, training challenges, distributed teaming challenges, and complexity challenges. And I'll go over those, but if you want to see the numbers of things, it turns out that communication and training were the most common kinds of challenges that were mentioned. And this is the human-machine teaming challenges and perceptions. That it's more like they talked about the rover and some automation like the robotic arm, as it's not really like a teammate, it's like a kid and they're constantly worried about it. And one person said the AI probably doesn't care about the person, but that I think that is one of the things that's happening. And there's more and more AI that they have to contend with, so that is a big concern because they're in an environment that could be risky. One person who operated the rover says that when we asked about the rover as a teammate, they envisioned the rover as having about 75 people inside controlling it. So it's not really it does some autonomous things. They also had an interesting description of autonomy. What is autonomy? And there is really no autonomous system. You have a system that has autonomous functions. Some of them have autonomous functions, but you can't really call the system autonomous. There's usually mixed levels of automation autonomy. And when we talked about trust, there was a strong tendency for astronauts in particular to want to know everything about the automation, everything about the machine, everything about the robotic arm. And it's something, this trust in the automation is something that happens over time, like a friendship with a person happens over time. And they wanted to have complete control over the autonomy. They wanted to stop it since it's getting too close. It's kind of like, think about an autonomous car. Do you trust it to brake in time? I have automatic braking, but I'm not going to test it because I'm not sure it's going to work. So with all of these challenges that we identified, we developed this scenario called Quest for Interphoto. And this was not so much developed by me, but by some really talented graduate students who were very creative. And the idea is that it's about 2030 and the Earth has run out of sources for energy, which is not that unbelievable, and that there happens to be some material that we're calling interphoto that's only found on the surface of Mars and the Moon, that will provide a source of energy for Earth. But in this mission, this has to happen quickly because we're running out of energy. The goal is to collect this material and bring it back to Earth. In the meantime, we have a lot of predator anomaly detection, so we put a lot of perturbations into this scenario. During this scenario, which is a 15-minute scenario, there's things that happen. So we have a spacewalker who is at the International Space Station, and she's in this actual scenario, she's looking at the spacewalk, a VR kind of game. She becomes untethered, and we wanted this VR part to happen because we're also taking heart rate variability from her in order to get a sense of stress workload. We have another perturbation that happens. There's a lunar colony, and the lunar colony has a robot that's not so trustworthy and has a human. There's an asteroid strike that happens, which takes down their supply of oxygen, and they have to rebuild something quickly. That person on the moon is also being measured. We have a lunar orbiter and a Mars orbiter that communicate between Mars and the International Space Station. We also have a Mars rover. For all of these vehicles, we're going to be taking positioning information. We are simulating the orbiters using our UAV testbed, which provides positioning information. And all of this is tightly scripted, so they're supposed to be talking to people on, there's certain people that they're talking to. It's not, it's directed communication, so we have radios where they have push-to-talk buttons. If we push NASA Mission Control, they push to talk to somebody at the International Space Station. Not everybody hears this. And so I'm going to show a video where, I'm not going to show the whole thing, but there's a lot going on. People are talking at the same time. That's not what each individual is hearing, but that's what it's like. And just imagine being a human trying to monitor this system with all these signals, and you'll just be seeing the position, the communication signals, but there's also positioning and physiological signals that are coming in. So let me see this. Just play it for the next phase. This is 15 minutes.
Everybody ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Delta to Charlie, take a look at your gloves. Make sure there's no tears. Houston has visual contact on helmet, and your heart rate and oxygen levels are in your chest if you need to.
Mars orbiter to mission control. Orbiter's current distance
Delta
from
to Charlie,
KGM
grab hold of the clip,
is,
fix it to the yellow handrail.
30. Continue to track Mars rover location.
Mars orbiter, this is NASA MCC. Copy all. Over.
Delta to Charlie, your toolbox is attached to your waist belt. We're ready for you to move outside. Grab hold of the yellow handle, pull yourself up.
A-okay.
Pull yourself up. Give us a wave, EV2.
This is JPL to NASA MCC requesting waypoint. Over.
Mars orbiter to mission control. Orbiter's current distance from KGM remain to V30. Continue to track Mars rover's location. Over.
Orbiter, copy that.
Roger, stand by for waypoint. Over.
Delta to lunar orbiter, copy that.
Mars orbiter to mission control.
Delta to Charlie,
Mars rover is currently
pull the trigger
located at
on the hand controls to pull yourself forward. Reach up to the handle on your right. Over.
JPL, this is MCC, currently located at BLO. Proceed to the next waypoint. Over.
Mars orbiter to mission control. Orbiter's current distance from KGM is 29.5. Continue to track Mars rover's location. Over.
Copy 29.5. Over.
We have a Husky
Alpha, this is Bravo
move to ROC.
There's more of it, but try to get the idea. Goodness. Okay, so that was our scenario, and it involves basically these 7 entities plus the Mars rover. So it's, well, there's actually 8 entities plus the Mars rover. NASA Mission Control has a human, JPL has a human, International Space Station has 2 humans, the Lunar Colony has a human and a machine, and trusty robot. Lunar Orbiters, 1 human, and a vehicle. Same with the Mars orbiter, and then the Mars rover is a machine. And we have a communication network that is fairly complex. Not everybody talks to everybody at the same time. Some people only talk to certain people. We also have in our radio system built-in delays. We didn't want to build in a 20-minute delay because our scenario is only 15 minutes, but we do have built-in 2-minute delays when we're going from Mars to Earth, which also be considered a perturbation. Okay, for our sensors, we have communication sensors. So we have a custom-made radio system. It looks like you're operating on a cell phone, but it's push to talk to anyone who you want to talk to, and we can collect data on who's talking when. And that's the communication data. We also use V-alert EEG sensors to collect heart rate data through an iMotion platform from 2 of the humans, from the one that becomes untethered and from the one that is rebuilding their oxygen equipment. We have a Husky rover, Husky robot, which is the rover, and we take positioning data from it, as well as the command data sent from JPL. And there's delay between the command sent at JPL and the time Husky moves. We have these orbiter positioning and orbiter commands that are done through our command data. Okay, I want to give a shout out to Jamie Borman, who was at Georgia Tech, he's now at Arizona State University, and he does, he has come up with this layered dynamics approach. He does dynamical systems analysis, and I'll tell you a little bit about this approach. He takes signals, all of these signals, and looks at reorganization, looks at entropy. And this is a windowed entropy. Every so many seconds, we take a reading on the signal. And when the system starts to reorganize, you'll see a jump in this next entropy. Now, there's lots of different system components. What the layered dynamics lets you do is look at all of these signals coming in at once. And when you see a jump in the entropy, you can see other parts of the system that then cascades to. And so you get kind of a profile of what's happening, and in anomalies you'll see a different profile than you're used to seeing. So here is an example of that. We have all these communication signals, the physiological signals, and the positioning signals. And when there is a perturbation, like Charlie becomes untethered, you can see jumps in some of these, but not all of them necessarily. And this is what we want the AI to pay attention to and over time learn the meaning of these jumps. This is just looking at the communication layer. So different people are talking at different times, and it can become pretty complex. Lunar orbiters talking to Delta. And so we look at these over time and merge them into a communication signal. And then the same, the vehicle layer, which captures the orbiting position and trajectory and speed data. And the same with the physiological layer. And so what we're finding in this initial data that we've been collecting is that we are able to see changes in these patterns when there's an anomaly. And the next steps would be leveraging our test bed, doing more scenarios and more variations to see what we can pick up and to start applying the dynamical systems measures to these data to continue that, continue the layered dynamic approach. And now we're going to also get a machine learning person who's going to be able to help us take those patterns, learn about them, and associate them with first an anomaly, what part of the system did it happen in, and then how can we classify that anomaly. And so what we're calling this system is Artificial Intelligence Management System, or AIMS, with the idea that this is something that AI can probably do that humans can't do. We're also considering this in the Air Force and the Navy for joint all-domain command and control, where you have lots of different entities all interacting in a distributed fashion. How do you possibly manage all of that? So this is one use of AI that I think could be effective. That is it. Yes.
Yeah, something. So why would you use machine learning? Because this seems like very rule-based, right?
Yes.
So why use an unsupervised or a supervised, but like an unstructured learning mechanism?
It could be rule-based. Part of the problem with using machine learning with these data is that if you think about it, these anomalies don't happen all the time, so you don't have very many examples. So in this case, they're going to try to do machine learning and sparse data, which I think is going to combine some rule-based stuff as well. We haven't gotten to that point yet. But yeah, machine learning, as it's typically done, would be a big challenge because of the sparse data.
And you would assume that there are signals that you don't know about, right? So
yes,
things you want to
react to, but you don't have a rule for it because you don't know, right? And so maybe there's stuff in there.
So what it means is that the machine learning algorithm would have to understand what normal looks like.
Yeah, exactly. What is your target vector, right? At the end of the day.
And then
Exactly. Like, how would you define that?
Yeah, identify deviations from that.
But but I guess you could define things like, I don't know, minimal delays or minimal disruptions in some fashion, right? That's interesting.
So a lot of things could go wrong in the real world, right?
Yeah, and you don't know all of them, right? And so it's interesting. Really cool application.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting problem. I mean, because some of the things you built into your scenario, like think of any science fiction movie you've looked at, right? It's always the unexpected thing that happens. No matter how well you train, damn, we didn't see that one coming.
So at a minimum, for those kinds of things, the AI should at least be able to detect that something's going on that I don't know what it is, but there's something going on.
Fix it.
Yes.
Have you already thought about potential machine learning models for those anomalies or predictions?
I have a person, a graduate student who's working on that.
So somebody was asking, we've been trying like inverse reinforcement learning, demonstrations and things like that.
I can put you in touch with this person. Yes.
So I talked to people in the Air Force who are in air battle management. And very often these are people with decades of experience and a way of somehow assessing the battlefield. And I don't think they can tell you exactly how they do it, the same way that I cannot tell you how I balance myself on a bike. Mm-hmm. And I just have a very hard time thinking that we can say, you know what, let's just outsource it to AI to manage the complexities, the contingencies, the tactical and strategic assessment that just happens in in somebody who has been doing it for 30 years.
I completely agree, and I'm all about human AI teaming.
Yeah.
And so I think this could be a source of information for whoever has to make those decisions. But the AI wouldn't be making the decision to like pull the plug on the spacewalker or anything. Just giving advice to the human, who's also has this kind of intuitive sense for what's going on. Yes.
Just to follow up on that point, because I think it's a good one. I mean, experts are really good at anomaly detectors, right? But like I said, they kind of recognize the anomaly in the moment and don't necessarily even know how to express it because it becomes so complex. Have you thought of using the human as a sensor that then triggers the AI to then evaluate the context, right? I mean, that would be one way where it's not so much that the AI has to look at this or detect this blip, but the blip comes from the human, and then the AI basically takes the context.
Yeah, that would be an interesting approach. But I don't know how would a human though recognize anomalies in a system that's this distributed.
Right, so that I think becomes the interesting research question, which is now it's a distributed sensing system with humans as the distributed sensors, right?
Yeah, and that's why I was thinking of the inverse, because it's also based on demonstration of experts, someone who's kind of identifying it without having the ability to explain, that you could then kind of train a model to learn from those kind of expert decisions.
Right.
But the question is, are those sense-making activities, how do they take place?
Yeah. So again, I believe in giving humans superhuman capabilities, like Centaur chess, where you can team a decent chess program with a pretty decent human chess player and have something that'll beat the best grandmasters. And that's just because human intelligence is very different than artificial intelligence. They do things differently. They have different strengths and weaknesses. I liken it to teaming with a dog. It's not, there's pretty good human dog teams that do search and rescue, or human marine mammal teams that search for ordnance in the water. They don't have human intelligence, but they have the ability to do something that the human can't do. Right? So the dog has superior olfactory senses. The marine mammal has certain capabilities, and so when you merge those, you get something that's beyond the human.
I wonder whether we can apply down to earth, so to speak, to driving. Hundreds of billions of dollars have put into autonomous driving, yet to be delivered, partly because the way humans are able to assess the situation and make reaction is something that we have not been able to transfer to machines. And if we just take the other approach, which is let's find a way to help the human become a better and a safer driver.
Yeah, I think some tools like autonomous braking is different than having the whole thing drive itself, right?
Yeah.
And so there again, I think people are trying to replicate humans. Let's replicate the human driver, and I think that it's turned out to be sometimes not that good.
In our business, it's called AI versus IA, where IA stands for intelligence augmentation.
Yeah, I agree. I know I had a run-in with, I hope there's no Elon Musk fans. I had a run-in with Elon Musk fans on the Twitterverse because they had me evaluate his humanoid robot during AI Day, and it was a pretty poor example of humanoid robot. It practically had to be pushed out by people, and it just went like this, and it took a step, and people were asking, isn't this a great accomplishment? I'm like, well, no, because we have robots that can do backflips and things. And why do you want this humanoid robot? He was saying that eventually this robot will be able to do everything that a human could. It can clean your house. It can go get groceries for you at the store.
You can drive a Tesla.
An autonomous Tesla.
Yeah. There's speculation that he wants to put these humanoid robots on Mars and start a colony. So.
iRobot. I'm just kind of curious. I mean, one of the challenges for any kind of system monitor for this are the communication delays, right? Because of Mars, it's 20 minutes each way, basically. So, oops, we've got a problem. It's 40 minutes before someone can say, hold on, we'll get on that. So, I'm kind of wondering about the time scale for the system monitoring. And once you detect an anomaly, you can't just call mission command because that's not necessarily where the problem is. Maybe something has to be done directly. I mean, I'm sure you'll get there, but kind of what is the AI going to be able to do once it detects, yep, there's a problem?
Yeah, I think we need some communication technology that speeds that up.
Yeah, warp drive.
I don't think AI is
wormhole.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the astronauts on Mars saying, Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah.
And waiting for 40 minutes, right?
No, I mean, and NASA recognized that. I mean, the crews are going to have to be more autonomous. So most of that's going to have to be, even if there's AI, it's going to have to be on board. Maybe you can have some, whatever you want to call it, some, monitor or control system that is operating at a much slower time scale than now, where you have these, I'm on the moon, I got a problem here, I'm going to deal with this locally, or by the time mission control says, put a Band-Aid on it, we're dead.
Yeah, so maybe you could have AIs that do parts of the system.
Yeah, well, you almost have to distribute that whole monitoring because, the big brain, wherever you're going to keep that, it has a big picture, but its time scale is very slow compared to all of the kind of events that you built into your scenario that, half your team is dead by the time it's able to react.
Yeah. So there's lots of challenges. So I picked a risky bold thing to do.
I'm glad you're getting the big bucks for it.
And on the cheap.
Cheap, yeah. Okay. Well, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Nancy. I am excited to welcome our next speaker, Malte Young, who comes to us from as a professor at Cornell, who leverages his very interdisciplinary background to study how robots collaborate in teams.
Don't present it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I changed the title to Teamwork with Machines because I wanted to talk about two studies that we just published and that don't technically involve robots. And then I added a little question mark behind the with because I think there's some ambiguity and really open question about how we think about that configuration between sort of machines and teams. And I want to come back to that little question mark at the end. But I want to start with something different. I'm currently on sabbatical and I'm spending a lot of that time in Vancouver. And Vancouver is full of Teslas. And a few weeks ago I was pushing my bike down the street and then that Tesla flashes at me, and I felt so offended by this, and I was thinking, kind of, what is flashing their lights at me? And I look at the car, there's no one in there, but in the car you have this sort of screen coming on, the sentry system activated with that somewhat hostile looking orb, and that sort of hostile stance is not an accident. They actually originally used the image from Kubrick's HAL of that AI that killed an entire space crew until the copyright folks jumped in, and that sort of behavior really also creates, like, I mean, I was offended, but in some instances, other reactions. Here's a video from someone that posted this on Twitter, actually, in an appeal to Elon Musk to let him switch off that sort of system, because this is what happened. He's recorded a person that Tesla flashes at them, and then later that person kind of was then seen sort of kicking at the Tesla and destroying the charging cable. So one of the points here is that when we design these machines, every little thing matters. Just this little flash. We have to be really careful how we design that stuff. And another thing for me is that kind of I want to talk about, broadly when we think about the design of these machines, we think about the primary user that we designed that for. I mean, in the example of the robotic surgery, these systems are designed for the surgery and they don't take account the rest of the team. Here, that car is designed for that driver owner and keeping their car safe, but then there's also people like me who are on the road and that are affected and interacting in some way by that system, and then that changes my relationship to the owner of that car. And I mean, with the theme of this workshop on networks, this is that whenever we put these systems out, we place them in these complex networks of relationships and interactions. And these machines are messing with that, and that's kind of what I'm really curious in understanding. And bringing this sort of over into the teamwork space, I want to show you a short video clip from a lab study that we did a couple of years back. And in that study, we asked two people to team up and built a tower out of wooden Jenga blocks, and they had sort of constraints to make it pretty, to make it high, to make it stable. And then they had a robot that delivers them the parts. And there was this short sort of scene that kind of I found really interesting that I want to show you. It's just 20 seconds long. And the video starts with the person on the right got the last block, and then the robot's going to pick up the next one, decides who should get it. This is always somewhat awkward situation, and for me, always this sort of reminds me of situations like you're at a workshop, at a conference, you're walking up to someone, you're trying to shake their hand, and they don't respond, and then you have that weird vulnerable moment, and you know, hard to react to that. And this is a little bit like that here, but this
you have a middle finger.
This clip is really interesting for me, and I want to kind of take it apart a little bit and walk you through. So it really starts with this expectation that gets displayed here that she would get the next block, and then that gets disappointed and leaves her in this awkward position. And what you can see is that in that exact moment, she starts to make this really tense facial expression, like a lip presser. But it's not just her who responds to that robot in that strong way. It's also the other participant. He also expresses sort of discomfort, making this sort of "oh crap, why me now" face. And at that same moment, she's starting to pull back her hand and also makes this sort of tense smile. And what then comes is what we could call like a social repair attempt by the person who got the block. Kind of there's this sort of checking in to the other to the partner to see are we still friends here? Are we still okay? And then that whole interaction gets sort of resolved with both people looking at each other and expressing a genuine smile. And this thing is interesting for me for several reasons. Number one is like I'm doing a lot of my work in an area called human-robot interaction, and in that field there's often kind of people make that categorical distinction between sort of the social robots like the Jivos or the Nows or the Peppers that have these human-like bodies and eyes, and then the task robots like an industrial robot arm. But here we have an industrial robot arm. It doesn't have eyes. It doesn't speak. It doesn't even make a sort of Pixar lamp-like sort of motion. It does one of the simplest things a robot has ever done: pick something up and place it somewhere else. Yet people react like very, very socially to it. It clearly has sort of takes a social role in that interaction with both participants. But what's really interesting for me is that the behavior of that machine changes the interaction and relation between the two other people. It necessitates them to check in on their relationship and to see if that's still okay. And that's kind of been sort of the core question that's been fascinating for me about how these tiny little things that machines do sort of mess that at that sort of moment-to-moment interaction level with people, and to really sort of shift the focus from the one robot, one user to these, I mean, you could call them networks. I mean, I look at small teams, but at the interaction between the people, that's the focus. And maybe I don't have to explain so much here about why should we care about that. I mean, there's plenty examples about why these interactions people have are crucial for teams. I mean, there's of course Anita Woolley's work, who's part of the workshop, who showed that when we look at collective intelligence in teams, it's less determined by who's on the team or what their intelligence is, much more based on their interpersonal interactions people have with each other while they're working together. There's also this sort of application of Amy Edmondson's work at Google on psychological safety, where they found in a large internal study that a key predictor of performance of teams at Google wasn't their skill and expertise, but actually the sort of level of psychological safety, in essence, of the kind of whether they were able to create an environment that allowed people to have vulnerable interactions with each other. That predicted team performance better than anything else. And my own past work also looked at engineering design teams, and we found that what predicted performance in those teams better than skill was the same patterns that predict divorce in married couples. It really was a much better predictor of performance in teams. So I really think these interactions are crucial, and not just for how people feel, but really how these teams perform. And I wanted to talk about sort of two recent studies where we explored how specific machine behaviors mess with these interpersonal dynamics. And the first study I want to talk about is by my student Houston Clore, who explored what we call machine allocation behavior. And this is really a study that came out of that the robot allocates blocks between people study. What does that do? And by machine allocation behavior, we mean sort of the overt behavior that results from machine's decision about the allocation of something of value among people. And that could be the allocation of a part that people need when they work together. But it could also be just social attention. You might kind of think of a Pepper robot that sits in a store, and you're walking in with your friend, and then that machine makes a decision: who is it greeting first? or you're in a company and an algorithm allocates the race to you, but not the other person. And while there is a ton of work on algorithmic fairness, again, it focuses mostly on how people perceive that and what the implications on one individual. But what's, I think, often missing is what does it do to our relationships with others. And sort of this was this has kind of been the focus of Houston's work. And to study this, he built an online Tetris game that he called Co-Tetris. And in Tetris, it's a Tetris game for two people that can play at the same time. But only one person at a time has sort of control over the blocks. And so you always have an active player that has the screen in color, and an inactive one that has the screen in gray. And then we have an allocator who decides who gets to play. And this is kind of what this then looks like for participants in action. So we have a human decision maker that sort of pops up and decides you get the next turn versus you get the next turn, and then people play Tetris for a while. We can measure their score and how they interact. Yeah, and this is the AI example. It's the same thing. It's just this little picture that pops up in the middle is an AI. And when people sign up for the study, we have an introduction that says sort of that the decision maker will be an AI versus the human. Let's see. Yeah, you can give this a try if you like. The game is still online if you later want to try it out. And so in our study, we had 232 participants, and we had basically six conditions. We assigned participants either to a condition where the allocator was a human or an AI, but then also varied whether the allocation overall amounted to a 50-50 allocation or to one in which one person got in the end more turns than the other. And that resulted at the individual level to these six conditions. You get less, you get the same amount as your other player, you get more, and this allocation is done by a human and an AI. And these are these allocation patterns over time are on the bottom, because it's like, the interesting thing about this is not this one-shot allocation of you getting the raise. It's not. It's something that develops dynamically over time. And so what we found is that people who receive less feel treated unfairly. Not too surprising. We didn't see any differences between whether the allocation was done by a human, like perceived human, always the same thing. We just told people as a human or an AI. We did find that it affects people's relationship to each other. Getting less makes you like the other person, less, and that's also the same for people and AI allocation. We found one interaction, in fact, that the type of the impact of the allocation tape on perception of dominance depended on the allocation agent. That when the allocator was human, participants' perception of dominance of their partner didn't change depending on condition. But when the allocation agent was an AI, people felt that their partner was less dominant when they got more. So they felt more empowered when they got more blocks. When we looked at it at the team level, we found that unequal allocation led to better performance than equal allocation. I mean, this can be an artifact that our unequal allocation was one person got, I think, 90% of the turns, the other one 10. That just if you don't get to play much, you never really get into the game. But I think at the higher level, for me, the interesting thing is that it brings up this trade-off that also you mentioned between sort of this idea of sort of the short-term performance benefit and sort of the long-term team viability and relational impact these systems and how we could balance that. So this is something that Houston still keeps exploring, and he's done another study where he really figured out how would you design an algorithm that sort of optimizes for both viability and performance. But sort of another study I want to talk about is more in the space of generative AI behavior, and this is a study that my former student Jess Hohenstein actually ran a series of studies, but this one is the last one that just got published that I want to talk about. And of course everyone is familiar with ChatGPT, and there's so much discussion everywhere about how a system like that can help us improve productivity and efficiency. And what I think is sort of a little bit missing, again, is that understanding about, okay, when we use these systems, what, again, do they do to our interactions and relationships with others? And we started this research in 2016 when Google Allo, probably if anyone knows this thing, it's a now defunct messenger that Google developed that was sort of the first that had these smart replies, these algorithmic response suggestions in there, and that got us thinking about when you have this kind of stuff in your interaction, what does it do to the way people communicate and interact and perceive each other? And again, when you look at the Smart Reply API that Google publishes on the website, it's all about efficiency. Like it says, Smart Reply helps your users respond to messages quickly and makes it easier to reply to messages on devices with limited input capability. So it's always about how the AI can help your productivity and efficiency, and doesn't talk about the other impacts of that. But the kind of questions we were then curious again are about when you're interacting with someone on a message, there's there's this aspect about how the language affects your perception of them. Someone writes great, how about you? They seem friendly, but then when you see simple language like perfect, you might wonder, are they using AI here? Is that a smart reply or not? And then you're getting these responses presented yourself, and you might think about, should I use this? Should I not? So these are all these kinds of questions we were curious about when we were digging into this. And so to do this, we built our own messenger platform online. This was at the time led by my then postdoc Dominique DiFranzo, who is now assistant professor at Lehigh University. He built us a really cool system that allowed us people to have online messengers, but we had control over the smart replies. We could decide, we had control what people see, who gets smart replies, what kind of smart replies they get, when they get them, and so that allowed us then to have a really cool research platform to study this stuff in detail. So we ran two studies with it, and the first one, we had people allocated 438 participants randomly to either having a condition where they either got smart replies or they didn't get smart replies, and that effectively led to sort of four conditions at the individual level. Like no one has smart reply, both have smart reply. The one person has smart replies, or the other person has smart reply. And in the second study, we always gave both people smart replies, but we changed kind of smart replies they got. We compared the standard Google smart reply algorithm against sort of smart replies that were more positive in tone and some that were more negative in tone, and wanted to test the impact on that. So what we found is that generally people use smart replies when given the opportunity. 14%, 0.3% of the sent messages contain these smart replies in our studies, and we found it has benefits. So using this AI generated text, we found increased communication efficiency. People sent more messages per minute. when they use these smart reply. And as a consequence, or is people are seeing, or maybe the part of what we found earlier is that a lot of the smart replies generated by the Google algorithm are slightly positive in sentiment. They're more positive in sentiment than what people normally write in these interactions. And so using them leads to being perceived as more cooperative and more affiliative by others. And overall changes the conversational tone, the sentiment of the interaction to a more positive one. Even if we discount the positive tone of the smart replies themselves. But there's also a social cost to using them. Once people perceive you or think that you're using smart replies, they see you as less cooperative, less affiliative, and more dominant. And in our study, we found that people are able to figure out, but only to a very small degree, whether people are using them. So these two aspects here that are coming together. And in the second study, where we changed the emotional tone of the smart replies, we found that the language of the interaction really corresponds to the language of the smart reply. So when you're giving people Google smart replies, or one's a positive tone, kind of the whole conversational tone will be more positive than if you give people smart replies with a negative tone. So if you have control over the language of the smart reply, you have to some degree control over the language that comes out in the interaction. This is also something more recently. My colleague Mona Mane published a study on opinionated language models and how they subtly shift people's opinion around. And so there's really these two processes that are interesting. There's the impact of the actual use on the interaction, and then the perceived use, and they interact in really interesting ways. This idea that sort of there is this sort of negative perception aspect to using these systems is sort of not just to our studies. There's in a recent John Oliver episode, he talks about the sort of implications of people using that kind of language, and when people learn about that.
Officials at Vanderbilt University recently apologised for using ChatGPT to craft a consoling email after the mass shooting at Michigan State University, which does feel a bit creepy, doesn't it?
Yeah, so that whole perception aspect is a really interesting part of it. And yeah, the Wall Street Journal has written a whole article about how managers and using those systems in their communication can really have relational repercussions. So just wrapping things up here is this sort of there's this key thing for me is that it's the really subtle things that matters. Like there's this subtle smart reply that pops up somewhere, and or just the machine kind of placing one block here versus there, or yeah, that Tesla just flashing its lights, and all these things have these sort of ripple effects that go much deeper. And then there's this idea of that, machine support, like when we think about efficiency, effectiveness, productivity, really, there are often these social costs that come with it that we need to understand. And from a lot of the work that we've done, we can see is that often the behavior that machines exhibits often undermines the very dynamics that these teams rely on to perform. And we've seen this with these tools, we've seen this with robots. We've actually also spent years studying robotic surgery teams. We've seen that machine undermines also the very dynamics that these teams rely upon. And maybe a last thing I want to kind of, it's more this question I want to end with that brings it to this question mark, is this about like, how do we theorize the role of these systems within work groups and teams? Because I think right now there is sort of, I see this whole literature of human AI, human robot, human machine, whatever teaming is sort of exploding right now. And And I think a lot of that work sort of is often grounded in an idea of human robot teams like this one. Sort of that we have this sort of machine teammate that's part of the group, and I mean, I'm guilty as charged. I've done some of that stuff too. This is actually a DALL-E-generated image, so in collaboration with AI. But I think there's risk to that because I think if we apply that sort of theory of human teams to really kind of to these human machine configurations, number one, I think we're more likely to interpret our findings or in ways that we miss what's actually going on. I think number two is I think we're missing out on all these other ways that AI might be integrated in teams. Like, I mean, here's this Smart Reply is part of many teams already. It's part of team communication, but no one would think that teammate would be the right way to conceptualize this. I mean, in your work too, it's so much more complex in that scenario that you showed than just that teammate. But also from a design side, I think this idea of building robot teammates, even many papers start with this idea. In the future, we'll have those, but I'm very skeptical that that's where it's going. I mean, back in the 90s, I think our kind of often that narrative of robot teammates in many of the studies often aligns well with sort of we've seen in movies in the 90s. Like this one from Arnold Schwarzenegger, the movie. Of a robot taxi driver. Yeah, the robot driving the car.
You're in a Johnny Cat. I mean, what am I doing here?
But this is not what we have now. We have a Tesla. We don't want like that space being taken up by a human robot. Sits there, drives our car, and has all the limitations that we have in understanding the situation. It makes much more sense that the car itself is the robot and can access all the sensor. Or I mean, similarly, we don't want to buy a $30,000 Tesla Prime, whatever it's called, robot to operate our CD player at home. Like we can do that with a $30 smart speaker much more easily. And so I think kind of even from a design perspective, there's a huge question about to what degree that kind of humanoid notion of a machine teammate makes sense. And yeah, with that, I'll stop. Thank you. Yes.
You don't have to go all the way to robots to see how it affects, to Smart Reply, to see how technology affects people communication. People observed decades ago that a face-to-face conversation versus email conversations are already completely different.
Yeah, no, all these impacts are really different. I think for me, it was often with robots is so interesting where we started. It's kind of this aspect how the physical behavior matters, and I think over a lot of our online or traditional human-machine interaction, what's so interesting is about often robots is that the behavior is not, the interaction is not discrete. Kind of these machines continuously move, so the behavior is continuous, the interaction is continuous. So there's some interesting differences. It's interesting to see where they are, and Lionel, and then Liz, and then
So one thing I noticed about this when Google has this thing when you email it would suggest replies for you, right?
Yeah.
And I assume when they first started doing that, it used my prior data to determine, right?
Yeah.
And so I would, when it would suggest, I would look down and determine if I wanted to use a suggestion and which one. But now I feel like it's leading me. And so there are cases now where I'm brain dead, I got to reply. And so it's like, it's not if I'm going to use it, it's which one am I going to use. And in many cases, it's not really me. Like I know this is not something I would say, but I don't really care because I'm brain dead. I'm going to send it anyway, right? And so there's some point where basically, my language, I suspect, is beginning to change. Like it's beginning to lead me. Where maybe in the beginning, I sort of led it,
to what it would suggest. Now it seems to be kind of leading me to use maybe different language in ways that I wouldn't use before. But I'm just so tired, answering email. I don't really care. So I don't know if you have sort of paid attention to like those long-term effects of this interaction.
Yeah, I mean, this was a short term, but I mean, this raised exactly those questions. I mean, even going earlier to us, how these language models are trained, right? There is a certain data set with sort of certain biases for what kind of language we see, and then we suggest that language to anyone else. So does that mean we lose diversity in language and expression and how people write with it? So there's a ton of really interesting questions long term. I mean, for us, the key question here at this time when we started in 2016 was just even how do we get data? At the beginning, there was no API, so we ran our first study in the lab installing Google Allo on a phone and letting people use the phone in a lab study and then wiping the phone after each participant so that whatever they did earlier didn't inform the next one. But it was so tedious that we got just a tiny data set and then it was too small to see any effects. And then later, it led to, the tricky part is that I think it'll be fascinating to dig into this. And then Liz, and then.
Thanks, this was great. Always fun to see your work. I wonder if instead of thinking about this as human-machine interaction, you think about it as human-machine integration.
Mm-hmm.
So that is like thinking on a perspective of to what extent our machines are already integrated into our body, perhaps a pacemaker, whatever, right? Where we don't even, it's so ingrained in who we are. To then going out and farther out. So I think you're right. I think the paradigm is not right. Just saying, how are we, let's just make humanoid robots. So I think I like the idea of integration. To what extent are computers integrated?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen different. I mean, there's this question, we kind of thought about integration. Sometimes we also thought like there's this augmentation aspect that comes in. We've explored studies where we kind of thought of machines as social catalysts, where we thought, what if a machine can just not try to help the team in any way on the task? But what if it can just nudge these teams to develop better social routines or interactions? And there's so many different ways, and kind of I see it more like in how many ways
space,
can you
right?
understand?
Like how much agency do you give? How much is it integrated?
Yeah.
There's a whole mapping rather than just
and it's a fascinating space. I mean, also kind of just the design space is interesting to not sort of be constrained by that. How do I make the team kind of made happen? But really, like, what are the broader options that there are? Yeah, Paul.
Yeah, so I just wonder how maybe some of your results might differ or change if the framing were a little bit different. So, like, let's say individuals were told that instead of this being AI, it's kind of the evolution of the spell checker to Grammarly to now that, right? Would there be some, because, people don't get upset with spell checkers, right? And in some sense, there is this natural evolution in terms of how these systems work. And you think that if that if it was kind of reframed in terms of what this thing is doing or how it's evolved, that some of these results would change?
I'm pretty sure the results would change based on how the AI is framed. I mean, we ran Song Yu Ho, one of my PhD students, ran a study a few years back looking at sort of the whole sort of time at the literature of algorithmic appreciation aversion. You always have this, some studies say, come to the conclusion, algorithmic aversion, some appreciation. He found like, if you use the same scenario, just change the framing, you can get one or the other just based on how you frame the AI. So I would absolutely think that would affect things. Yeah, there was a question first, and then
I was curious about the degree to which where your intelligence is located. So, an example of the Tesla. You can have a robot that you designed that was smart enough to get in and drive the Tesla. But the Tesla can be smart enough on its own to drive itself. So how do you see the role of the robot relative to the object that's being done, if it's possible to put the intelligence into the object? And how does that play off? How does it make it change the way you think
about what the object is and what it's doing?
Yeah, that's a fascinating question, sort of where the intelligence is located. I mean, we came across that initially that sort of question when we ran the first version of that robot with the block building study. Our first study design was that we wanted to have a human and a robot condition. So we told people that I think in one condition that there is another person controlling the robot versus an AI. So we separated the AI from the machine. But I actually forgot. We noticed people. Something in our study didn't work, and we kind of decided let's make it simpler and just focus on the robot and let people conceptualize that the robot's making decision. And it really had an impact on the interaction. I mean, there is at CMU there is C. Tan, I think, and Michal Luria and some others have done some studies about sort of different robot bodies when there are sort of AI switches between bodies, how people perceive that. There's some really cool work there. But like I could dig it out. But yeah, that's a fascinating question.
Thank you very much. This is really interesting, and thank you for including an industrial robot and showing the social reaction, because I think that is one of the large spots we're not paying attention to. You know, we focus so much on social robotics and robots that actually, or AI systems that speak in verbal terms, but just how we as humans automatically exist within the social space. And so as someone who's in human-machine communication, I think you were asking about, thinking about theories and ways at this. When I say human-machine communication, I know a lot of people think of more of it as like message production and sending a message. That's not what communication research is. We look at socially situated and thinking about these machines as social others, and going back and kind of trying to piece through in time about that. And so that's what I find is so exciting about what you're doing. But I'd also be interested to kind of see in the long term where this is going to go, because in my own research, and one thing we look at are perceptions of artificial intelligence, and how they've previously been informed by what's called the Hollywood syndrome, right? Well, now we're seeing that Alexa and other interactions are starting to play a role. So I would be really interested to see what kind of comes next with this as people start to integrate AI into their domestic spaces and then bring that knowledge into the workspaces. And I don't know if you've looked at that at all. But
what comes next? How can you say a bit more what you mean?
So in other words, I mean, thinking about the fact that a lot of times when we look at robots, and we've been studying robots in working groups, we're in a very specific context, but not necessarily. And I've been seeing this a lot in a lot of reviews I've been doing. People are asking questions about, like, have you interacted with Siri? Have you interacted with Alexa? Have you interacted, because we know that knowledge of other technologies informs perceptions of. And so that's what I'm just saying in the future. And this is a large challenge for all of us, but how do we connect all those perceptions together?
Good question. I mean, short answer is I don't know. It's really interesting. I mean, in some ways, I think that sort of knowledge informs things. I mean, like, as we know that these smart replies and that stuff exist, we change our perceptions of others and suspect people to use this stuff, and then and sort of that's sort of a whole cultural question about how that'll sort itself out, like how it'll become okay to use it and when, and because it won't go away. And on the other hand, there are these things about that we've noticed that in some way the knowledge also doesn't matter. Like the first human-robot interaction study that I did was some sort of also teamwork with two autonomous robots and a person. And we did it together with Cynthia Brazil's group at the MIT Media Lab, and we ran it there. So and all of the participants were sort of engineering students, and roboticists told us like kind of they're sort of above it all. They know what this machine is doing, but no, they once in the situation, it didn't matter if you're a roboticist or not. You react to these machines in the same way. So there's two aspects of that. And Nancy and Matthew.
I'll follow on. So years ago we did a study in which there were 3 people interacting as a team to fly a manned aerial vehicle, and we told the one group, we said, you're interacting with an AI, which was in a different room, but it was really just another participant.
Yeah.
And people who were told they were interacting with an AI treated that poor person much differently. They gave it more commands, and they kept it out of the loop in many cases.
Yeah.
I think that the perception issue is really important because, and I sense too that there's a generational difference in how younger people are perceiving AI and robots versus older folk.
Yeah, what you're mentioning about the sort of AI being mistreated, that's something like Lindsay ran a huge study that I was part of, and in that kind of we saw that too about the AI. Even if it has the same abilities, then exactly the same, even interaction capabilities like a human member, it gets bullied and mistreated. It's a really, really categorical difference, which is really fascinating. And then Matthew, and then
this is a super awesome presentation. I'm kind of curious on your perspective of how the goal plays a role in the industrial robot or the code Tetris kind of play, or basically, was it about performance and people getting the highest score in Tetris or like building the highest whatever blocks, or was it about having fun while doing so? Because I could see very different kind of responses by people and whatnot. And so kind of curious on your thoughts on how different goals for teams.
I think they were more performance framed in both. And I'm pretty sure you would get, like, again, like the framing would change. I mean, there is like Lee Ross, Mark Lepper's the name of the game, or was it Lee Ross's the name of the game study? I could show that the whole task changes dramatically.
Because it's interesting thinking about like how maybe the AI is identifying the skills in one player versus the other. And of course, if one player only has 10% of the plays, maybe they never had a chance to like showcase. And so there's all these little other details of like.
I mean, in the Tetris game, I think we left the framing of we just said AI or another MJORC worker who makes the decision. We left it deliberately ambiguous to let people make up. In that block study with the robot, we told people. The robot has been trained on a data set of many kind of thousands of teams playing a game, and it makes decisions based on whoever it thinks can do a better job at placing the next block. So there was sort of that idea that whatever the robot does has sort of an implicit judgment of.
Because I could see like the next experiment being not just telling people that it's trying to do this, but actually building the model that does that in the best way, and then comparing it against someone who's maybe effective at allocating team performance.
Yeah, that's sort of the nice thing, part of the reason why we built that Tetris game, because like the robot study that we did, it took us a year to collect a small data set of 30 teams. It's just a nightmare to run this and collect this. And that was just like, one study, the robot allocates them equally, unequally. And then with that Tetris game, the nice thing is now it's easy to collect data, and we can do exactly what you said. We can do the study that we did. We can train an actual algorithm trying to learn people's skill from Tetris and weighing that against these relational aspects. And,
just to piggyback on that, I'm curious how much you think like co-presence and embodiment might be like affecting the machine allocation task. So with respect to like co-Tetris, I wonder the impact of
players being able to see the other person's reaction to unfairness and inequality. So if I'm happy, I'm getting all the opportunities. Does that affect? But then with the embodiment aspect, I think it's interesting with the animatronic kind of like a robot arm, there's like a very salient like choice being made where like in the Tetris environment, yeah, I see I'm not getting a turn, but it's not as prevalent. Or even with your Tesla example, where it's like flashing the horn or flashing the lights at you. So could you share more about how you think there's a relationship between like co-presence, when you can perceive the other person's reaction, plus the embodiment of the AI?
Yeah, I mean, the co-presence is a really interesting one. One of the ideas, we wanted to run this study again with people in the lab playing Tetris while they can see each other. I mean, one version of our online game also has sort of we thought about including a messenger so people can write each other and we can have some additional data about like those relational dynamics rather than just having survey questions. We haven't done any
you
of
just
that.
made me think the other cool thing you could do, if you could like let people give up their turn if they want to, that could be an interesting.
We actually had that in an initial version of the blog study with the robot. We gave people the option sort of to hand it over because we thought like, as a TV is like, when do people do that and share the blogs? But then because there were so many moving parts, it was a new study design, a new robot, like a new measures, it got also messy. I said, okay, let's start simple. But we actually have a version of the Tetris game where to look at the interaction where while you're having the turn, I can also control the same block. And you see sort of a ghost version of that. So we thought like, when we do that, can we then see, but if I still have some degree of influence in your decision where you place, because you can see me, here's where I would place it. But again, once we used that thing, we didn't see it washed like no effects anymore, and so we thought, okay, let's just start simple. But yeah, there's a ton of things we could try, and on the question of embodiment, that's a huge question in the HRI community, what the body actually does, and there's really, I mean, there's one key finding is that once you have an embodied robot, seems to be more persuasive than a disembodied one. There are studies that showed like a robot on the screen, same size, and one embodied. Like people follow what the physical one does and versus not. But it's unclear about why those effects are seen. There's one paper that argued that a key reason seems to be that whether the body matters when sort of the framing of the task, or what people are working on, has sort of as an embodied aspect to it, a physical. So for example, if you're just doing a task that's all about negotiation and talking, then the embodiment doesn't matter. If you're doing a physical task where the robot could potentially mess with it physically, then the body matters. So that's in short a little bit what it seems to be going on. But yeah, thank you. Dan, and then
Yeah, I mean, the embodiment might matter in a negotiation depending on how the robot uses its body language. And I could certainly get closer
But you could do that with
and I could raise up, right? There are things you can do.
Yeah.
But higher level question. So I don't know how many people have gotten a sort of happy birthday from a Facebook friend recently, but I remember when that used to be a thing, and I remember how much I hated it because I kept thinking about how little effort went into it, right? And it feels like there's something about how people make inferences about the ways and reasons people are generating messages, people or robots are generating messages, that's sort of somewhere between linguistics or communication or social psychology that could really be brought to bear for thinking about some of these questions about why if I perceive somebody as using smart replies, they're less affiliative, right? It would be really useful, I think, to spend some time pulling that stuff in to help
to understand what the mechanisms are.
A set of results.
Yeah, no, that's a great to really dig into what are those mechanisms. Is it about sort of this perception of are you making a genuineness or authenticity and whatever comes in?
Effort, right? An effort.
It's
easy to hit a button that says some stupid phrase. I mean,
I mean you see
that's not even thoughtful.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you follow. There is this famous designer in New York called Stefan Sargmeister, and he has sort of an Instagram channel where he asks people to submit their work, and then he critiques. He gives a short critique, and then over the past year or so, like more and more of the AI generated sort of stuff comes up, and then you see when that the really discussions, the comments are really interesting about like all the the graphic designers commenting about like, what you do, pushing a button, keywords, and you can see a lot of that sort of verbalized of these suspicions about effort, and it's interesting to look at that. But yeah, you had another.
Well, I'm just looking to the next step. Both sides are using chatbots.
What sites are using?
Both sides are now going to use chatbots, right?
Yeah.
You're going on dating app, and now your chatbot is talking to the other side chatbot.
So I can just watch it to. Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting. I mean, there's this aspect of that I think is interesting here, delegation about how do we do this, and when do we delegate what we do to an AI? When I had like Solas Shen, was a postdoc with me. We often joked about we wanted to do a study. We never did it about delegating sort of something blameworthy versus praiseworthy for a robot. Like you're delegating the robot. You should go to you and tell you that you're fired, or you get a raise. And then I'm wondering which robot would people pick if we gave them sort of an industrial robot versus a humanoid. So we thought about maybe people pick the industrial robot for the message to tell you to give you a raise, because then people might project the autonomy back onto me, like this machine just executes what I told it. But if I want someone fired, maybe I pick the humanoid robot, because then people attribute agency to the machine. So there's, I think, some really interesting question about how that part sort of plays out. Yeah.
Your picture, your mid-journey picture of the robot, you don't have to put it back up, but the two people and the robot. Made me think about when you said this robot's a member of this team.
Yeah.
So visually, this picture makes me think of a triad,
yeah,
right? And this concept of triadic closure in networks, right? So I'm more likely to like this person or trust this person if I like and trust the person that we're friends with, right?
Yeah.
And I'm curious, we've had all this discussion about perception, which is that if you swapped out this robot for a person, each of the other two people on the side would have a history with that person that would be making perceptions about how this person's actions are going to affect the way the other person thinks and then affects me. If you have a sort of a zero history robot that comes into a situation, or a robot that is you're told is always going to be neutral and unbiased and unwavering, how might that affect that sort of triadic interaction in a team, do you think?
That's a really cool question. But if you're kind of interested in sort of these longitudinal effects, Lindsay, you should definitely talk. I mean, that's a big part of her dissertation work, to study kind of the machine as a newcomer and how it's perceived kind of over time. Yeah, really. That's a very great question for a long discussion. I'm happy to chat more. Awesome. Yeah, one.
I'm just kind of curious. Is there any work that looks at how much humans, when working with machines in this capacity, right? We're thinking of machines as teammates and so forth, actually attribute human qualities to the machine. I mean, mostly I just think of it as a machine. Right? Alexa is not my teammate. She keeps lists. She's a good timer. She makes lots of mistakes. I yell at her, but she's just a thing.
Yeah.
There's no human quality to it. And I think a lot. I mean, so yes, as we get more of a physical creature or machine that seems to embody more human, and maybe we start to attribute human qualities to it, like in a Star Wars movies, for example.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing things that can do some pretty sophisticated things, and so if they're helpful, I'm happy to push the button. They're not my friend. They're not my teammate.
Yeah.
Do we have any data that bears on those sort of general perceptions?
I think that there are quite some studies that do show that in some certain senses people can really perceive these systems as very human-like. I think the question is more like about when. I think it's dynamic. This is more like momentarily you get that, but then people can also step back and say, no, this is a machine. But I think in the moment you see really a lot of these. We've seen it like with the industrial robot kind of there is this sort of moments when people respond to it socially. And I mean, there are studies out of psychology that show kind of that some sort of based down to brain activity, it's in some cases indistinguishable what you would see when people interact with the human. When you ask people on a questionnaire, is this robot your teammate? People might even say yes, even when you then later actually look at the video, no, that doesn't look like what I would expect the teammate to look. I think it's a little bit of a matter about what perspective do you take, and it's really tricky that even the whole teammate literature, there's like Lindsay and I talked about that, there's not even a clear really definition what a teammate actually is, and so it becomes really complex that you can't just kind of have a rule-based approach and say, okay, this machine meets these criteria, it doesn't. It's really tricky. So Lindsay and I had an interesting discussion last night about like kind of, it's fascinating what these machines kind of bring up and actually help us to rethink about even how we think about teams in general, what team membership means and what team is.
To this question, there's military research, right? So we know the robots that can dismantle like IEDs. And the troops become very attached to those. There have been instances in which they've asked the robots to be fixed, and they're like, "No, we'll get you a new robot." And they're like, "No, we want our robot."
And they have to be repaired.
And so it's a very contextual, but
Janet Rattesi did amazing work on the Mars rover team at NASA, and in her book on that like years-long ethnographic work, she describes this whole long funeral like they held at NASA for the Mars rover, so it's a really interesting spectrum, kind of how these things fit in, but yeah.
And I guess there's this component of how do we talk to the machine too. I just know this because with my little kids, the question came up is like, do you say please and thank you to Alexa and Siri and so on, right? And I don't know if you do.
We do that. My kid won't even say thank you.
No, I'm not saying they do. Exactly. I'm the same boat, right?
Yeah, we do that at home too. But I'm sort of really skeptical about this sort of thinking about these machines as humanoid. It's in some way different, but kind of figuring out how to conceptualize that. It's a fascinating question. But yeah, we're 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Malcolm. I'll make sure everyone has time to get to lunch, but all of these great conversations can surely continue. So there should be food outside.
All right, you guys ready for the post-lunch session? Yeah. Okay, so Melissa Valentin is going to be talking about her work called Becoming Informated, How Expert Occupations Gain Reskilling During Algorithm Development and Use. And Melissa's coming here from Stanford, so take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, hi everyone. So I'm from a department at Stanford called Management Science, and several of our alumni you've actually heard from. So Paul, Liz, Hatem, anyways, we have a great program, and it's like so exciting that all of us get to be here as part of this. Anytime Nosh invites me to do something, I specifically listening. So really grateful to be here. Thanks to Dr. Chow for funding my research, NSF Career Grant from
I recognize that name.
Yeah. Okay, so the title of my talk is Becoming Informated, and that is a reference to Zuboff's book on the age of the smart machine, Becoming Informated, and this is referring to kind of the tension that is seen with algorithms where there's a possibility of people becoming replaced, automated, de-skilled, but then there's also a chance that people could become augmented. I think the 2023 word that we're using is augmented. In the 80s, Zuboff said informated. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm going to present to you a success case. I got very lucky. I got access to a great tech company, great data scientists, and it ended up being this really successful case where by the end of it, the knowledge workers were in fact informated. They were augmented, So it's actually like a positive tech story, which I'm excited to be able to share with you how it came to be that some of the experts became informated. So how did that happen? So the literature that I'm talking to start with is about why we would expect resistance to algorithms. Most studies and most talks, you will find that experts are going to resist attempts to formalize their work, resist attempts to control or quantify their work. That's because people care about what they do. It's it's like rewarding to develop expertise, to develop knowledge, to contribute to your organization. Organizations and managers then will like recognize the value of that expertise, and then they want to learn from it. So this is like clear back to like Frederick Taylor. He's like, let's count exactly how people shovel. Let's learn from that. Let's standardize, and let's make everyone do it the best way. And like, that's not the worst idea, right? Like we do want efficiency, we do want productivity, but it ends up setting up this kind of contested control between experts and their employing organizations. The experts figure out cool ways to do things, they're attached to it, the organization learns from it, they extract the knowledge, they formalize and they standardize, and then they start to impose it on people. This is the way you should be doing things. So people are nodding along. I think this is a familiar story. This is why we expect resistance to formalization. And with formalization, that can happen with any kind of artifact, right? That can happen on paper. And in the 80s and the 90s, you would see, standard workflows. That's formalization. We're now seeing formalization happening in algorithms. Hudson did a great job of talking about the affordances of algorithms. Now they're instantaneous, they're interactive, it's comprehensive data. So formalization has become much more powerful, and there's potential for it to become much more controlled. So we might see different dynamics around resistance with algorithms, but I think many of the studies that we see still are predicting you're going to see a lot of resistance from experts whenever you have a situation where their work is being surveyed, standardized, and controlled. So this is what the literature tells us to predict. At the same time, we also hear kind of the more aspirational vision that technology change can lead to augmented workers. It can lead to, there's a literature on like occupational change, where they use the word reskilling. You might get reskilling, you might get upskilling, where this valuable technology comes in, the organization has extracted all this knowledge, and then they're making like superpowered workers. That's also, there's like an aspirational vision that happens. So this is a great book, and I'd like to thank reviewer 2 for telling me about this book. There's a great book that has looked at like the history of technology change and occupational skill. And this book has done a really nice job of looking at the dynamics of it. And they say, oftentimes we talk about these things like they're separate, but this is often happening at the same time in the same organization. An algorithm is introduced, or whatever technology it is. High status occupations are likely to be reskilled or augmented. Some low status occupations will be automated, they will be standardized, they will be controlled. And what you're likely to see is new occupations, oftentimes outside of organizations that are low skill. So a lot of times, like the gig economy and like remote work right now is having some of that like low skill outside of organization applications. So we sort of know this happens. So the earlier literature is saying let's expect resistance, but what we don't have is a connection between this idea of reskilling and the idea that you should expect experts to resist. And again, the idea of reskilling got picked up or sort of elaborated on in a great theory by Zuboff. So she looked, and this is in the 80s, but I don't know if you guys, I read this again for my revision. This book is brilliant. It's so smart. Oh my gosh. So I've been reading it, and it's applicable today to like all of the algorithms that are like happening today. So anyway, so she has this idea of workers becoming informated, and what she introduces that I'm going to draw on in my study is the idea of what does it mean to be informated? And she says what people are actually gaining is new conceptual thinking skills. It's new abstract thinking skills. And what's interesting is these skills are consistent with managerial skills. What I mean by that is think about the Frederick Taylor stuff. You study work, and then you can think about it abstractly. So you're not the one who's shoveling, you're the one who's variable, shovel, measurement, shovel rate, optimize, shovel rate. So that's like intellective thinking, that's conceptual thinking, that's how managers think. So the interesting thing that she was seeing is that a lot of at this time it was like manual laborers were learning how to think conceptually about their manual labor. So what I find in my study and what I'm going to show you is basically these kinds of intellective skills are like the reskilling or information that is happening is people like picking up these kinds of skills in new ways. So I'm going to show you what my prediction that you're going to answer this question, like when are you going to expect that high status expert occupations will embrace some sort of algorithmic transformation of their work versus resist it? So what I'm going to show you is an example where these experts were reskilled. They were given new high-value intellective skills similar to what a manager would have. So instead of a manager getting them and doing it to them, they themselves developed these new intellective skills. And I'm suggesting, I'm going to show you that under these conditions, I think we'll see knowledge workers embrace algorithmic technologies. Cool. All right, so methods. All right, so this was an ethnographic study. I spent 10 months as an unpaid program manager at a company I'm going to call AlgoCo, downtown San Francisco. I went there, I went up the skyscraper, I did work for them. That allowed me to get access to all of their communication data, interview data. I did virtual observation, qualitative, quantitative. It was a company that I was like, not every tech company is like a fun place to do ethnography, but it was great that people were very excited about what they were doing, and the data scientists that I studied were very empathetic to the users. So it ended up I just was very lucky. It was just like a great success case. The reason that I sampled this company is because they had a centralized algorithms department that had just a huge amount of data. It was digitally native. They founded it. They built the company around the first algorithm, basically. So anyone who got hired there was understood what they were getting into. And I love this phrase. They had a chief algorithms officer, and he said that they had infinite and elastic compute resources. I don't know if I know exactly what that means, but don't you want it? Right now, I had infinite and elastic compute. So I wanted to, so I was there just kind of generally understanding how they were structuring their data science teams. But I really wanted to understand how algorithms are changing work. So I designed a specific study within this 10-month ethnography to do a very specific pre-post on a new algorithm. The one that I ended up picking, and not because I am actually that, I picked it because I could get a very clean baseline, and I could be there for the development, and then I could have a post and see how people were actually working differently. So it turns out that the algorithm team that I studied, they were studying the process of planning inventory. So the profession that does this they're called fashion buyers. So the fashion buyers it's this whole occupation across the whole fashion industry, and their job is to know what's hot in fashion and then buy it into their company's inventory, and then the company sells it to their customers. It's high status. I didn't know anything about this before I got there. I was there for the data, but I learned so much about fashion. So they're very high status. The vendors are selling to them. I followed them to New York, and the vendors give them gifts, and they're so cool. They're so high status. And their job is to pick out the clothes. They're not there for the data, but they are at a tech company, so they are doing a very kind of data-driven thing before. Okay, so I really want to be clear about the way that they did their work before and after. It took me a long time to try to think of an example that would make it really clear for how this worked. So I'm going to try, so for right now, we're not social scientists. This is we're just trying to understand the way the algorithm works and the way that it changes their work. So before, what would happen is, so you have a fashion buyer, high status, they're there for the fashion, and then they have a planner who works with them. The planner's job is to compute all of the metrics that go with the buyer's plans. So the way that they would work is they would get a budget. So let's say that my job is to buy all the jeans for the women customers. I would get a budget. I would get $10,000 to spend on 1,000 pairs of jeans that I'm going to send to the customers. So I have a budget. I have $10,000 to spend on 1,000 items of clothes. And then they start to give me some other things. So all of these are like targets before I make my decision. They're telling me, here's all the things that you're accountable for. Spend $10,000 on 1,000 jeans. So then I go to so the reason I have a cart, so this is a metaphor. So imagine the way that I do this is I go to the store. I'm like at the grocery store with my planner. So I'm pushing the cart and my planner has a calculator. And I'll like put a pair of jeans in, and then they'll put it in the calculator, and they'll be like, "You just spent $1,000." And then I put another pair of jeans, and then they're like, "Oh, 100,050," like whatever it is. So I keep putting things in, and then I check back with my planner, and then I put more stuff in, and then I check back with my planner. So the planner is doing all the computation based on what is in my cart. I'm being guided by the budget. So it's very iterative and it's very back and forth. So it's data driven, but it's very manual. Does that make sense? All of this is happening on like data platforms, so they feel very data driven. They're like, I'm at a tech company and I'm data driven, but that is how their workflow is. Okay. So let's say that they're at the store, they put all this stuff in their cart, and then their planner, literally with a calculator, that is true, then like fills it out and is like, oh, you put all that stuff in and you've only spent $8,000. You have $2,000 more. I'm back to the store and like putting more stuff in. Okay. So that's how it used to be. Now, what the data scientists are going to build for them is an optimization algorithm. So the way this is going to work now is they're going to put those numbers into the algorithmic interface. They're going to say, you know, I need 10,000 units of whatever, and I want to have 30% of them come from vendor A. I want 70% of them to be boot cut or whatever. So they put the targets in, and the algorithm will recommend an inventory that optimizes that. Fast, by the way, fast. It just does all the computation of all the metrics based on what you put in the cart. Fast. So now now the buyer, instead of putting things in the cart and like trying to like guess and check to like try to get to the optimization, everything's just calculated. They like up front say all this stuff, bam, here's the inventory, bam, here's your optimize. Cool, so fast. This is a screenshot of what it actually looked like. So, like so fast. So screaming fast. Okay, so I was saying, think of it like this. So instead of like, put the things in, check with your planner, blah, 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 in which case you basically only ever end up with one plan. When everything is like calculated automatically like that, it's like, basically what you have to do now is like, look at like, because there's like infinite ways that you could make the inventory. So now you're like looking at a lot of different plans. You're like, do I want this inventory or this inventory? They both satisfy the constraints, and then now you're having to like choose between them. Does that make sense? So instead of guess check, it's like now your conceptual thinking has to be like picking between optimized inventories. Cool.
So they're still choosing what's fashion. Like, what are they using their expertise for? Like historical in, or what?
Yeah, good question.
What's going through their mind?
Good question. So what's going through their mind right now is like, I don't understand how to do this, but I'm going to tell you how they learn how to do this. But I'll tell you the end of it. Okay. Like what they basically learn how to do is recognize that they used to have like an intuitive sense that purple was important. Sure. So now they have to put purple in as a constraint and say, give me like 30% purple, because I think that's going to be good. But unfortunately, well, both fortunately and fortunately, the algorithm can now tell them if purple was a good idea. Sorry, before they did not have to measure it. Okay. Okay, so you have a sense of how the algorithm works. So I want to, this is going to be the way that I'm going to organize the findings. I think the thing that is the most interesting for you as people who care about work and AI and stuff is to understand specifically what the new and elective skills are that they have. So I'm going to organize it this way. So we're going to start with like the informal theories. This is how they used to make decisions. I'm going to tell you about the user-centered design process that the data scientists went into. It wasn't until they got to prototyping that they realized that like the buyers just fundamentally did not know how to do what they needed to do. They did not know how to think about optimization. They didn't know how to conceptualize their thinking. So it was during prototyping that the data scientists started being like, oh, we have to reskill these folks. And so they started, I'm going to tell you what they did to help reskill them. And then these are the new skills. I think this is interesting. This is my favorite part of the study because I think this is actually true of most knowledge workers. I think a lot of knowledge workers right now have informal theories about how stuff works and they don't have to measure it. but I think that is my prediction is that the high status occupations, people are going to be learning how to basically do data science on their own decision making. But I'm going to start here with the end. I'm going to start by giving you evidence. So I told you we should expect that there will not be adoption of this new system. But what I'm going to show you is actually was broad adoption. So this is 10-year-old department, experts, high status experts, and by the end of the study, by the end of the 10 months, you can see they had almost 100% adoption in the women's department, which is where they started. This shows you that roughly when they were supposed to turn in their inventory plans, people were sort of on it, working up to it. The data scientists collect a lot of usage statistics, so it's nice for an ethnographer to be able to be there was broad adoption. Any questions? Because they measured it all, so that's cool. So broad adoption, that's surprising, that's cool. How did this work? Why did this work? That's our question. Okay. So let me give you a few quotes just to illustrate again how the buyers were making decisions in a very informal way based on kind of their intuition. So here's an example of the buyer and the planner talking to each other. The buyer, we really think we're going to sell that very soon. What color was it? Brown. I'm not betting on that, so nobody's selling me betting on brown. And then the planner concedes to the buyer and is well, it's just numbers, because they were saying we should get some brown. And the planner's it's just numbers. If from a product perspective you feel differently want to bet on this, then I can address it. I don't think it's taken into account color. So the buyer's intuition that brown is not a good bet, that sort of dominates the way it worked in the past. Another example, buyer planner talking, let's just look, I was projecting, oh no, sorry, this is the planner. The planner's I was projecting it, I was thinking we could sell 4%. I was okay, that's okay. And then the buyer's that's not crazy. And I'm yeah, that's not crazy. So there's nothing wrong with it, but just you can hear it's intuitive, it's bets, it's more sense of things. Cool. And it's still data driven, there's projections, there's data. The other thing to notice, or another important thing of this is they're using their intuition. There's not feedback on what they do. So they will create these spreadsheets that project what they think is going to happen in their cart, basically. By the time the quarter is over and the actualized results are in, they'll stand up in a meeting and they'll just be well, the usual set of metrics are there, you can check them out. Now I'll just go into some of the surprising results. So they'll pick some item that performed surprisingly and tell a story about it, and that's the feedback loop. So they thought brown was gonna not be good. Was brown good? I don't know. They didn't measure it. Don't know. There was not any theory decision result kind of feedback loop is what I'm trying to say. This is their manager at one of these meetings at the end of the quarter where they're talking about the results, and she's I think there's this opportunity to go buy cheaper stuff, a different success point or whatever. And that really would have helped out. So she looks into everyone and is I think everyone could maybe action on that decision. But that's the only feedback that she gave them. She wasn't you said no brown, brown was hot, what happened? She was just nobody talked about the decisions that were made and the outcome, the results that happened. They just would look at what happened and be there was an opportunity here that we missed. Okay, so that is evidence that these are informal theories. That's what I'm trying to show you, informal theories. Okay, next. So what happens is you have some data scientists come along. There's a lot of ways that data scientists can work. In this case, I got to follow a data science team who very deliberately engaged in a user-centered design process. Everything that they were doing was intended to be very empathetic and to really understand the problem and to see if they could help with it. So this sort of orientation towards empathy and helping, you can see in all of the way that they're designing their process. So it doesn't have to go this way. So here's evidence of them researching user needs. So they interviewed a lot of people. They observed people. They watched them using the spreadsheets. They watched them using an old algorithm tool. And they got a lot of complaints. And they had this whole report out where they got a lot of buyers together. And they're here is everything that we learned from you, including a lot of complaints about an old algorithm tool. So it's very candid, it's very comprehensive, it's very exhausting. So they spent a lot of time deeply understanding user needs. So you can imagine how engaging that is for users. Next, they held a design workshop. So they had both buyers and data scientists in this like offsite, great food, lots of discussion about like, what's the vision? How could we do this better? And after lots of discussion, this is like their actual slide around the reframing. They asked the question like this, like, what are the buyers actually trying to accomplish with rebuys? Like this whole iterative, like guess and check, what are they actually trying to do? And they realize they're trying to transform, this means like their targets, like their budget basically, into their inventory plan in a way that optimizes their business metrics. That's so smart. That is so smart. That like unlocks a huge new capability, but it's also very empathetic. Like it actually is doing what they need to do with like really good math. Like, so good. And then they say, what if we try to solve that problem instead? So they're not doing two, they're like building for, which is very empathetic. So you can also imagine that the buyers love that. Okay, last thing, so research design is very empathetic problem definition. And then when they were doing ideating, this is a schematic of like sort of how the inputs and outputs. So this is like, these are variables the user puts in, this is like the data, whatever. This is the optimization algo. But what I want to point your attention to is this is all this stuff. These are all the verbs that the buyers can do now. So they ideated, they were like, if we create an optimization algorithm, what can our users do? Look at all this stuff, assess, explore, query, iterate. So there's all these like brainstorms where it's like capabilities, new capabilities for our users. So again, like how exciting for you as a user if somebody is like building a system that's going to give you all these new verbs that are kind of things you wanted to be able to do. Okay, that was way too easy and way too cheerful, and algorithmic design never is that easy. Something has to go wrong. Here it comes. So basically what happened was they built a prototype based on all of this user research, all of this great reframing, and during the prototyping sessions, what they discovered is just that the previous workflow, the previous skills that the buyers had when they were like putting stuff in the cart and just like looking at it and like thinking like about one inventory at a time did not prepare them to be able to think about, so like have the skills that they needed to have to do optimization. So starting with the prototyping, the data scientists had to like really slow down and change the way that they were interacting with the buyers. At this point though, they have engagement, trust, empathy, understanding. They have structured weekly meetings. They have like an incredible amount of buy-in at the time when they need to start reskilling the data scientists. So this was very unexpected, but I think all of this kind of pre-work allowed this to go differently, basically. So what I'm going to show you is the new skills that the buyers needed to have and the way the data scientists helped them develop them. So the buyers are going to need to be able to articulate their theory. So Liz's example, I think purple is going to be good. They just didn't think like that. They didn't know how to say that up front. I think purple is going to be good and I'm going to test it. So they had to learn how to articulate their theory, and then they had to learn how to conduct tests of their theory to see if purple actually was good. And then they're working in a very uncertain world. This is not A/B testing. This is not machine learning. This is still very like open-ended strategic. So they had to learn how to articulate assumptions and trade-offs. So those are things they did not know how to do. This was nowhere in their skill set to start out. So the data scientists helped that by, they would ask very open-ended questions. They actually added system features specifically to help develop these skills. And then they conducted trainings. They used a lot of like metaphors to help people develop intuition around how to do all of this stuff. So I'm not going to lose that data. So I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to give examples of each of these three things across each of the three skills so you sort of get a sense of what this looks like. So actually I'm going to go forward one just to show you what the interface looked like. So the buyers would basically put in their constraints here, and then the algorithm would recommend buy these things, and it would calculate all of the metrics for it. So a buyer like put in her budget and said, well, actually, let's play this game. Let's say that she has 10,000 units and she doesn't put any constraints in. She just 10,000 units and she's like, optimize profit. I have 10,000 units of jeans, optimize profit. Like, what is the algorithm going to tell her to do with 10,000 units?
10,000 jeans. What are you talking about?
10,000 of one kind, of the most profitable pair. Exactly. Yes, exactly right. So that's what happens. So that she puts no, because she doesn't know how to like clear it. She doesn't know how to do purple, make half of them purple. So she just like runs it. It says by 10,000 of this profitable pair, and she's like, that's a ridiculous inventory. And she's like, why would I do that? So she says that she's like, it says 10,000 of this unit, and the data scientist is like, oh, that's interesting. Like an open-ended question. Oh, that's interesting. What did it put it into? She's like, oh, it says 10,000 units into this profitable thing or whatever. So here, this is starting to do the reskilling, right? So she says, yeah, so that's the expected behavior. If you don't tell the tool to force some amount of breadth of style, the tool is just going to put everything into the vessel. So that's where you get to be creative to pick out what kinds of breadth, right? So open-ended tells her, here's a new skill. You have to include for your own creativity. So tons and tons of questions like this, like very interactive. They also added system features. This is back to the Zuboff. Zuboff talks a lot about the action context. Actually, some of the talks earlier today were like this too. The action context is where you learn. So when the buyers were interacting with like just an interface like this, they were like, I like literally don't understand what's happening right now. But when they started to give them a visualization tool, and then these are like pivots basically, you can like visualize the inventory. So now you're looking at it and you're like, there is a lot of gray in that inventory. Do I mean that? Oh, I see that's coming from this constraint. So being able to go back and forth between constraint and a visualization was key. So the data scientists built them a visualization to help them be able to better understand and think about how to create a theory here. Here's a buyer talking about what that's like. So seeing the visual here and having the flexibility and slice and dice the assortment is so awesome. Now I can see if it's a good rebuy. Is it all one color? How's it looking by brand? Each of those variables are her theory. Brand, color, silhouette. So she's learning variables that she's going to put into the system. Lastly, they would help elicit their informal theories by conducting trainings and using a lot of metaphors to help them build intuition. I think this one is so interesting. They're teaching them about optimization. So let's look at our axes. Amount of pie eaten, happiness. How much pie should we eat at Thanksgiving if we're trying to optimize our happiness, right? And it's saying there's different constraints. So if it's like, if you want the most happiness, you're down here, but if you've like put a constraint in that means this amount of pie is not possible, then you're, right, like it's local maximum, global maximum. And they like teach them that by using an apple pie metaphor. Okay, so that's how to elicit their theories. You're like teaching them how to think about it. And then they teach them how to propose, conduct, and evaluate rigorous tests of their theories. So here's an example of an open-ended question during prototyping. Here the buyer is just saying, like, I think we don't bet high enough, is basically what that says. I think we don't put enough bets in it. And the data scientist replies with a great open-ended question. Interesting. What information would make you feel comfortable making that bet? When the buyer thinks about it, it's like, oh, yeah, I guess if it like gave me a big boost to profitability, how much uncertainty and stuff like that. So you can see they're starting to help her think about how you would actually test that theory, what information you would need. Another example, the data scientist put a variable in and said we don't have to include that, but including us allows to see if this assumption is true, like teaching them how to like test their assumptions, in other words. And the buyer, oh, I guess that's important to know because we don't usually use that variable. And here's adding system features to help them propose, conduct, and evaluate rigorous tests. Basically, they would just like let them put in any variable they wanted to because it just tested it. Just put like, they're like, well, I think that corduroy is going to be a big deal. So they're like, that's an attribute we can measure. So they put corduroy in and then just teach them how to measure it. So adding as many variables as they wanted to, which is an interesting choice for like driving adoption, right? And then again, conducting trainings using metaphors to help them know how to like propose, conduct, and evaluate their tests. So here's another example of like metaphors. I'm not going to get into this in too much detail, but they used a metaphor of buckets to help them understand how to use a particular variable of sell-through. Okay, so last thing is you're helping the experts learn how to talk about trade-offs and assumptions. So here the data scientist is saying, let's say you could do your inventory plans in two ways, one where you do it this way, and one where you follow the recommendation of the algorithm. Is there a metric that you'd want to say, like it would have to like net X extra dollars to make it worth the cost? So like what would have to be true for you to make this bet, in other words? And the buyer thinks about it, and then starts to think about like what would have to be true for her to be willing to make that bet. I'm gonna come back to this one. In the trainings are, so what I'm trying to say is these questions are happening also within the context of these trainings. So they'll show them an example of like where you're trading off something like profitability with another metric. And they'll actually like graph it for them and help them think about, within an optimization, you can get a lot of something, but you're going to be trading off something else. You can see in these key intuitions, if you remove targets, then you just get more of one thing. You're going to get a higher like variable that you're optimizing. If you impose targets, you're going to get a broad inventory, a lot more styles. Last thing, adding system features again. So I'm back here to assess, explore, curate, iterate. Here what I want to say is this idea of save and share. This is a system feature. This is back to when I'm showing you there's like 20 carts and you're picking among them. So if you can save your plan and compare it to another plan, which is a brand new capability for them, then that teaches them to look and be like, oh, this one I did force a lot of like color breadth and I sacrificed profitability or something like that. So when you can save and compare, save and share and compare your assortments, that system feature allows you to theorize differently and understand the trade-offs that you're making differently. Okay, so those are the new skills. That's how the data scientists helps them develop it. I'm going to end with this cool story that is evidence that the buyers did develop this new skill. So this is at office hours. The data scientist is holding office hours, and the buyers come to the data scientists with the following piece of information. So they say, hey data scientists, we put together a list of all our styles we buy. We looked at the algorithm's predicted metric, and then where it's actualizing. So they got results, and they brought it back, and they said, ultimately, we're seeing softness across the board. It doesn't matter like what silhouette it's in. Let's say on average, it's a 7-point difference in what we're actualizing versus the predicted. So in other words, the data scientists made an algorithm that was predicting, let's say, 90, and the business results are 83. And who told him? What? It's our fashion buyers. Like they learned how to measure. They learned how to measure the actualized business results to the fact that they became empowered and they came and challenged the data scientists who were like, your algo is predicting way too high. And he actually liked it because, I mean, that is really good user feedback, right? So, anyways, so that's fun. That is a cool example of how humans can become informated and augmented using algorithms. I've already said this, so I'm going to leave this slide up in case we want to talk about it. But I think the contribution that I think is interesting is the specific skills that were needed, and then the specific process, basically, whereby those skills were able to be developed by these experts. Thank you. Marlon, yeah.
Hey, thank you so much. Something that's interesting about your setting, with the fashion buyers that I don't know if you highlight enough is that the usefulness of like historical data, it operates differently in the industry. So full disclosure, I watch Devil Wears Prada like every year because I made my but seriously though, like a lot of the cultural industries are centered on predicting what's next or basically encouraging trends, right? Or setting trends. And so did you get a sense for how these fashion buyers may have been trying to coach or help the data scientists understand that these models may have limited applicability? Like to Liz's point, a lot of these people get to decide that purple is going to be the thing for 2024. And that's a very different application for optimizing when
that buyer has like way more influence and power than the typical users or the typical user of a data generated system. Could you share?
Yeah,
some
totally.
insights there?
That's such a good question, and I feel like the Devil Wears Prada is like the perfect illustration. You're thinking of the moment where like Meryl Streep is like, I picked the blue.
Yeah, exactly. Of course. Yeah, and she puts that poor representation of Northwestern in her place. Yeah.
Yes. Great question, and so the way that it worked here, because you're exactly right, and I think part of the story of adoption, which I'm glad you asked this question because I should have said this, is they did the inventory planning around what's called rebuys, so old styles that they were going to like refresh and sell again, which meant when a buyer was doing their inventory plan, they still had like 10% that was like for newness and freshness, and they started to learn that like they could have a lot less risk in rebuys to sort of cover the newness, to cover like places where they could be more like avant-garde and like whatever they were doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I think a lot of the adoption was because
It's like hedging their risk.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Yeah.
So one thing that seemed implicit in here that might be helpful to make more explicit is it seems like the process of being able to step away from their work and do the abstraction that you demonstrate happens because they need to interact with these data scientists, right? And they're sort of pushing back against the data scientists sometimes. The data scientists are coming to them and saying, try this out. And there's something in that interaction that that allows them to think about, describe, reflect on their work in a new way. Their ability to do that came through pretty strongly, but I think it might be helpful to just show that process arising more from interaction. But it also makes me think, what would happen if they didn't have the data scientists here? So what if the company sort of cheaped out and was like, hey, we just bought this third-party algorithm and we're dropping it in. Would they be able to do the same kind of intellective work, do you think, without the ability to sort of engage and negotiate and get the feedback?
I mean, that is and you and I would both be speculating, and I think we both would say no.
It would seem like, or at least it'd be different, right?
It would be different.
They might develop more folk theories about why things are working the way that they are and what they're trying to act on them.
Scientists, the company allowed them to go, as opposed to companies that don't allow them to go. It has to do with the organization in which they live. Here, they're allowed to go. Instead of saying, you have to do this we codified how you're doing your work. We took the best buyer, all of you do the same.
Yeah, totally.
It's a very different attitude.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, Liz.
I'm curious if you connected this work to the data literacy work and data visualization work. There's some interesting work going on this campus who are saying, okay, great, we have all this data now, but people really don't understand what it means. And so I wanted to know the story of how they come up with the buckets, why they decide that, to use that, or why they did the apple pie, right? Why that? And I think there's a growing body of literature that's saying, like, okay, you want to teach somebody this principle, here's the most effective way, here's a way of presenting the data. It could be really a fun overload.
Totally, I love that. Thank you for the
I'll give you some names.
Yeah, I have not engaged it, but I love that. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, and just building on both of those, to me, one thing that came across in here, this is very interesting, but one thing that came across is the work of the data scientists is that
part of I don't think that's the typical way the students are training, or they have this idea of empathy and open-ended questions and understanding, and yet just some of the informal interviews I've done in the healthcare area where that's where they've had some successes when they've been able to partner with the user like this.
Yeah, totally. Yeah,
I think that work and also the nature of that work.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, and actually, I mean, and again, I'm kind of joking, but not really like reviewer two, like this is way too good of a story. They were like, because the data scientists are so empathetic. They really they sit there and they think about it and they try to think of a question that's going to help the user and understand it.
which is not in our curriculum.
That's not being taught. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So maybe a question there is, are the data scientists becoming informated? Or maybe they already had become years before because they've been at this company and worked with other folks. And so I'm kind of curious if you flipped the script a little bit and thought about the data scientists and if you kind of put that number through there.
Totally. Yes. I have a version of the paper before where I was basically, like I was looking at everything the data scientists did not understand that they had to understand from the buyers. So that like back and forth to like develop the algorithm, it's definitely there. My reviewers felt like that was already sort of known, but So I can say, like, I have a version of the paper that basically is like, here's everything the data scientists did not know that they changed or had to learn over time. Not a real quibble, but like I wouldn't say informated, just because informated tends to be like data. You know what I mean? Like more like quantified sort of. So, but they became much more aware of the context.
Yeah, because they could be on both sides. It could be the empathy they developed, which is of course hard to quantify, but it could be also that they could bundle fashion products better.
Yeah.
Perhaps the conversations happened and they could do that.
That's good. I like that. Yeah, totally. I was a turn for Stephen, I think.
Yeah, so this, I mean, this was a good example in counterpoint to what we heard this morning, where the human wasn't in the loop in the system design. And here, however it happened, deliberately or accidentally, they were.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a big part of your story.
Yeah.
The other part of the story, I think, I mean, you alluded to this at the beginning, is these are basically high-skilled folks to begin with.
Yeah.
So they had some potential to gain.
Mm-hmm.
Many decades ago, Georgia and I had an opportunity to collect data from GM was putting a robotic assembly line, a prototype in place. And we were able to build a little questionnaire and query folks. And if you were one of the line workers, it was a threat.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were skilled trades, you were going to likely get trained to have more skills and have more opportunities.
Yeah.
So it's really kind of a question of how did this affect you? You're out. This is a better opportunity. So this is the better opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And
Right,
it's,
so
I don't think I like fully understood until I like been into the study and like reading this book that that's something that is actually like really expected. Is your high status people are the ones who are going to become augmented or informated, and the people who are like already like low status are the ones that are going to
or could be, right?
Could be.
Because then the other side of this is, to some, well, I don't know, in this particular example, maybe they didn't need a lot of input from the designers to design the optimization routine, but a lot of times you need the experts, you need to elicit the knowledge from the experts to design whatever algorithm you're going to do.
Yeah.
And then if I'm not committed to that, why would I help you do it well?
Right.
I mean, there's some cool stuff by Roy talking about, you know, back when scientific management was the thing.
Yeah.
So they had elaborate, you know, the workers had elaborate ways to add extra time and steps into their routine to stretch out the timeline. And then other informal collusion would develop to help them maximize the quota when they were on the clock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. You actually I'm glad you made that comment because you reminded me. I forgot to say. I'm like, oh, look at the buyers. Like they got informated. Do you remember their planners with the calculator? So, yeah.
What happened?
They're doing other things. They're helping label data. They're currently fine.
Last question. Just.
Make it a good one.
Yeah, this may go. Pressure's on. This may go beyond your findings here, but what are the stakes here? Like, what are the consequences of them developing these kinds of intellectual skills or not? You know, like, are they in danger, or were they fearing they were in danger of losing their jobs because an algorithm could do better forecasting behavior? Are they, shaping their interactions with other people in the organization differently, right? As the role changes, shift in the role relation changes, and that to use that vocabulary. Like, I'm just curious, it's great that they are now changing the kinds of skills they use and they deploy on a daily basis, but why?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great question. So they are not afraid of losing their jobs because it's an optimization algorithm. You do have inputs and you do have a lot of interpretation of like trade-offs and assumptions. So the nature of the technical system is keeping a lot of human involvement, right? Like the data scientist did not have to make it an optimization algorithm, but that allows for a lot of like input and interpretation still. I think the buyers end up with new skills that do port. Like it is actually useful to be able to conceptualize and optimize inventory and to like articulate trade-offs. Any company you're at, that's a valuable skill. So the buyers really lucked out because they were the users of this system that did informate and augment them. I didn't talk about the planners, and that's just because most of my data was just by luck. I could have picked the planners and then I would be telling you a different story, but just by luck I picked the planners. or the buyers. So the planners, the planners stayed, like they were doing all the manual computation that now is done in seconds. So like their work was automated. So that role structure did profoundly shift. So what are the stakes? I think high status occupation got valuable skills that will generalize. Like they could get higher paid jobs with the ability to do some of this stuff. Because that's what Zuboff predicts is like the managerial stuff is like the more high value stuff. And then the adjacent occupation was automated. So that's big stakes. Yeah. Not yet. Like everyone's still employed at the time of this. I would have
just one quick made me think that this may inadvertently make the ones who see the trends more valuable. I mean, these skills.
Oh, if they can prove it now. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because these skills can be often learned. Seeing the trends.
Yeah. That's true.
That may become.
Especially if you could, because you could prove it. You could be like, I said purple.
All right, one more round of applause. All right, next up is Paul Scheida, and he's coming from Columbia and going to talk about physiologically informed artificial intelligence.
So yeah, I want to say this has been really a pleasure to listen to all these talks. I have to say it's a little bit outside my field, but at the same point, I love being outside my field. I learned so much. And what I want to do is start maybe with a little story, a little anecdote, which explains kind of what my background is and how I got interested in this area. So about 6 years ago, I was invited by the Army Research Lab to take part in a workshop where they were talking about new programming, human machine, whatever you want to call it, human machine. And so my background is I'm a neuroengineer. I study the neuroscience of human decision making. I'm interested in decision making under fatigue, stress, high levels of arousal. I do a lot of machine learning. I don't really know what AI is, but machine learning usually applied to physiological signals. And I know nothing about the science of teaming, or at least at the time I didn't. So I was, on my way to the lab at ARL, and I'm trying to think, what am I going to say that's kind of intelligent within this context? And so I'm driving in my car, and I'm thinking about, all this semi-autonomous vehicles now, and there's going to be now autonomous vehicles. Elon Musk just said, by 2023, all cars will be autonomous. And I thought to myself, even if that jerk does that, I like to drive. I really do like to drive. And so I was thinking about a scenario that happened during this trip and how I would have liked to have teamed with autonomy, with a machine. And so the first day at this meeting, I was on time. I was actually early, so I'm driving into the parking lot, and the ARL folks were nice enough to have little VIP spots for those of us that were invited to talk. So I got there nice and early, and I was really happy. I got in, I got my coffee. The next day, I'm running late, okay? I'm running late. I get in to the parking lot. There's absolutely, everything is taken. I'm going back and forth, and I'm really getting aggravated. And so what I thought of was, that's when I want my car to say, hey, Paul, don't worry, I got this. Go to the meeting, I'll park, right? And so that particular type of relationship that I was looking for between autonomy and myself really was one in which there was this just-in-time interaction where the autonomy delivered something I valued at a particular moment in time and when I was in a particular state. And so this actually has implications broadly in psychology and neuroscience. There's this kind of classic relationship between performance and arousal called the Yerkes-Dodson relationship. And we know that there's like this sweet spot of our level of arousal in which our performance on a task is kind of optimized. And so in thinking about this kind of scenario, from the standpoint of more general human agent interaction, the idea is that, you know, if I'm in a state where I'm kind of in my optimal state and something shifts my arousal level, maybe I'm late, maybe all of a sudden the task is very difficult, I'm distracted, I start to move down that curve, right? And what would be great with these just-in-time interactions, right, is for now autonomy to engage at that point. And that engagement now allows there to essentially be a performance envelope that I'll never go below, right? So that's one element. But another important element that's very important to realize, at least from the physiological point of view, is that there's actually then a chance with that intervention of autonomy for the autonomy to reduce my stress or arousal level so that I can recover. And so as a human within this loop, I realize that autonomy is playing a causal role in reducing my stress and fatigue. And there's a lot of evidence that that type of causal relationship, right, and how, let's say, a mother picks up a child and brushes them off after they've, let's say, scraped their knee and takes care of them, that actually, we know, causes a cascade in physiological signaling that typically increases trust, right? So the notion of how we would actually intervene, these just-in-time interventions, as a function of physiological state, cannot just augment performance in the combined human-agent team, but also increase the human's trust in AI. So I put up this character here again. I've already mentioned him. So many of you know, obviously, he's working on self-driving cars and destroying Twitter and things like that. But how many of you know that he has a brain-computer interface company? Right?
Neuralink.
Yeah, Neuralink, exactly. So Elon Musk thinks that the only way we're going to survive AI is by connecting our brain to it. I don't believe that.
And go to Mars.
And go to Mars, right? It's all about Mars. Mars is where all the potential new product lines are. And actually, his approach is like, really drill a hole in your head and put a chip in there. But all humor aside, the concept of trying to inform AI about our underlying physiological state, whether it's our brain state, whether it's our body physiology. So, there's a brain-body connection of which things like stress, fatigue, workload are all expressed across different physiological parameters. And what I want to talk to you today about is just how we might think about using physiology as a way to inform AI, not just as a new communication channel to augment human performance or kind of synergistically combine human and machine performance, but also potentially as a way in which to increase the human trust in AI. So I just want to go through a couple of case studies, depending on how much time I have, which the first two will really look at the types of signals that we can measure reliably physiologically and how those signals can be used in solving specific problems of human-machine interaction under stress and fatigue. And those two will mainly focus on the signals, less of the integration with the AI. And then the last two, I'll talk a little bit about how these signals that we're decoding from the brain and the body actually inform AI in potentially advantageous ways. So the first example I want to talk about is one that's related to a phenomenon called pilot-induced oscillation. So I'm going to show this little video. You're going to see this is a French Saab jet. And this plane is landing, right, and obviously crashes. And you can see before the crash, there's this kind of oscillation. And the pilot was okay. He ejected. But it turns out this effect, this pilot-induced oscillation, you see not just on this jet, which is, probably a fourth-generation jet, for those of you that are jet aficionados, but even on newer fifth-generation jets. In fact, the 737 MAX was pulled off of the line because of oscillations that were related to how the signal from the avionics system was perceived by the pilots. Okay? So for a long time, the Air Force and folks in aviation thought this is clearly just a problem where we don't have enough AI. We don't have enough automation in there. And but it turns out this is called a pilot-induced oscillation, partly because it's the interaction of the pilot with the system, okay? And it's an interaction in a very kind of interesting way that is somewhat non-intuitive. Pilot is coming in and essentially there are two boundaries. There's the boundary, so the runway, and then there's potentially a stall angle, right? And the pilot is slowing down and trying to navigate between these two. The pilot can get into a state where, as they try to avoid one boundary, they react such that they actually overcompensate and move too fast to the other boundary. And what you know is that their arousal level shifts up, okay, and this becomes this positive feedback loop, and I'll explain that in a little bit more detail. So, the overall phenomenon is called boundary avoidance. It's part of, we have this cognitive control system in our brain that helps us kind of take information from the world, decide how to act on it, generate a behavior, reassess the information. And so in cases where there are essentially two boundaries that are task critical, if I move past these things, I'm dead, right? Then we actually start to increase our arousal level, that our brain's cognitive control system moves into like a flight or fight response. So, I look in this direction, oh, there's a tiger here. I don't even look and spend enough time to say, all right, is that tiger, chained up or not? I just run in this direction, right? And so that's the same type of thing that we're seeing in this case of a plane landing. But it's not unique to that, right? So if I took, and I've actually done this example once live. So if you have a cup of water, right, and you're going, let's say I'm going over to watch TV in my house, right, and I have a hardwood floor, go across, no problem, don't spill the water, so forth. Now I switch that scenario. I put a brand new white rug my wife bought and a black cup of coffee. Your chance of spilling goes up like by several factors, and that has to do with the cost, right, of having that coffee spill, and you're balancing it between the two edges of the cup. So those are two examples of physical boundaries, but even abstract boundaries. When traders are trading between narrow buy-sell margins, you'll also see this phenomenon, this boundary avoidance phenomenon. And so, like I said, what they do is they overcompensate. They don't actually effectively integrate information from the environment to make a decision. They fall down that Yerkes-Dodson slope because of this positive feedback loop. So just real quickly, kind of what's happening in the brain, or what's the areas of the brain that we think are involved in this kind of funny interaction, right? Because it is based on a flight or fight response, which is important for us, right? But at the same time, it's detrimental in these cases. And in fact, getting back to why you can't just build a better airplane, the pilot will not let go of the stick. They think that they can get out of this oscillation, when in fact they can't, right? So there's this other loop in there that is effectively convincing them of something. They're basically, delusional, just like ChatGPT is sometimes. So there are three main areas. There's what's called the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, very important for forming decisions. There's the anterior cingulate, which is kind of more in the middle of your brain, that kind of assesses error in your decision making, stores internal models of the world. And then there's this little nucleus in your brain stem called the locus coeruleus. And that actually is a major modulator of cognitive arousal and systemic arousal in your body. So, we want to kind of see, can we measure activity across this network in order to understand, is there a way we could assess this state of, or let's say the pilot, and provide some intervention. So we do this through, I think everything I showed today, we use virtual reality to conduct our experiments, and we measure across multiple dimensions of physiology. So everything from what your heart is doing, what your sympathetic nervous system is doing by looking at pupil dilation, parasympathetic through heart rate variability. And we actually did a study where first we looked at kind of open loop, how we would combine this information, these signatures, in order to make predictions about the underlying arousal state of the individual, of the pilot, as they're doing this task. And so the task they're doing is a simulated glide path task. So they basically are in a simulated airplane, they have a stick, and they're moving through these glide path rings, which some of you might have seen if you ever played a flight simulator. So after we did kind of an open loop studies, we said, all right, now we're going to close the loop and see if we can affect the actual underlying state of the individual as their arousal starts to shift. And so we used mostly in this case the input measure was EEG. So we were looking at different spatial frequency relationships in EEG that relate to those areas that I talked about. And then we said, all right, we're not going to use AI in this scenario. What we're going to use is we're going to have feedback, neurofeedback. So the first thing we did, right, was we said, all right, what we'll do is we'll put a little bar, so in their heads-up display, that says, okay, this is, you know, you're getting, your arousal is going up, or your neurophysiological marker of arousal is increasing. Anyone think that worked?
No.
No, exactly. It made it worse, right? They all started, you know, they just crashed more. They stressed out. We said, all right, how about this? Let's take the signal that now we're measuring, and what we'll do is we'll modulate and change the gain of the control stick so that if they push a lot, right, they won't move quite as much, right? So this is like trying to change the gain and delays dynamically. Did that work?
No.
No. Why? They push more.
Because
yes, they push way more. So what? In fact, we had one Marine aviator. He broke my $3,000 joystick. So then we did a little bit more investigation into the underlying neuroscience, and it turns out that, so this locus coeruleus, this little nucleus, right? It turns out it's also important, right, for regulating heart rate. It's in fact the firing rate of the neurons in the locus coeruleus is exactly tied to the heart rate. So we said what we're going to do is we're going to play an audio signal to the individual at a low heartbeat, just like 60 beats per minute. But the loudness of that is going to be controlled by this BCI signal, this signal we decode. And so we do that while recording all, and this is just a little example of the screen inside the goggles is really the view of the individual, but that's for the experimenter. And lo and behold, what we found was that when we feed back the information in that particular way, there was a dramatic increase in their improvement of performance, where that's defined as how long they could fly before they crashed, okay? And so we did this relative to two scenarios. One was silence, right, no feedback. But we also had to do something where we actually had feedback, but we had a sham. So what we did is we modeled the signal that was this BCI signal statistically, and then created a feedback that had the same statistical properties in terms of how often it moved up and down the volume of the audio signal, but it was not related to their brain activity. And none of the individuals could detect that sham case. Lo and behold, we were still significantly better than sham. Now, as a test to see what were we really doing, were we modulating arousal? We could look at two other physiological measures, which were not part of the prediction, to test to see if, in fact, we were affecting them at the end of the trial where the feedback occurred. And we found, for instance, that we saw an increase in heart rate variability, which indicates actually lower arousal, and a reduction in pupil diameter, indicating higher cognitive control. So the pupil actually is, I could talk about the pupil for hours. It's a very interesting and really super important physiological marker that obviously is easy to detect with things like cameras. But in addition to its dilation change as a function of luminance or accommodation, it's known to also have its dilation affected by arousal. So we saw this relationship between the physiological signatures and how we could use that information to improve performance in a way that we validated that in fact we were controlling the underlying cognitive state like we thought we were. Now this signal could be used to inform autonomy, also of the state. But instead of jumping to how we might do that, now I'm going to talk about, okay, so that's a case of one individual, right, and decoding their state. Now let's consider team dynamics. So I'm also a big space buff. I love Nancy's talk. And so those of you that ever saw Apollo 13, you probably remember this sequence. I'm not sure the audio will go on, but in the movie Apollo 13, right, the astronauts have to work together, right, to create this burn, to realign them back to Earth.
All backwards. So
it's kind of like a team-based boundary avoidance task, because if they moved outside of this re-entry angle, they were going out forever. So just watch for a second and the communication they have between each other.
You up for this, Fredo?
I'm with you. Poor Fredo's got food poisoning, for those that
Standing by for corridor control burn.
Okay, Jim, you can fire when ready. You are go for the manual burn.
6 plus 10 seconds. Mark.
Come on, baby. One more burn. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Let's just go.
So you can hear they're communicating, they're actually controlling different degrees of freedom of the spacecraft. So what we did is we wanted to understand this, and within the context of these boundary avoidance type scenarios, where clearly stress and arousal are modulated. So we created a version of this within virtual reality. We call it Apollo Distributed Control Task, and actually we're able to look at multiple dimensions of the problem, ranging from the type of communication the three-person team had, to how things change as a function of difficulty in the task, to even looking at over weeks at a time as the team got more experience with one another, how the team dynamics changed. I'm only going to briefly touch on this. This is just the VR version of what you saw in the movie. The key thing is that each individual in the environment they control 1 degree of freedom. The degrees of freedom are all orthogonal, and they actually only have partial views of the environment. So they actually have to talk to one another to really control this together. And so the first thing we looked at, like I said, pupils on my, I love the pupil. We looked at pupil dynamics, right? And so we were recording.
A very good pupil.
Yeah, very good pupil. We, in addition to looking at the pupil dilation, we looked at eye movements. We were recording EEG. We were recording all of the communication. And the first thing that we found that we thought was really interesting was, and if you really focus on the top row, where at 0, that is when they pass through a ring. Okay, so a ring is you can think of at time 0. And each one of these columns is a different position, right? So there's a yaw, somebody that controls the yaw, somebody that controls the pitch, and somebody the thrust. And what you're seeing here are essentially the pupil dilation leading up to the ring, and then as it passes the ring. And the first thing you notice that as the changing colors represent the changing difficulty level. So red is the easiest, blue next, purple the next. And so one thing you can see is there's definitely separation, right? The pupil, when the task is kind of easy, and I make it through the ring, the pupil dilates, meaning my arousal increases, and then before I pass, it starts to recover, it constricts, so my arousal level goes back down. And that as the course is more difficult, that essentially dynamic going from increasing arousal to decreasing arousal gets bigger. Now also super interesting was the fact that if you look at where this peak is, right, so this is the yaw and the pitch. For the thrust position, there's actually a shift in time, right, backward, Whereas the task is really easy, and I pass this ring, there's the recovery happens sooner. And that's actually because the thrust player has a little bit better field of view and knows when they're going to make it through, right? So just from the underlying physiology, we were able to infer which player had better situational awareness of what was going to happen as they went through the course.
Did they all succeed or some fail on these curves?
No, so this is all where they succeed. The bottom is where they fail.
Okay.
Yeah, and actually the interesting thing when they fail is there's actually very little difference in the slope, right? So if they're going to fail, whether it's easy or hard, their arousal level just goes up, right? So now we also wanted to look a little bit about the interaction between these teams and what it means to be in sync. Okay, so there's a lot of work has been done in teaming, looking at synchronization between team members across different inputs. We had a hypothesis that in a high-performing team members' actions are predictable by the behavior and physiological state of another team member. So what we wanted to do is take our physiological data and use it to predict the future action of another team member. And the way we did this actually was using, those of you that know this is a transformer model. This is what ChatGPT is all based on, these types of models. And so we treated this a lot like a problem, like a translation problem, where we said, all right, we could take two of the players, the yaw and the pitch player, and input into this model the pupil dynamics, their controller input, their EEG activity. And what we want to come out of the model is the thrust control input like a second or two later, right? And the hypothesis was if these physiological signals were in fact informative of the interaction across team members, then as we add inputs, we should see better and better prediction performance. And lo and behold, that's what we saw. And so just to interpret this graph, the idea here is that for this color here, we take just the action. So just essentially what the joystick input was for the yaw player, the joystick player for the pitch, and then at a second later, compute the joystick for the thrust, right? And we now, as a metric, we look, all right, how correlated is that prediction with what actually happened? And so if you just use the action of the two other teammates, you get, something like 0.075 correlation. Now if you add the pupil into the mix, so you put both the actions as well as the pupil dynamics of these two individuals, you start to get an increase in that correlation between what you predict and what happened. And lo and behold, EEG more, and then if you add all of these together, you start to get correlations that are reasonable. And these are continuous inputs, right, that are being predicted. So far, all I've done is kind of shown you some of the physiology, how you can decode it, how that signal, could be used in a human agent team, but I haven't actually put it as an input into the agent side. So here's these last two examples I want to talk about have to do with this scenario, which I'm sure everybody has had before, is that we walk down the street, right? And we're implicitly labeling our world, right? We're walking around, we have these fleeting thoughts of things we see. Maybe there's, some restaurant, and you look down, it's like, yeah, I'm kind of hungry right now, or, happy hour, oh, that wouldn't be bad. Or maybe you have some object goes by a car, and you wonder, what model is it, or I wonder how much that costs. This next one I think would be super useful, particularly to myself, is I'm not very good in remembering names. I love wine though. Is that you see somebody on the street come by and you orient to them. So when I say orient, you intentionally shift you shift your attention to that person, and you don't maybe not know the person's name, but there is a strong response in your brain that has to do not with the physical orientation, but the attention-oriented response. And so this kind of response, so first of all, anyone that's read the popular papers, there's all this stuff about, these kinds of thoughts AI is going to read out of our brain. There was a paper that just came out in Nature Neuroscience. In my humble opinion, it's all garbage. Because, I know I say that pretty strongly, but there's a lot of the details. We're nowhere near even knowing what a thought is, quite honestly, or how it's represented. But there are some kind of macroscopic signals, like the orienting response, the fact that if a gunshot just went off, right, all of a sudden there would be a response in my brain that's pretty broad and can be measured non-invasively with EEG that would that I could measure, and my pupil would dilate, right? And so you could imagine scenarios. I'm looking for, I'm hungry for an apple. I see a banana, no big deal. I see an apple, oh yeah, I want to eat that. I can measure, not that I wanted an apple, but that I oriented to something I just saw in the environment. And so this gets into how we might think about using this orienting response to actually couple to a piece of AI or machine learning. And so one thing that we did is we said, all right, let's say we'll go back to our, autonomous vehicles again, for lack of any other better scenario, and we'll imagine being in an environment where this autonomous vehicle has to figure out how it should brake, right? So it turns out, the way you drive is not like the same way you want to be driven. So as soon as if you drive your car, you take all those parameters and throw them into your semi-autonomous or autonomous braking model, you're going to hate it, right? So there's this notion of using information from the state of the individual to tune or train the AI in terms of learning how to brake. And that could be not just like how far away you are from the car in front of you, but also there might be certain things you're interested in. Like you're out in the woods, maybe out somewhere taking in the scenery, and so you're interested in certain types of scenery, you orient to that. What could happen is the car can detect that you oriented, and then from its external sensors, find out what's in the environment, use that as training data to now build models of other things in the environment similar, right? And then adapt its braking policy. So we did this, I'm not going to get into the details, but the idea is you can use in a reinforcement learning model, much like DeepMind and Google use for AlphaGo, you can use rewards that include traditional rewards or models like being safe and keeping a safe distance from the vehicle in front of you, but also user preferences that are inferred by the physiology. And you can combine those together to really optimize the experience for the individual. I'll just jump over these results. You can also tie this in to this notion of thinking. You can start to really play games in how you could use this, right? So one we've been playing around with is superhuman perception, basically having eyes on the back of your head. And so the idea would be that you're in an environment, and once again, this is all we have done in a VR environment, where an individual is kind of looking for objects that they're interested in, right? So, and we can't, they could change on the fly. They could be interested in a banana, and then the next time a cell phone. And so we use the signal that we're now decoding and detecting from all this physiology to label moments in time in the world that then are used as training data into a machine learning model that then has sensors pointing in all different directions and can actually point out to me while I'm, let's say, searching an environment where other things might be in the world. That's what these little red arrows indicate. So in this kind of environment, you've got the AI is using this orienting response to now cue you that other things that grabbed your attention are behind you. So I'm out of time, so I'll just go through a couple of take-home messages because there's a lot here. So the first is that I really think physiological data, both from the brain and the body, really can be used to infer what we could consider covert state. So state that's not easily inferred from behavior, and this could potentially enhance information delivery and interaction between the human and the AI team. Caveat here is, though, this kind of data is very noisy, right? So, even, like I said, pupil size is confounded by light changes, accommodation. And so I think the most successful approaches will use kind of a multimodal, multifaceted approach, and also modeling to understand how our physiology changes in different contexts. And then lastly, and getting back to, even though I didn't say anything about this directly in the work that we've done, I do believe this just-in-time intervention is kind of key in the fact that, you know, we assess the value of something typically at a moment that's related to our underlying emotional and arousal state. And so the more that AI or agents can kind of be tuned to our state, the more likely is that we'll trust them, or at least trust them with our lives. So with that, I'll just have acknowledgments to all the students that did all the work, and ready for questions. Yeah.
So I really like your presentation. When you're studying arousal, like the team study in the lab, can you really, the problem that we have studying trust in robots or trust in AI is that trust isn't as relevant when you're not stressed out and where there's no risk. And so can you put people under that much risk in the lab?
Yeah, no, good question. I mean, I think that one thing that, so there's obviously a spectrum, right, to arousal and stress. And so using VR is actually extremely important for really driving arousal and stress. I don't know if you've ever done, there's this building game, Jumper, I think it's called, where you feel like you're at the edge of a building, right? My heart rate got up to like
I
one.
can't jump. It's really
frozen,
really
right,
difficult
frozen, right?
to jump off the building.
Right. And even though you know it's only 6 inches, right?
Yeah.
Right, it's extreme. So we can get that far in the lab. You know, the IRB after that, you know, but no, it's important. I do think, you know,
the glass floor in high buildings.
Glass. Yeah, glass, but I've never had it as bad as, like, I literally was frozen. And somebody held my hand, so I could disconnect from the VR, but it took a moment before I actually convinced me. And I think I went, like, you know, kind of step down as opposed to jump. But I think, you know, this gets to the fact of how does this ultimately translate? And it is true that, you know, part of what we're trying to do is work directly, like, with Army research labs, Air Force research labs, and then they have better ways to do a lot of this. So, yeah.
So how would this translate into an actually Army situation, right? Are they thinking about, like, helping and soldiers in specific situations, or pilots or something, by overriding, like, the oscillation response, for example, or?
Oh, like in the case of the plane. Yeah, no. So I mean, so part of that. So I think part of what they're looking at to see is if you can train individuals to get themselves out of that over time. So everything that we did, right, this neurofeedback, we never tested whether there was a neuroplastic effect, whether, you know, after you take them out of the feedback, that ability to adapt is stuck, right? But I think, you know, so that's, and interestingly enough, so I did this first with DARPA and then the Army. Javi's here help fund some of this. In the Army, right, you don't think of them having planes, but they have the same problem. Somebody told me with, like, some of their vehicles. There's something called a Stryker vehicle. And so how it gets used, I think, is still up for debate. Like, you know, where does it fit in? I do know that when they're thinking of teams, particularly these hybrid teams that are robots and warfighters together, you know, one of the challenges is how does the robot start to know the states, like the physiological state of the human warfighters? Because these guys end up really knowing, like, they can look at each other and assess whether or not somebody's stressed out, they need help. So it's another communication channel. Yeah.
Great presentation. With my team at Purdue in aeronautical engineering, we worked on that topic of, you know, cognitive engineering, you know, enabled autonomy or control. And there, the focus was very much of the tactical thing, you know, predicting whether can actually someone fly, and that works quite well. Now, the goal is to move up to more higher level decision making, which is, you know, even decision on planning, where to go, and there's this concept, you know, situation awareness. So, as a neurologist, my question is, could we use, I know there's a lot of work on that eye tracking data, and that's useful predicting situation awareness at the attention level, but can you actually go to that reasoning understanding level directly from the signal to enable actually a control with, real-time feedback, as you mentioned?
No, really, fantastic question. I don't know. I think right now we don't know how to decode that high-level reasoning, but I think what we could do, right, is we can contextualize that reasoning based on the physiology, right? So if I'm in an environment and my arousal is shifting, maybe I'm now discounting, particularly if I'm in a team, I'm discounting individuals who are in a high arousal mode because their decisions are likely to move down on this. So there might be a way it could be used to arbitrate. But I think the other thing is, so I'll tell you, there are, particularly with EEG. EEG is a really noisy signal, but some work that I've been doing with a company is, if you can collect enough of this signal over a long period of time in naturalistic environments, you start to be able to see kind of these patterns of brain dynamics that you can't really get in the lab because it's not real. It's not like...
Yeah.
So and then as soon as you can detect these different patterns or these states, then you can track them, right?
Yeah. Because we've just started to collect data. I'm not presenting anything with it, but we've been starting to collect data on that, and now this next goal and discussion with our neuroscientist group on how to encode it correctly. So I'd love to, maybe continue.
Thanks, Chris. So a lot of this hinges on the accuracy of the data. I'm in multiple communities, and in the IS community, this stuff seems to work well. Physiological, neurological, it seems to be error-free almost, right? And then in the engineering world, when I do research there, they complain about it's full of noise. There's a lot of noise. And so why is there so much of a disagreement on how useful this data is? And you mentioned yourself that there was an article that you seem to disagree with it recently. Why is there how come there's so much disagreement on what was supposed to be object data that I've been told helps to replace my error-prone perceptual data?
Anybody a neuroscientist? Oh, I'll tell you this. So it's the difference between engineering and neuroscience, right? So, and maybe it's biology too, but neuroscience, part of it is there is this compelling, we want to understand thought, right, all of this, right? And so there's always a story about what we see, and then you build a story about it. Is this where emotion resides, consciousness? But neuroscience tests at P of 0.05. Engineers test at what? 6 sigma, right? So there's this whole difference in terms of an effect, whether that effect really has any, practical value. So this Javi will also say the data is really noisy. You can start getting some insight, but then we always get to exactly what I think Nancy was saying is, you got to push it. You got to say, all right, now we've done it in the lab with this. Now, put it on a real plane and see what happens. I'll tell you one example. So they did try to do this with we were partnering with the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab. Mm-hmm. So their job was to take an EEG cap and put it on CalSpan, I think is it. Basically one of these planes that the Air Force has, and they did these PIOs in the air. The biggest problem? Vomit all over. Sorry. But anyway, these things are not meant to, because there's all these other factors, right, that happen, and the motion and all of that. So there's still engineering challenges there, but the thing is there is a signal, and how it translates is important. Yeah.
Are you able to parse out, how can you tell if it's just correlated reactions, individual reactions to a shared external stimuli versus synchronization across individuals?
Oh, good, very good question. So right now, we are trying to, in addition, look at causal modeling, where we're factoring out certain confounds, and designing a new experiment where we have additional perturbations that we're going to try to use to make sure it's just not an external, external.
Like in the rock band, or the bass and the drums. very synchronized, you know.
No, I totally agree. That's always one of these issues where. So I guess the thing is, what they see is all different. So there are these. It's not totally different, right? But they're seeing a different part of the environment, and they're controlling slightly, as opposed to some of these studies where essentially everybody watches the same exact movie or same stimulus. You know, what we call ISC, you know, synchronization between individuals. But no, it's still a great point. And maybe
So
last
question.
question. Sorry. Yeah.
A number of your examples seem to look at what I want to call it, sort of calibration, you know, between agents. So in your first one, the calibration between the pilot and the AI system, or the system and the flight, right? And then your example from Apollo 13, right, and your simulation, trying to figure out, like, well, what's the optimal way to get these different agents to calibrate together. And I'm curious, like, at what point do you say it's really hard to get these agents to have any kind of calibration that's really robust, and we should just automate the entire thing? You know, is there a point at which that happens? Because presumably an autopilot for the landing wouldn't have the same kinds of calibration issues of the pilot with the control system, nor would the three different fields of vision and, you know, partial ability to see what's going on. So how do you think about where do we put human agent collaboration in play, and where do we just remove the humans and have just the automated agents do it?
Fantastic. And I think even the Army asked this question, or to themselves, in fact. So I don't know. I mean, I think if we really, you know, it's 2023, we don't have our self-driving cars, right? And so I think a lot of these problems that we think, you know, automation will just solve, there are these edge cases which are the real problem. It's hard to predict, right? So it's definitely possible that you know, someday all this stuff gets automated. But what I would kind of argue is that just so it might be that these types of signals related to physiology and brain state are not useful in this particular scenario, but they can maybe inform other things, like what was said before by Sabine, where maybe that can also be used to adjudicate high-level decisions. Yeah. But you're absolutely right. Like, you know, I think it was, I was at a review 4 or 5 years ago, and some general or somebody said, "Yeah, well, why don't you just replace it with AI?" Well, it turned out when I talked to the pilots who fly the F-35, right? Because when I talked to Lockheed Martin, they said, "Oh no, we never PIO." You talk to their pilots, "Oh yeah, it happens all the time." So.
Well, the classic conundrum in automation, right, is that you automate all the low-level tasks and skills, and then you're left with the edge cases where you need an extra dose of skill to be able to solve the problem.
And it's so hard to hand off the edge case, right? Because the person is not ready for the edge case.
And then the machine just breaks down. Your Apollo 13 example is great because, if I remember correctly, the computer shuts down.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
That's
and
the whole problem.
And so the computer can't do this, and so now these guys have to coordinate manually to make it happen. And so you end up in these situations where you're training for the 0.01% chance that this is going to occur, but how do you do that effectively?
Exactly. Okay, thanks very much.
Hey. Welcome back. Yet another afternoon session. Those are your thoughts, and you'll be continuing the next break. But not until we hear these 2 wonderful talks. First, given by Lionel Robert, who's a professor of information and associate dean of faculty development and faculty affairs at the School of Information, University of Michigan. He's presenting a talk on a multi-study analysis of comparing 2 robot trust using theory of mind information. Welcome.
Thank you. I want to start by first acknowledging that this work was led by my PhD student, Connor Esterwood. He's not here, but he's the one that led this is collaborative effort, but it's his work. So I sit in 2 places at the University of Michigan. One place is the School of Information, which, if you know about School of Information, very human-centered We have a diversity of research approaches, ethnography, big data, lab, you name it, right? And then I have another appointment in the robotics department, which is in the College of Engineering, and not so much at all. They're pretty much engineers. They just realized that humans are around. They got to acknowledge them. And they begin the process of looping that in, right? So I straddle both worlds. My actual background is from the Kelley School of Business at Indiana, information systems. So I come from different backgrounds, different places, move around a lot. So I want to talk to you about trust repair. And so basically, I get a lot of phone calls from people in interviews about the fact that robots are going to take everybody's job, right? You know, you think robots are going to take everybody's job, blah, blah, blah. And I said, no, it turns out that humans are pretty useful, right? So you have this combination of basically robots are really good at doing the same thing over and over again, picking up heavy materials. Humans are pretty good at ad hoc, creative, and problem solving. So the future is a hybrid workforce, an integrated hybrid workforce, right? The combination of both of these things. So that's the idea. And one of the challenges are trying to integrate this hybrid workforce. I know people at a major retailer that employs robots in their warehouses, and the biggest problem they have is that the human employees don't feel comfortable around these robots. They don't feel psychologically safe. They just feel uncomfortable with these robots all over the floor, right? And I tell people that we've learned in organizational research that people may take a job because they need the money, but they come back to see their friends, right? So these social relationships are very important, right? And a big element of that is trust. So we already know that. But humans and robots can both make mistakes, right? Now, an idea of trust repair is that, robots can make mistakes, and how do you rebuild trust? Now, the first thing that might go to your mind is, wait a minute, if the robot makes a mistake, pull it off the line and fix it, and it's back to working again, right? Perfectly, right? Not really. So if you talk to Google and the like, they're developing these robots that they will perceive as having general intelligence. So right now you have a robot, comes out of the box that can do 10 tasks. If you needed to do an 11th task, you would go and buy another robot. In the future, what they're hoping to do is to deploy these robots in the factory, warehouse, and your home. And if you needed to do an 11 or 12 task, it would teach itself. It would self-learn the task through a series of trial and errors, right? So you might think, as technology gets better, there's less errors. No, as the technology gets better, we push the boundaries, right? We actually do more and more things. So there would never be a time where we get to a point where there's no error in the technology by default, by design, right? Because the minute it learns something really well, we sort of push out the actual boundaries. So this is not a case of simply taking the robot offline and fixing it and having 100%. Now, what happens when trust is violated? Well, a question you might ask is, why is trust repair important? Well, why is trust important? Trust enables collaboration, cooperation, for example, communication, and coordination, right? So the question becomes, how can we repair trust? So imagine a case where robot learning new tasks, it tries out, it makes several mistakes, and then all of a sudden it actually learns how to do it, but now the human's lost trust in it. What can it do to repair or regain that human's trust in it, right? So so like any academic, I'm going to come up with a set of shared concepts so we all know what we're talking about, at least what I'm talking about. So I define trust as a willingness to be of a party to be vulnerable to the actions of the other. In turn, trust violation is a failure to follow through on the expectation, and trust repair are efforts undertaken by a trustee to restore trust following an actual or perceived trust violation. So we all sort of understand what I'm talking about. So in the literature and human robot interaction, there are 4 commonly used trust repair strategies, or as I like to say, 4 ways to forgive your robot. But actually the first one is apology. So imagine the robot makes a mistake, it apologizes, right? We've all had to apologize, right? Especially remorse and regret. The second one is denials. It can literally say, oh, it wasn't me. Remember that song, it wasn't me. So the same thing here, right? There's a mistake made, I guess, but it wasn't me, I didn't do it. And then there's explanations where it can basically explain, okay, here's what happened. you know. Then there's the idea of promises. Okay, I'll do better next time. Like these are the these are the 4 commonly used trust repair strategies in the HRI literature today.
Denial doesn't work for people either.
Well, sometimes. So in the HRI literature, we didn't find a lot of theory. So of course, as an IS professor, what do? You make something. So we created this, I use the term theory very loosely, but we use integrated frameworks that we have this around. We see this as sort of the theory of forgiveness, where basically you ask people, you know, to forgive what you have done. And we think apologies is one example of that. Then there's the theory of basically forgetting or looking forward. Like saying basically, let's just talk about what we're going to do tomorrow. Right? We think promises are a good example of that. Then the last two, one is the theory of informing, and we think this could be both explaining and denial, because if I didn't do it, I didn't do it, right? And also the theory of misinforming, right? And that could be the explanation, it could be denial, but it's not true, right? So you can imagine I could deny something and it's not my fault, that would be informing. I could deny something and it's my fault, that would be misinforming, right? These are the theoretical bases. So here, so basically, my student came to me and said, "Oh, I'm interested in human-robot trust repair." And I said, "Okay, you know, it's like, okay, what do we know about this topic?" I'm like, "Oh, nothing." It's like, "Well, probably not. Can you do a lip review?" You know, like, and so we actually did a lip review, and it turns out there's sometimes they actually work, right? Sometimes they actually don't work. Sometimes they make things worse. And sometimes it depends on a lot of different things, right? So we actually reviewed the literature, some of the things that we realized that we don't know. Most of the studies looked at one-time errors, right? There's not a lot of studies on repeated errors. It's unlikely that anybody makes, or any robot makes one error only, right? More likely they'll make more than one error. Two, they actually, in many cases, they're not really focused on understanding when a particular strategy might work and when others may not work, right? So this is like our first starting off a couple years ago into this space, right? So it started off here. And so the second thing we did was we built this online platform that's open source, right? And so I'm going to show you the platform. You can download open source. We actually have a video of it, clip that I want to show you, gives you a little bit more background before I go in detail of the platform. Warehouse sim. We'll give you a little background here.
This is where the Warehouse Robot Interaction Sim comes in. Developed in the Unreal Engine, it is an open-source immersive virtual platform designed specifically for conducting research on trust repair in HRI. The platform is highly customizable, allowing researchers to adjust and modify it to suit their specific research questions and study designs. Researchers can change the reliability of the robot in the study, the robot's physical form, and how the robot communicates, with 4 pre-existing communication options programmed into the platform. This paper presents an overview of the platform's structure, how it can be modified.
We published and at HRI a example or a small paper on it. And so here we go. So basically, this, you can download this. You can make adjustments if you want. You can change it. Everything is in there for you. You just can't sell it. That's the only thing. Right? But you can download and use it. So and so how the thing is set up.
We'll apologize.
You apologize?
If we steal it, we'll apologize.
It's okay with me. It's the University of Michigan that has like IP. We have to do an IP sign before we drop it. So this is a game. So someone said earlier, how can you study trust without risk? Right? So this platform, there's a game, kind of works like this. A robot picks up a box, and so the human robot gets points for every box they load on the conveyor belt that goes to the truck, right? And the human gets a bonus for every box they load on there that's correct. So the actual robot will dig and find a box, show it to the human. Human will go match the actual number of the box with the number on the screen. If it's yes, they hit yes, and it's low, they get 1 point. Now, there's all this trade-off because if it's a bad box, they don't get a point, right? They actually lose a point. And there's the issue of time. So theoretically, if you trust the robot, you can just hit yes, 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 get a lot of points. If you don't trust the robot, you got to take your time and read every number, you get less points. So the issue of a trade-off, right? So humans encouraged basically to go for it. Make sense? You kind of look like you're not buying it. Okay. Right. So it kind of works like this. So here are the actual conditions we have in there. So there are 10 boxes, right? Box 1 and 2. Then there's an error or not. Then there's box 4 and 5, error or not, 7, 8. And you can change the order. But for the study, we kept it consistent, right? So here are the conditions. There's the perfect condition. It doesn't make a mistake at all. It's perfect. Then there's the error with no repair. It makes the mistakes, but it doesn't say anything. It doesn't do anything. Right? It's the no repair. Then there is the error and apology. So every time it makes an error, it apologizes. It says, I'm sorry, I got the wrong box that time. So we have a set where basically it says it verbally and it displays on the screen. It's set up to run in a virtual reality Unreal Engine, but you can run it online. The actual data I'm going to show came from online because we actually ran it toward the end of the COVID-19 thing, so we couldn't do it face-to-face. But it's actually built to run in a virtual reality. It has sound and everything. It kind of sounds like you're in a warehouse. All that's basically piped into there. Then the error denial is like, I picked the correct box that time, so something else must have gone wrong. Right, denial. The other one is explanation. Oh, I see that was the wrong serial number. And then here's a promise. I'll do better next time and get the right box. Trust repair. Those are the actual conditions. Now you may come up and say, well, Lionel, got one problem here. Got one glaring error. It's the virtual reality, man. It's not the real world. Like, what do people behave differently, right? I began studying autonomous vehicles and the issue of trust. And people say, man, you're finding ways to increase trust in the AV, but it's in a lab setting. In the real world, no one's going to trust these things. Turns out the opposite is true. The biggest problem we have with autonomous vehicles are over-trusting, right? So, but nonetheless, there's using a virtual platform have several benefits. Better for control, to replicate. You can actually make the interactions more realistic. It is very difficult to make an autonomous robot in the physical world that works the same every time, right? To make it truly autonomous. Realistic environment, so you can change the whole background and context. With a real robot in the lab, you're pretty much going to be in a lab, right? And there have been multiple studies that have shown that people behave the same in a virtual reality as they do with a real physical robot.
Is there a difference to call it virtual platforms or virtual reality, or is it the same?
It's the same for this presentation. Is it okay? Yeah. So, I mean, it's virtual in the sense that basically you can immerse yourself into it. But yeah. So, I mean, there have been at least 5 studies, actually 6 of them, that's one's coming out, where people have run studies to see if there's any difference. They haven't found any differences yet. It doesn't mean they don't exist. It just means there's some validity, to using these virtual environments. So I'm actually wanting to present 2 studies. The first study was going to be is on mind perception. And this paper is under review at an unnamed journal. There are 3 reviewers. 2 of them love it. They loved it from day one. They just love it. And that's one reviewer who can you put this in there? Then the next round, why'd you put that in there? Right? So yeah. So I just want to say, if you're that 3rd reviewer and you're in this room, I know who you are, and I'm coming for you. And the second study was basically looking at a trust repair and similarity. The idea is that if the human perceived the robot as being similar to them, does that impact to the effectiveness of trust repair? If we have time, I'll show you the preliminary results of that study. So with study 1, does mind perception toward a robot impact the effectiveness of the trust repair strategy, and does this change over the repeated trust violations? So what is mind perception, right? the degree to which humans attribute mental states such as emotions, intentions, or beliefs to others or non-human agents. So the idea, so there's two types of this in some literature. The experimental mind, the idea that the agent is capable of having feelings, sensations, emotions, desires, and beliefs. And the agentic mind, the idea that the agent is capable of learning, observing, learning, remembering, and independent decision making. So this kind of goes back to your earlier comment where, have you ever tested to see if people actually see these things as being able to do these human type things, right? This is kind of where we're going at here. And and this comes from the theory of mind. Has anyone been familiar with the theory of mind? It's kind of popular, which is why I want this paper to get published soon, right? But the idea is that it's on the assertion that people constantly infer what goes in another's mind based upon their observation of their behavior. So I can't see what's going on in your mind, so I watch your actions and I infer what I think is going on in your mind, right? The idea behind, and in this particular idea, we're going to look at two types of it, right? And so the actual logic is like this. Here's the rationale. Trust repair strategies are likely to be more effective when humans believe that a robot can have its own emotions, intentions, or beliefs. For example, apologies are more likely to be more effective when humans believe robots can feel remorse or regret. Does that make sense? Does everyone buy into that logic? Right? Is it right? It kind of goes with what you were saying, right? To what degree people see this as a real thing? Okay, so here we go. This is what we did in the study. So we used trust change. So after box 1 and 2, we measure the human's trust in a robot as a pause survey, and then the robot. Then you have box 3. It makes an error or not, and when it does, it engages in a trust repair. Then we give another survey to see to what degree there's a change. Now, if it was an effective trust repair strategy, we should see what? Between points 1 and 2. What should happen? Go up. It would go up. It would be hell of a trust repair strategy, right? Yeah. Ideally, it would be the same, right? Because like if you had trust on a scale of 1 to 7, if it was 6 before the error, and then after the error and trust repair is 6, that's considered to be trust repair. If it went up, it'd be even better, right? But that gives really no changes, right? And this is the stuff here. This is how this is set up. Here's an example of some of the items. When I see presentations, people are talking about measures. I want to see what you're talking about. Don't tell me what you did. Show me. Here's examples of the items we measured. Mind perception. We also measure trust. This is trust right here. Items we use, and we also use propensity to trust automation as a control variable. Right? Does that make sense? Okay. So here's study 1. So participants, 400 participants, 8 per condition, by Amazon Turk, age 36. The actual gender identified was sort of balanced. We paid them a living wage. I know at the University of Michigan, if you don't pay them at least what they equivalent to be $15 an hour, your paper may not pass RB. It definitely won't get accepted at most ACM journals these days. So yeah, so I just know that and take that very seriously. So here's our manipulation check, where we took the conditions between there was the perfect condition, and we compared it to the error with no repair. And the idea is that if indeed our trust violations had an impact, it would show up, right, with no repair. Now, because we're looking at data that's basically the difference, we analyze it 2 ways. We analyze it, of course, with Mancover, but we also analyze it with Crystal Wallace because of the fact that it could be non-parametric, right? We're not going to assume that it doesn't violate, our assumption. So we did it both ways, and both ways came up with the same results. So it's pretty easy.
I have a question. How much variation was there? What was roughly the difference in the mean on those questions for experiential and agentic mind? That kind of gets at the question of, are people actually thinking that this is...
Yeah. No, I think they were above the midpoint. Yeah, I don't want to tell you. They were pretty high. In some cases, they were really high. Surprisingly high in some cases. Wouldn't always. That's a good question. So so the effect actually did. It's amazing. The effect actually did. Now I will show you. So what we did was, when they first started the experiment, we actually had them working with the robot, And then we actually collected their actual data on mind perception at that point, like 0.0. Yeah. So random analysis. Remember, we sort of hypothesized this three-way interaction, right, between trust violation, trust repair, and type of mind attribution, right? And here's the full model, full analysis. And if you click the full analysis, we find these three-way interactions to pop up. However, if you do the actual models, you'll see that when you go past the two-way interactions, the additional interactions don't provide additional data. So when you go past that, the rest of these become non-significant, indicating that the best model to use is not the one with the three-way interactions, but the reduced model with the actual two-way interactions. And here we find interaction between repair and conscious experience. But we're going to walk through each of these anyway. So I'm going to walk through each one of these to kind of unfold it to give you a bigger picture. So here's the average effect on the experimental mind. So I'll walk through this. So here, this line is the apology, huge impact on apology, right? So imagine this is 0. We're saying basically you got full trust repair. This is low experimental mind. This is high. You can see both apology and denial have a huge impact. Right? They're much more effective when people see the robot as capable of being able to observe. Being able to experience emotions. Right? Now, so with promises. You see these differences. Right? There's some difference. So here we got denial. It's significant in 0. Sort of a little bit with no repair, not quite significant. And then you see promises actually a flat line. If you do this across every interaction separately, you'll see why the three-way interactions were not that important, right? They kind of behave the same. You see a little bit of difference here in this last reaction, but the impact is consistent through all of the errors, right? So each time, this effect remained the same. It's pretty robust, right? So if you do want to explore, and we did look at the impact of the agentic mind, you can see why, even though there was a three-way interaction, it wasn't really significant. What you see is over time that the apology become counterproductive. That apologies actually become, less effective or, completely negative, right? It hurts you, right? But you can see that with the big effect, which is why there's not much there. Does that make sense? So basically, mind attribution, the experimental mind, apologies and denials were more effective when the experimental mind was attributed to the robot, and it was the same over repeated trust violations. I thought that was unusual. We would think it was going to weaken a little bit. Agentic mind, we saw a little bit, but for the most part, there was not a whole lot there. Okay? Now, what are some of the implications? This is where I want to bring everybody together on here. So, some of the implications. So, it actually highlights the importance of separating the dimensions. Some people will say that you should combine them. Some people say there are 4 dimensions. So, I want to make that clear. This is one version of the theory of the mind and the mind perception where they have 2. There are others. Okay? But this is the idea that basically, I know there are others because a reviewer has his own version that I had to cite and say that there are other versions. And I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
Look, I'm sorry, okay?
Agency. So why didn't we find this autonomy, right? We're talking about not autonomy, but the agency. Why would the agency affect it? Why did that do something, right? Well, so agency in the literature has been associated with attribution of blame and more responsibility, right? So if you're talking about robots, some cases increasing the perceptions of their agency could be counterproductive if you want to repair trust. Make sense? Right? So here we go. So let's talk about the things we did learn. Encouraging humans to see robots as having greater degrees of conscious experiment. 1, pros, as designers and developers, we can make apologies and denials more effective. Right? So that's what I like to see, right? The cons is that we can make them more effective, and so the cons that you can manipulate humans into trusting robots when they should not, right? If a robot makes a mistake, maybe it just doesn't know better. Maybe you shouldn't trust it. And if you trust a robot when it shouldn't, there are at least some circumstances where it can get you killed, and that might be problematic, right?
Yeah, unethical.
Unethical. So right, all right, hold on, wait a minute, because I got, I'm not finished yet, because is Liz here? Did Liz leave? I told Liz I was going to come back and talk about ethics and stuff like that. So, always, as someone coming from business school, when I go to ACM conferences, I always get like kind of knocked for not talking about, not having a critical view of some of the technology. So, over the course of my time in SI, I have adopted a more critical view. So, other con is, in some parts of the world, this can be viewed as a type of deception to be avoided and rather to encourage, right? Robots don't have feelings. Robots don't have, right? So to what degree we're encouraging this, one person could say that in itself is a deception and you're wrong for doing that. All right? Here we go. Now, is anyone here an expert in human-machine communication? One person, good. Maybe two, okay, good, yeah. So this might be uncomfortable. Yeah, she said, yeah. So this might be a little bit, this could be uncomfortable at this point. So human-machine communication acknowledges the importance of expressing emotion. But there's a debate about the effectiveness of designs. Because people say, well, even if the robot appears to have emotions, people know it's a robot, it doesn't have emotions. So the idea that you can say, like, yeah, some people say, yeah, you can, you can't. Well, we sort of bridge that by saying, basically, to what degree those designs can encourage people to see the robot as having a conscious experience, it can actually work. Right? It can actually work. Now, do you know anything about expectation violation theory?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I'm in trouble.
It's not my specialty, so you're probably going to be okay.
All right, so I'm going to claim for the purposes of this presentation that it extends the expectation violation theory to human and machine communication. All right, so it works like this. So basically, expectation violations can be positive or negative. Well, I'm saying that when the robot apologizes, that could be a positive violation. And to what degree people see a robot as being sincere can be a reward variance, right? Yeah, and so according to that theory, it should make it much more effective. So we can look at this using that lens and perhaps extend, this theory to, we can extend the expectation violation theory to human-machine communication. Or at least until the reviewer that says no and asks me to take it out of the paper. But yeah, so I believe that's the case, right? So once again, I thank my student Connor, his work and the emerging technology group at Michigan. They designed actually software. We actually led the development, but they did all the coding, that kind of stuff for it and put it online. So we can either, I'm not sure how much time we have, I can start questions now or I can go to study 2 a little bit. Not sure how much time we have. Or you have questions? Go ahead.
I think most people mean very different things when they say, I trust a person and I trust a machine.
Okay.
We use the same word, but if you interrogate them what they mean by that, okay? But say, I trust you. Mm-hmm. One, we all know that to err is human. Mm-hmm. We all believe we are infallible. It has to do with that how likely you are to make an error.
Okay.
And how much I believe that you are trying not to make an error, let's say. What does it mean to trust? Okay.
So the trust, now remember,
okay.
I presented the definition earlier, right? So we know what I mean when we mean trust.
What do you mean when you say trust a person?
A willingness to be vulnerable to the actions of the other party. That's right. Now that's the definition that I said.
A willingness to?
Well, to be vulnerable to the actions of another party. That's how I'm defining trust in this presentation.
But again, when you talk about a person, I don't believe that people will use the same meaning if you interrogate them when they trust a person or when they trust a machine.
Okay.
For example, people have discussed how much more reliable AVs has to be than human driver.
Okay.
and an analysis by some leader in the industry says they have to be 1,000 times safer for people to trust AVs.
Okay, well, I mean, but it's still trust, though, right? I don't disagree with you, but it's still trust. So we're not really disagreeing there.
I think you're overloading the word, and people mean different
Well,
things.
I think that there's, like, this is actually more coming from a student of mine who's looking at kind of trust, kind of in human AI interactions, and I think that there are some scales like that kind of.
Back here.
Okay, so I think there are some established scales that try to get at different dimensions of trust, particularly when it comes to AI and robotics. So like system-like trust.
Yeah, those measures are trustworthiness.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Right,
Another
right.
distinction.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're like ability, benevolence, integrity, or reliability, right? Yeah, so but I do agree with, I've seen some of those measures, they're a
Like
bit
trying to
problematic.
distinguish this idea
Yeah,
of
yeah.
trust in it as like a system or a product versus like this anthropomorphic sense of like, I'm already like granting this thing kind of personhood and kind of some element of humanity, and my trust is based on, is contingent on that fact,
So
right?
remember, in this study, we use the theory of mind, so I've already calculated some of those things, right? All right.
Well, I mean, I guess just to build on that, I think the literature is finding that the bases of trust are the same, but how it's established is different, which I think gets a little bit to your point, you know, like on what basis would you have cognitive trust, you know, in an agent versus a person.
Your past experience.
Yeah, but one thing I wanted to mention, actually, a thought that came to mind for me is from like my prior life. I worked in market research for a little while before I went to grad school, and we studied customer loyalty in electrical, your electric company. And basically, the people who had the most trust in the electric company were people where something had gone wrong, but the company handled it well and apologized. So in some ways, I was wondering if, especially those who see an experiential theory of mind, and then this agent recognizes that they did something wrong and they apologize to you, if that's like actually reinforcing that view in some ways, in more ways than when they are primarily looking at the capability of the AI, and the AI screws up and basically goes, my bad, and, you know, which undermines your sense that it's capable, right? So anyway, I just
Yeah, I mean, some ways we,
thought about that connection before you were talking about this, that the apology could have an effect in that way.
You know, I'm thinking about Jamie Banks's work. And she looks at mind, morality. Her work is sponsored by the Air Force. Mind, morality, and trust in robots. And it is, you know, in those different scales, it's complex, right? And I think what's coming up in this discussion is the fact that trust was first conceptualized around human-to-human interaction. And now we're retrofitting it to a human-machine context. And so some people will push against that and say that, no, this is anthropomorphizing the machine, because trust should only be understood as something that can happen among humans. For a lot of human-machine communication researchers, we argue to break away those constructs from human-only scenarios. Because just because they occurred a priori does not mean we necessarily should see them only within those contexts. And so some of what you're seeing here is actually corresponds with Jamie's work as well. But I mean, this is an interdisciplinary argument. Like, people will come at me and say, it just kind of this idea of trust, or do they really communicate? And so I think there's this whole other conversation that's occurring here, and there's the I can never say the word,
Operation.
Thank you, of trust, but then there's also this ontological assumptions built into all this research. Yeah.
Thanks. Really interesting, really quick. So we started with like psychological safety. I'm curious, do you have a sense for whether or not human employees may perceive like a lack of fairness and say like consequences for error rates that like their org would tolerate? So for example, in your experiment, I would say that's a relatively high error rate, like 3 errors in a 10 package thing. But as you may know, Amazon workers, they don't have that like tolerance level before they see like reprimands and consequences. So could you just like probably speculate or share how that kind of differential and forgiveness from like an org level could be informed?
So I mean, in this case, remember the robot is learning something new. This is a window of them learning new, right? Eventually, right? So I guess your question is like, according to human factors literature, if the error rate has to be at least, I think it has to be like over 30% to make it aware to the human, right? So this is what this context here. But the organization, you think an organization would probably have a much lower tolerate, I would think. But then remember, in this case, the human is like the fallback driver.
Okay.
Right? So
gotcha. Like the double check.
Yes.
Kind of thing. Okay, thank you.
That's a good point. So but I would say this before I wrap up, is that this really gets to trust, not trustworthiness, which I think is the prelude to trust. But yeah, I think these are great questions. And hopefully, if there were viewers in the audience, you would see how important it is.
Introduce our second speaker, Dr. Wadi, who is the university professor, current Nostrum George Distinguished Service Professor in Computational Engineering at Rice University, and he's going to give a talk on technology and democracy.
The organizers organizing this maybe work with the 45 minutes. I suspect that I'm only one of my nerd here. I'm an AI researcher. So I had to choose a topic. I was thinking that I can zoom in or zoom out. And I'm going to zoom out and look at technology and society in a very broad way. So I'm a member of the ACM. That's a premier society in computing. It was mentioned here before. And I kind of looked back recently about the previous decade, and there are three celebratory events that ACM did. The first one is in 2012. There was the Turing centenary. Turing was born, it was the 100th birthday of Alan Turing, who was kind of one of the patron saints of computing. And we organized a celebration of computing, talk about ascendant technology. And then 5 years later, there was a Turing Award at 50 years for the Turing Award, the Nobel Prize in Computing, another celebration, look at us, we're so important. And then June last year, just about a year ago, there was ACM celebrated 75th birthday. Now the tone was a bit more somber. The panelists will imagine what might be next for technology and society in years to come. Suddenly, computer scientists are talking about society. We learn a new word. We have to go to a dictionary to see how it is spelled. And not everybody actually was happy about this. One of the participants, a distinguished young computer scientist, put on Facebook, I found the whole thing a little depressing. What is all these adverse consequences we're talking about? Why can't we just celebrate it the way we celebrated it in two previous celebrations? But to understand the somber tone, you just have to look at comparing events. Look at the dates. This was June 10 of 2022. A day before that, the House started the hearing on January 6th insurrection, where we eventually learned pretty much the President of the United States had to subvert the legal foundation of government in the United States. And 2 weeks earlier, we had the Uvalde massacre, where a young gunman killed 2 teachers and 19 children. And I have to say, I took it very personally. One, it was in Texas, but the other one is the name. Every time they say on the radio, Uvalde, I was hearing Uvalde. So, and this event also points to a very, very profound polarization in American society on the issue, for example, of Trump. This is from about a year ago, a New York Times poll. Among Democrats, 92% thinks that he threatened U.S. democracy. Among Republicans, 76% think he was exercising his right to challenge the election. about assault type weapons. Again, among gun owners, Democratic gun owners, 84% are for a ban of AR-15 style semi-automatic rifles. Among the Republican gun owners, 75% are against such a ban. And when you have polarization, trust is undermined, and where political paralysis and democracy is still in this country is in danger. And it is so much in danger that people are seriously speculating about the so-called the disunited states, talking about an article in the New York Review of Books, talking about a possible breakdown of the United States into the Red Confederation, and I don't know if I would the word confederation or confederacy, two different coalition of states, the red and the blue one, because the values seem to diverge so much. And if you think this is pessimistic, I'm coming from Texas. So we have Texas. In June of last year, the Republican Party, in its convention in Texas, had a platform to put for referendum whether or not the state of Texas should reassert its status as an independent nation. Because Texas, after there was a rebellion against Mexico, it was a republic for 9 years before it joined the United States, and now they want to go back. Maybe they want to go back to Mexico even, who knows. So what happened? Historians, I think, will spend the next 50 years asking what happened to this country, who broke the United States. But I will go back only about 40 years, because I think three very pivotal events happened in the past 40 years. Number one, in September 6, 1981, young Vardy arrived as a postdoc at Stanford. More seriously, about a month, less than a month before that, IBM introduced IBM personal computer Model 5150, which nobody remembers. You remember it as IBM PC. And earlier in the year, Ronald Reagan was inaugurated as the President of the United States. So let's talk about the consequences of the last two events. The IBM PC was a smashing success that within just a little over a year, when Time Magazine usually had the Person of the Year, they had the Machine of the Year. And now they show the IBM PC, the machine moves in, they call it the Machine of the Year, and the person is looking at the machine. And that started really a tsunami of technology that we have just happened, but so it was reflecting on what happened. By the mid-80s, personal computers already existed roughly from the mid-70s, but they were hobbyist machines. But by the mid-80s, every knowledge worker had a computer on their desktop at work. And within a few years later, they had one at home. In 1989, the World Wide Web was introduced. A few years later, the internet was commercial, went from a government network to a commercial network. And that enabled Google to launch and Facebook to launch. And by 2007, you had iPhone was introduced, and suddenly you have billions of people on the internet. But during the same 40 years, with also a tsunami of neoliberalism, extreme free market capitalism, laissez-faire, economic liberalization, reduction in government spending. We're still fighting these budget fights today. Privatization, deregulation, monetarism, tax reduction, globalization, free trade. Of course, I can talk at length about each one of them, and I won't right now. All of this was taken to the extreme, the belief in the invisible hand. Adam Smith, people think that it was in the and it actually, the concept was introduced in his earliest book, and it was the Theory of Moral Sentiments, and he marveled how the market works. They are led by an invisible hand, so without intending it, without knowing it, advance the interest of society as a whole, and provide means for the survival of the species. Market work wonderfully. I want to buy bread, I go and I buy bread, I don't know the baker, I just go and get bread when I need to get bread. But that was interpreted, the modern interpretation of neoliberalism was that greed is good. That was put very bluntly in the famous movie, Wall Street, in 1987. Gordon Gekko gave a speech, and he says, the point is, ladies and gentlemen, that greed, for lack of a better word, is good, greed is right. Somehow everybody is greedy, and social good comes out of it. That was the belief. Well, that's not quite what happened. So we've heard about the decline of manufacturing in the United States. And people think that because all manufacturing went to China or Mexico. But if you look at volume of manufacturing, this is simply not the case. The United States is still a manufacturing giant. The manufacturing pretty much has gone up and up for the last, you go back here to the 50s. Of course, it zigs and zags a little bit, the recession, etc. But employment in manufacturing has picked up roughly around 1980, and it's been gone down since then. We lost many millions of jobs in manufacturing, huge impact, especially on rural America. If you want to understand what happened politically in the United States, go back to manufacturing. And in a big way, if you look at macroeconomically, there are four kind of big macro indicators. One is productivity growth, which is how we all gradually get richer every generation. And you want GDP to grow, and you want to generate jobs, and you want income to grow. People should get a little better every generation. And what you see here, that roughly these numbers went together from the 50s to the next 30 years. So much so that it almost looked an economic law that they must go together. But something happened in the early 80s. Oops, Ronald Reagan was elected president. And these numbers start to diverge. And you see the productivity continue to increase. And GDP continue to grow. But we are generating few jobs. And incomes have flattened. And in a very stark way, this is the tale of two countries. Go back to 1962. And you look at the top 1%er and the bottom 20%. And you see that in 1962, the top 1% earn about 12% of the national income, and the bottom 20% about 20% of the income. But go back again to just a few years ago, and the last few years, because of the pandemic, everything is scrambled, so I will not show the data to this today. But if you go back just a few years ago, then you see that the situation is reversed. The bottom 1% are earning 12% of the income, and the top 1%, 20% of the income. A tale of two countries. So much so that in July of last year, the New York Times asked all of its columnists to write columns about something they were wrong about. And David Brooks, most of the columnists in the New York Times tend to be more on the liberal side. David Brooks is the resident conservative, and his column wrote, "I was wrong about capitalism." He said the most educated Americans were amassing more and more wealth, dominating the best living areas, pouring advantages into their kids. A highly unequal caste system was forming. Now into this economic polarization, you have to toss in cognitive polarization. How did it come about? Well, there used to be something called the fairness doctrine, which is television was all using the spectrum. And the spectrum was owned by the government, and you have to listen from the government. And the government had conditions. If you're a news channel, you have to be balanced. You have to address all societal issues in a balanced way. And then technology came and enabled cable TV, another proliferation of cables. So the FCC in 1987 abolished the fairness doctrine. That used to be, before that, you watch the news, ABC, CBS, NBC, you basically had to decide which anchorman, they were all men, which anchorman you like better, but they all pretty much told the same story. But now imagine on one hand watching MSNBC or Fox News, and Fox News is not, there is worse. There is Newsmax and One American Network, and Russia Today, you know, but if you watch one, you live in a different world. The people who watch Fox News, as we have learned, and the people who watch even just CNN live in a different world, cognitive bubbles. And then the internet came forward. So when the internet started, kind of I remember I'm 81, I'm going in 1981, I go to Stanford. There was internet, it was really mostly in the academic community. There was the well, with the bulletin board, there was a very early social network. There was something called Usenet. And the culture at the time was the counterculture, which came just after the 70s. And it was all based on anti-Vietnam War and mistrust of the government. And out of this came the mantra, information wants to be free. Information doesn't want anything. But information wants to be free became the mantra of the day. And so when the World War II was introduced in the late 80s, if you go back, you'll see what Tim Berners-Lee wrote, unfettered sharing of information. Information seemed to be such a public good, let's share it. Everybody should have access to it. Now, pretty soon we realized there was a problem. There was too much information. How do you find stuff? Imagine you go to a library and a million books and go look for them. What do? So the immediate solution was by Yahoo. What does a library have? Library has a catalog. Let's have a catalog for the internet. So this was what Yahoo did in the very early days. They built a catalog for the internet. Of course, the internet grew by leaps and bounds. It didn't scale. So we came up with search engines. The early ones were pretty bad. But then Google came up with a fantastically good search engine. So it was really a miraculous change. You could find things very fast. But Google had to make money. Information wants to be free. So how does Google make money? And they came up with the idea, what does mainstream media do? Advertising. Let's do advertising. But they discovered very quickly that advertising on internet is different than advertising on TV, for example. On TV, you have captive audience. How many times can you go to the bathroom? Okay? On newspaper, if you really want to capture eyeballs, you do a big advertisement. People try to have big banners, but the users hated big banners on the internet. They wanted the content. So Google came up with another beautiful idea, personalized advertising. Let's start, or target advertising, call it. Let's target advertising to you and to you and to you, depending on what we know about you. So we have to gather information about you. That's the beginning of surveillance capitalism. So when you think about machine learning today, where it's been deployed, every time you access information today, it is mediated by machine learning. You do a web search, you use social media, unless you put a URL, what you see is what an algorithm decided you should see. You should realize it. Everything you see, unless you put URL, is what an algorithm decided you should see, and that took the filter bubbles and amplified them even more. Now, the mantra in Silicon Valley, kind of describing surveillance capitalism, if you're not paying for it, because we use Google for free, we use Facebook for free, if you're paying it, you are the product. So what does it mean that you are the product? James Plunkett, an article in 2021, wrote, the search engine or social media platform is little more than a bait, there to hold our attention long enough to capture our licensing data. What is the data about? Jaron Lanier, the product isn't so much you, it's the ability to behavior of millions of people like you. We're all subject to behavior manipulation all day long, 7 days a week. And Paul Rommel, who was a resident economical guru of Silicon Valley, turned against Silicon Valley more recently. People are realizing the digital advertising model pioneered by Google and Facebook poses a growing threat to democracy. These firms know more about the citizens of the world's democracies than the Stasi knew about East Germans. They can exploit what they know without relying on the coercive power of police state. They can adjust what people see and exercise control by 1,000 nudges. You don't feel that you're being controlled. 1,000 nudges. Now Facebook, in fact, took personal advertising to the next level, because the model on Facebook is maximize user engagement. So they want you to stay on Facebook, and the same thing is true for all of these. They want you to stay engaged as much as possible. So they need to even learn more about you and show the content that will captivate you and keep you there, scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And the product become addiction by design. And people have studied them. In a course at Rice, we do something called device abstinence. And so we ask the students to avoid all devices, laptop, phone, tablet, for 24 hours, then write an essay about the experience. And when we first did it, I'm so out of touch, I thought they would write, oh, it was so liberating. I could take walks, I could go smell the flower, I could go have coffee with my friend, oh my goodness. I was just completely wrong as one could be, not even wrong, as they said. They wrote, I can't find anyone, I don't know how to communicate with them, I can't drive anywhere because I'll get lost. You know, nothing. I mean, it was, when you look at the symptom, it was withdrawal symptom 101, classical withdrawal symptom. It was scary to it. And going back to democracy, Jonathan Haidt wrote in The Atlantic last year, the story of Babel is the best metaphor I have found for what happened in America in the 2010s, and for the fractured country we now inhabit. Something went terribly wrong very suddenly. were disoriented, unable to speak the same language or recognize the same truth, were cut from one another and from the past. Remind you, if you haven't read the book of Exodus, the people decided to build a tower, go to heaven, and God decided to give them Facebook. And they all and a little kind of reflection as a computer professional. So there is a science fiction novel that I read in 1985. My son was a teenager. I couldn't converse with him anymore, so I read the same book that he would read, so we have something to talk about. And I read Ender's Game, and spoiler alert, Ender is a teenage game. He thinks he's playing a video game, but he's really fighting intergalactic war. And when he wins the game, he and his friends won the war, and they destroyed the civilization. And that's how many computer professionals feel this day. We thought we had the Rebel Alliance. Turns out we're the Empire, we're the Death Star. And that's why you hear more and more talk about responsibility. But I get really offended when people say responsible AI. And that's why I got a little turned off by this trusting in AI. AI is just a program that human wrote. If I want to trust AI, I want to trust the people who build it. Corporations are just there to maximize profit. I'll come back to it. We need someone to be responsible. Look in the mirror. Michael Jackson said, right? You want to change the world? Change the man in the mirror. And that should affect, if you look now at ACM Code of Ethics, it says the right thing. We just have to practice it. This is the first paragraph. Computer professional acts and change the world. To act responsibly, they should reflect upon the wider impact of the work, consistently supporting the public good. So if we want computer professionals to be ethical, one phrase, consistently support the public good. Now when I start talking about public good, people tell me you're Marxist-Leninist practically. Why? Because remember, greed is good. But let me quote to you a paragraph that you should recognize. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide a common defense, promote the general welfare, secure the blessing of liberty of self and of posterity, do then and establish this Constitution for the United States. So the purpose of the Constitution is to promote the public good. How do we decide collectively what is the public good? Because your opinion and my opinion will be different. That's what the Constitution is for. It's a mechanism for us to act collectively to promote the public good. But the higher purpose is the public good. And that means that I don't know how many computing educators here, maybe I'm the only one, but you tell this to your computing educator colleagues. For educated students that are not socially responsible, then we are not being socially responsible. And that's something that I would say, if you're educating MBAs and you don't talk to them about social responsibility, you're not being a socially responsible educator. And I encourage people to read a paper that I published a couple of years ago called Deep Tech Ethics, where we start to talk to students about social responsibility, and the focus is on your actions are changing the world. Make sure they're making it a better place. And I want to quote Ed Wilson, he died a couple of years ago, and he wrote once, the true nature of humanity, the true problem of humanity is the following. We have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and technology of gods. I would say it's even worse, because our current technology is taking advantage of our Paleolithic emotions. Everybody loves social approval because we've evolved to like social approval, so we love likes. You can say, who cares? We love likes. I do. And now there is a new game in town. Okay, it's already on Time magazine cover. That's how we know what is the dominant cultural theme of the day. And now people are talking about superintelligence and singularity. Suddenly again, people talk about it. And there's a famous thought experiment that the philosopher Nick Bostrom published in 2012. Why he is nervous about superintelligence. He said there is a superintelligent agent whose goal is to maximize the number of paper clips in its collection. In its zeal to accomplish its mission, the agent may transform first all of Earth and then incredibly portion of space into paper clip manufacturing facilities. I don't know why he's worried about paperclip maximization. We already have such entities. They're called the modern corporation, and they're there to maximize profits. And all the talk about social responsibility is just talk. And I'll finish with this picture.
Yeah, so I really love to talk. At Michigan we have the Center for Social Media Responsibility, and so you hear a lot of this sort of narrative. Center for Social Media Responsibility. That's what, yeah. And so you hear a lot of this sort of narrative. But the question I always hear from, I always wonder, before, we've had 2 world wars before social media and AI. We've had slavery, we've had the Holocaust, numerous civil wars. In many ways, we've had a much more violent society pre-AI and social media, right? So, how do you reconcile that? That as much because I hear a lot of narratives about how the world's really, sort of going, I would say, falling apart because of social media and AI, but it seems to ignore the past, 500,000 years of human history, where these problems are not new. I guess maybe the blame or the cause is new, but the problems have always been embedded in human society since we recorded history.
So I'm a second-generation Holocaust survivor, so I'm very, very well aware of our very painful history. And nevertheless, I would have liked to believe in what's called the long arc of history, how things are. We are kind of making progress. We look at, we are still trying to deal with the, the war, the Civil War was over 150 years ago, but in some sense it's not completely over. We're still trying to live with it. There are many things, but there was a sense that we are making slow progress. 2 steps forward, 1 step backward. Now it feels we're taking many steps backwards. And so I think we collectively have responsibility. I'm not saying that things used to be hunky-dory and suddenly everything is falling apart. I'm saying we used to have a positive trend. We were worried about nuclear weapons. We thought there would be a nuclear war. But we somehow managed to keep at least I wouldn't say we kept the peace, because we had many wars since World War II. But at least we avoided nuclear catastrophe. There was a sense that the world is getting better, and we are still working hard to make it better. We have many disadvantaged groups in the United States. We are trying to make it better for them. My feeling in the last few years is that, and democracy was our means to make it better, because at least collectively we are working with agreements and disagreements. We are making progress. Now I'm looking at this country and ask myself, will we still be a democracy in 2024? And honestly, I'm very afraid. And so I think we have to ask ourselves, what happened? We have to take responsibility to what has happened. And I think actually, if you want to say, the 2 communities that deserve I wouldn't say the blame, but the responsibility for this is the tech community and the business community.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. I kind of mixed feelings, but trying to be positive in the sense that this case is mostly the U.S., right?
Yes,
so,
this is very U.S.
Right.
centric.
So right, like in the sense, I'm from Chile, so kind of feeling like I'm not a fan of the big tech, but like many of the social movements that started in South America and the equivalent here, the Occupy Wall Street or Me Too, kind of emerged because of all this technology. Like people finally could just like collectively start organizing our preparation. So, like, what kind of hat we should wear here? Just with all this.
There was do you remember the Arab Spring?
Yeah, Arab Spring the same.
Okay, what happened to the Arab Spring?
Good question.
So, it's like technology is, I'm not saying, okay, go ahead, let's go. I use technologies like everyone else, okay? We need to sit down. I came here in a half an hour talk about what are the remedies. And in some sense, people now, there was just Senate hearing. Just, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago, there was a Senate hearing about how to regulate AI. And these are big questions, and there are big debates, and there are different opinions, even people who agree to do this. just a couple of months ago, there was the letter signed by about 1,000 tech leaders, the pause AI letter, okay, signed by Elon Musk, and it got people's attention. I signed the letter, even though my feeling about Elon Musk, somebody has described it in a four-letter word previously, and I'm in complete agreement with that. But I signed the letter anyway, even though I disagree with pretty much everything in the letter. But the important message, the way I read the letter is, Silicon Valley is saying, we cannot be trusted with technology. That's the way basically they're saying, okay? We have to have, society needs to have a say in where technology is going. BMW used to have this, their kind of motto was the ultimate driving machine. And now they're being threatened by autonomous vehicles. So they changed their motto. And the new motto is, don't be driven by technology, drive it. I think this is a good motto for society, okay? I'm not saying let's abolish technology. We're not going to abolish technology. Humanity is the species of technology. We diverged from our cousins when we discovered fire, and it was the first technology. I don't know, fire or stones or whatever, one of the first technology. And we've been on a technology ride for the last roughly 500,000 years. But right now it feels like we're riding a tiger. And we somehow need to get control of where we're going. Yeah.
Fantastic. I think about this also from the neuroscience side. So for instance, there's some evidence now that you look at the representation of our thumb in our brain, it's getting bigger because of typing, right? Also, but what you were talking about, there's very clear that Silicon Valley wanted to figure out how to get dopamine released in our brains, right? So it's all about addicting us, just like you said. And so that's actually going to have long-term effects. And in some sense, we're going to need ways in which to develop withdrawal. Like, we're going to go through withdrawal at some point, right? I mean, and how we think about how it's not just changing society, but fundamentally what it is to be human is going to be really critical. And I don't think, I remember being at one of these things where Mark Zuckerberg was at, and at the time he really thought that if you just connect everybody, it's going to be great, right? Now, I don't know if he really believed that or he just believed that's how he could get dopamine in them, but there is this kind of side, this positive side, and then there's clearly that any technology can be used in a negative way. How do we communicate to, I think also to general society what these issues are? Because I think that like a bomb is very in your face, right? But I think there's a lot of these subtleties in what Silicon Valley has done that hasn't been communicated to the general public in a clear way.
No, I don't think people realize, again, that while I give this talk, because I think it needs to be said, this is really what happened. This is what happened. And the most dramatic part of it, if you want, is what happened to young people. Everybody's talking about mental health crisis. Mm-hmm. You see it on campuses now. I see just the number of students who come and ask me for some kind of an accommodation. Mm-hmm. And I used to be a bit of a hard ass. And now I just whatever you need. Because I realize now, these are people who has not even yet talked to the counseling center. And I very gently try to steer them. Go to the counseling center if you're feeling you have a hard time. But they're first coming to me, I need some kind of an accommodation. And I said, whatever you need. Mm-hmm. And there is a wave of suicides among ages 10 to 14. Think about it, 10 to 14. And when you trace when does this wave started, you go back to this pivotal year, the iPhone. Mm-hmm. So we have done we talked about IRB, somebody mentioned IRB before. We've done this colossal experiment. We've given these devices to pretty much to every child in this country. And now we're bearing the consequences of this. I would say there's blood on our hands.
Yeah. I'm curious. There seems to be an issue of we need to have perhaps a more critical lens on our relationship with technology. And I feel like this is particularly important for the humans that are designing these technologies that are perhaps being designed to increase our dopamine and just get us addicted. So if you had to create a curriculum, say for freshmen in college who are getting into the space, that you think would endow them with more context, like you just gave us, which is like amazing, what kind of classes would you want students to take?
So about 5 years ago, we used to have a class on technology and society, but it really focused mostly again on the business side of computing. Okay, it was taught by a professor who joined appointment in computer science in the business school, and it was mostly, I would say, more computing and organization. Didn't really look at individual. Now we're very much focusing on societal impact, and we talk about social responsibility. And I'll now examine this course. At the end of the course, they have to write an essay. My social responsibility as a computing professional. And it is just moving, really moving to read the essay the students write. Okay? Because, I'm paraphrasing, but many of them write almost in the way, I was blind and now I can see. They're suddenly seeing, because before that they were just thinking, let's go in Silicon Valley, it's great, I'll go, good job, good colleagues, good money, what's the problem? Now, I'm not saying that they all will now shun Silicon Valley, we're not there yet. But one of the students, I did an informal poll, and I asked students to write down and fold a piece of paper anonymously, will they take a job from Facebook? And 2/3 said yes. 1/3 said no. I asked if someone willing to say why yes, and then he said, one student spoke up and said, interesting job, smart colleagues, good money, yeah, I'll take it. But another, I asked one of the naysayers to say why, and he said, I will be a Rice graduate, I'll have, in computer science, I'll have lots of good job offer. Why should I take the ethically question one? Okay, so the hope is that, and this was, of course, was elective. We had the students who were knocking at the door to get in, and the students were telling us, the department, you must make it mandatory, and we just voted a month ago to make it a required course.
That's great. Yeah.
So, one progress, one step at a time. Yes?
So, several questions as someone who's not within, the computer science space.
Me neither.
But in terms of, so often we hear on campuses, so now I'm coming down to the campus part, that we'll hear from our computer science colleagues, we don't have enough space in the curriculum to offer ethics, right? So like at our university, it's the communication people. I know at other universities, it's different, being shopped out. So I guess, how is the message being taken to the computer scientists to get it through to them? But I think the other question is, one thing that's not coming up today at all is this idea of the humanities.
Yeah.
The humanities, right? And so, in other words, because we hear so much about STEM, and if computer scientists are concerned about this, or how can we get them concerned about this to help to advocate for the humanities on campuses, when it's our computer science departments who are getting the bulk of the funding and our humanities are being bled dry. And I think this goes back to the, I think everyone's seen the poster on Facebook, right? Science can tell you how to bring a dinosaur back to life. The humanities will tell you why that's a bad idea, right?
It's a very bad idea.
Yeah.
So, I'm less familiar with public universities, so I'll make a comment about elite private universities such as Rice and Northwestern. In my opinion, they have lost the moral way. You go back and you say, what is the purpose of the university? You go, what is the 1940-something AUP Statement of Academic Freedom? Why do we deserve academic freedom? It's means, it's not an end. Academic freedom is not an end, it's means. Okay? It is to promote the mission of the university, which they say is the common good. That is the mission of the university. The common good, the public good, we can argue about the nuances. Private universities, if I've watched them now over the past few decades, have lost their way. If you ask the president, what are you trying to accomplish? Raise money and go up in ranking. So it has become a morally vacuous pursuit of money and prestige. Now, we the first one to admit that money and prestige are important means. Okay? You want to start a program, you want to hire more faculty members to teach ethics. It takes money. Proceeds attract good college, good students. There are means. We've confused means and ends. If we start the promotion of the common good is our core mission, then you start to go, okay, are we transmitting this value to our student? And tell me if I'm wrong, but here's the message that the right student get. Tell me if it's different here in Northwest. The implicit message, my son was a right student. He was there before I went there. I followed him to Rice. And I ran it on him. I said, am I right? And he said, yes, pretty much so. What is the implicit message that the student at Rice gets? You're very smart. It's true, all the students at Rice are very smart. All elite private schools are very selective. You're getting great education. It's true. I mean, the elite university gets fantastic education. Go have a great career, and don't forget about us. This is the message the students at elite private university get. No one is talking to them. You're very talented. You got great education. Go make the world a better place. And do well for yourself. Nobody is complaining. Nobody is saying, take a vow of poverty, go to Calcutta and be Mother Teresa. Okay? But these people who are training, they are going to be the leader of society. And they don't come out of Rice or Northwestern with a sense of social responsibility. So we have to start, I'm talking about computing students, but it actually should apply at the end to all students. Okay? And I said, I'm focusing right now, if I look what happened in the last 40 years, I said it's the business community and the computing community. But even the neglect of the humanities is because we are not looking at the picture of what is the mission of the university. And part of the mission of the university is to preserve culture, because this is one of the things that's unique about, we talk about, think about it, people talk about extinction of some language in Indonesia, and we say, oh, this is a loss for human culture, we should try to preserve it. Because we look at human culture as something very precious, we need to preserve. This is the mission of the humanities. And the discussion, cultivation of values. We have not done such a great job in engineering, okay? And I think humanities, we are way off topic here, but I think humanities suffer from what I call major envy. Okay? They'll never have the numbers. Right now, computing is the biggest major on campus. Okay? We are not going to have this number of people studying classical languages. The mission of humanity should be not to teach their majors, to teach the whole university. Instead of counting how many majors do we have, and then they look terrible, and people talk about the end of the humanities, their mission is, we are the one who preserve and transmit culture and values. And they should be talking to all students in the university. But we can spend the rest of the day just talking about it. Yes, please.
Well, one thing I was looking around to see if our Stanford friends were here, because some of their colleagues published a PNAS article in 21 advocating for an ethics and society review as a precondition to research funding for AI.
Say it again?
So Michael Bernstein was one of the authors on a paper in PNAS. So he's in computer science, advocating that there should be an ethics and society review that as a precondition to research funding. So when you are going to get funded to develop technology, and they were kind of like, because you'd mentioned IRB, and they were drawing that parallel with IRB, that this would be, another set of standards. I mean, so I'm just curious, like, as we're talking about ways that to raise consciousness, I think, certainly educating students is important. I know that there's also at my university, Carnegie Mellon, there's a lot of lip service to do good, telling people that, but then they go out and the incentives are not aligned with that, right? Mm-hmm. And this would be one way to shift incentives if people have
So people have said every paper should have kind of a paragraph or a section, ethical consequences. And National Academy issued a study a couple of years ago about responsible research. And I'll come back to responsible research in a minute. But when I saw the report, I felt it was another diversionary technique by Silicon Valley, especially because John Hennessy, who used to be the chairman of the board of Alphabet, was one member there. So far, if we look, the problem is definitely of academic research. I have not seen that what broke the world is academic research. What got us to where we got us is a decision to, is business models, you know. The problem was not with the page algorithm. Page algorithm was a great algorithm to give us ranking of search results. It was the decision to, based on advertising. That's not research. Once you based on advertising, you follow from that, you use machine learning to decide what Anita should see. But the machine learning they have used is fairly generic machine learning. It's a same machine, you know, you want to get this kind of machine learning. It's a generic machine learning that we use. It wasn't like the supercut. However, there are cases where, for example, I was really struck to see a paper appear in a major conference a couple of years ago, how to develop persuasive chatbots. Now, the title of the paper was Persuasive Chatbot for the Social Good. Mm-hmm. What was the application? The chatbot will convince you to exercise more. And I was thinking, oh, give me a break. You know, what is the killer app for persuasive chatbots? Exercise more? Or you can think, all of you can immediately think of all kind of various ways to use persuasive chatbots. And by putting this generic, very generic, you know, it's almost like jailbreaking the conference view system. I'm talking about social good. What do you want? And the answer is that the last thing we need now is more persuasive chatbots. So yes, but not every paper. I mean, the idea is you have to apply to every paper. You know, I'm looking at my papers, and my research. I'm left brain and right brain. Okay, my left brain, the research I do is very, very technical, and very little of it will have ethical consequences. My right brain, I'm complaining about my left brain. Okay, looks like it's time.
Once again.
Yeah.
Wonderful way to end a day full of empirical research, devastating, and now I invite everyone to let's go outside because the Dean of the School of Communication is waiting for us to have some.
So you can sit down for a second. I have a very special guest that I want to introduce to you. And that very special guest is Dean E. Patrick Johnson, the third dean in the trio of schools that has helped support over the years the ANN-SONIC-NICO workshops. And so we are delighted to be joined now very briefly by Dean. Dean is the EPJ, as he goes in some circles, is the Annenberg University professor and the Dean of the School of Communication, and a huge fan of all kinds of interdisciplinary initiatives across the board, across campus. And so, Dean, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's so wonderful to have you here. Thank you, Professor Contractor, for inviting me to give a few brief words, because I know you've been cooped up inside, although with a great view for a while. So a defining tenet of our measurable research success at Northwestern is interdisciplinary collaboration. As problems exist at disciplinary margins, so must solutions. And gatherings such as this one underscore the remarkable discoveries that are made when minds and methodologies meet. As an artist and scholar, I am invigorated when infused with a new idea, a novel approach, and more so when I can partner with another scholar across the disciplinary spectrum. Spaces like this one, teaming with individuals both creative and curious, are a fertile ground for breakthroughs, and I'm proud of our university for championing these collaborative opportunities. My vision for the School of Communication is keenly trained on this very idea of inter and intra and transdisciplinarity. The continuum of human expression is as scientifically varied as it is artistically applied, which is why our work is critically examining and even playing with artificial intelligence, and why it bears such import. Our data scientists dissect and build the systems. Our social scientists keep quantitative and qualitative tabs on their applications. Our clinicians can apply them to health outcomes. And our artists, such as myself, take imaginative leaps to shore up their social and ethical impact. Because of interdisciplinarity, we can visualize the life cycle of emerging technologies and help predict where they may help us flourish or perish. And I'm sure that you've been having these conversations for the last few days. Speaking of, I briefly toyed with the idea of outsourcing these remarks to ChatGPT, but reconsidered. Not today, AI. Humans first this round. Anyway, consider me inspired by your enthusiasm in tackling these challenging and more so this challenge, and more so your eagerness to work together across boundaries. I hope that you enjoy your time here at Northwestern and explore the 3 schools that bring this group together, the Kellogg School, the McCormick School, and the School of Communication. It really is a place where interdisciplinarity is celebrated and championed and supported. And this meeting is a reflection of that kind of collaborative spirit. So again, thank you all for coming, and thank you for doing the very important work that you do.
The next step is to be headed to the group photographs. So as we usher out, we'll be headed to go where we need to go stand for that photograph.